And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Traveling up. Roger, planet.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside SPD off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange! Orange 45!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage.
Look at this!
Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
This methane will be igniting with the flare, correct?
Yikes. Keep that. We don't need any more of these.
There are special days here at NSF, and today is certainly one of them. We are standing by for SpaceX to fire the Raptor engines of Booster 9 for the first time, which will hopefully be part of the second flight of Starship just maybe weeks from now. As you can see, the road is already closed here in Boca Chica, and we see some tank farm activity, which was our cue to go live here, and bring you the coverage over the next few hours, of which would hopefully lead in X amount of Raptor engines being fired. We'll see how many it will be. And I am, and you're in for a show here today, not alone, and I will start introducing the people that will join me today here, starting with EJ. EJ, do we have you on comms?
Yes, you do, my good friend. How are you?
I'm doing absolutely fantastic. I mean, how can you not be excited to see this? There's so much unknown today. We have so much to talk about. So I'm just looking forward to see what we will see over this day. Also, in the field we have Mr. Jack Beyer. Jack, how is it going?
It's going great. What's up, Star Fam? It's a good day today because we hope to see some booster testing. So I'm sleep deprived in true NSF fashion, but excited because, as you said, Adrian, today's a special day.
And also, sometimes maybe chiming in commentary, we have Das around.
It happens. I'm around. I'm always around. But the cameras seem to be sending photons our way, or I guess converting photons into electrons and differentials and sending them to us. So anyways, we're here. Let's see what we get today.
Absolutely. And in the background is Kevin Michael Reed, making sure that we get these photons in a proper organized way, I would call it. So we have probably some questions here coming up, and if you have some questions about this event, make sure to tag at NASA Spaceflight in chat. That will add them to a handy little tool we have in the background that makes sure we can answer them. I will not say all, but a lot of them. Not all. If we try to answer them all, we would be here for days. But just give you a quick overview again. We have an overpressure notice, which always means we are in for a show, because an overpressure notice usually means we might get a static fire today. Hence the title that alludes to the fact that we might see a static fire today. So, Jack, how are you feeling seeing some engines firing?
I'm super excited. This will be the first test of a booster on the orbital launch mount, firing its engines since the first integrated flight test of Starship. Obviously, we saw that spin prime the other day, which seemed like it went great. And so today, hopefully, things go equally great, and we get a static fire of Booster 9. Right off the bat, we have a question from Rocketman Andrew saying 33, meaning are they going to fire 33 engines? Yes or no? It certainly seems like that's what they're trying for. EJ, what do you think? Let's go around the horn. Do we think they're going to go for 33 today?
I think they'll do it. I think they'll do it. I mean, SpaceX is known to test, to the max, so we got to see if that deluge system works. So,
as a child of the 90s, to the max, I mean, it's like testing extreme.
So extreme right now, man.
Right. So, Adrian, what do you think? 33 engines? Okay, obviously, let's separate the two questions. One is, will they try for 33? The other question, which we will answer next, is speculating, will they achieve 33? Because if you remember, the Booster 7 static fire when they attempted 33. I believe they hit 21 or 31. Sorry, 31, not 21, if I'm not mistaken. And I think that was 2 engines were closed out before the actual test itself for whatever issues. But Adrian, what do you think? Will they try for 33 today?
Yes, I think we will see 33 engine static fire today, at least like that attempt to do it, at X amount of thrust. And I think that's also like the third question we should answer after this. How much thrust will they do for today? And yeah, I think they will try for 33 again.
All right, and so the obvious follow-up question is, will they achieve 33, or do we think it'll be a subset of that? I love how you started off the stream by saying X number of Raptor engines. That's perfect. What do you think? Will they achieve, like, assuming they try for a 33 engine static fire, do you think they will hit all 33?
In a rare moment of confidence and optimism by me, I will say yes. I think this is the first time we will actually see 33 engines like properly ignite in a static fire. I'm optimistic.
EJ?
Yeah, I think they'll get all of them. But I think Adrian brought up a very poignant point. Like, I don't think that they'll, they're going to send 33 engines, but I don't think they'll send them all at full power.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It'll probably be a little bit lower, but I think they'll get them. I mean, if you're shooting for lower power, I mean, who knows? Anything can happen. But I think at a 33 at a lower power is probably what they're aiming for.
I'm trying to remember the Booster 7 33/31 engine static fire. I forget. Adrian, did we get confirmation that they were like at 50% throttle, or was that just sort of hearsay that was floating around?
No, based I think on some numbers SpaceX tweeted a bit later, it was confirmed that it was about half. And also, there I don't think there's any possibility for a full power test today, out of multiple reasons. A, we have not seen an evacuation, and I think for a 33 engine static fire, they would need to load the booster at least completely to counterweight it. And I'm not sure if they would do that without like at least a proper evacuation of the around area. And even then, you still lack about 2,000 tons of counterweight of the ship at the top. So that would be a pretty big job for the OLM to do. And that's the reason I don't think they will fire at full thrust. Like, that would be quite a thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm seeing a tweet in our back channel here. Thank you, Alex. It was a 50% throttle test on Booster 7, the previous time they did a 33 engine static fire attempt. So I think it's fair to say, if they are going for 33 today, it will be at 50% throttle, similar to what we saw with Booster 7. Good stuff. Good question right off the bat from Rocket Man Andrew there. Johan is asking, will we see... Oh, I didn't ask Das. Das, what do you think? Are you busy photosynthesizing?
Well, I'm checking to see if the camera is actually recording on the server the way that it's supposed to, because... Wait, what was the question? I'm kidding. No, there's no reason to go for broke out of the gate. They have a bunch of new systems, and it's the first time they're doing all-up testing on these things, right? So, I guess it could be full power if they wanted to, but I don't see why you would need it to do full power. Like, why not do a lower power test, go in there and see if the steel plate started to bubble or bend or crack or something that, had you gone full power for a longer amount of time, it may have become a larger problem, right? But why do that out of the gate? Why not do it a little bit and see what the impacts are, and then if the impacts look like they're good, then ramp it up and see if you've actually got the full shebang and see how it goes there. I really think I don't know why they would do less than 33 engines, because that is part of their deal, making sure all 33 engines are healthy and can be spun up and run and that sort of stuff. Oh, look at that. There's the static fire test of Booster 7. But I think it's going to be lower power for the first shot so they can shake out some bugs. How's that?
Yeah.
Was that even the question? I think it was the question.
No,
right?
you did great. You did excellent, as usual. Let's see here. Okay, so we have Johan asking, will we see the shower today? Which I assume they're talking about the new deluge system, which I think I mean, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I think it's safe to say that yes, today's test will involve the deluge system, which might as well be, as significant as firing the engines on the booster itself, because we want to make sure that that deluge system works with Raptors firing above it. Adrian, any thoughts? Will we see the deluge system activate today?
I would be absolutely shocked if we didn't. Like, I
Agreed.
feel like that's the main thing. That's the main star of today. So to see if the steel plate can survive 33 Raptor engines firing at them. Of course, and now here's a caveat, the 33 Raptor engines test fire of Booster 7 initially also looked very promising. So even if we get a fire day and everything looks good, that doesn't mean it will be for full thrust for launch, because again, Booster 7 looked good after the static fire, everything looked great, and then we saw the rock tornado at launch. So I wouldn't expect any damage. If we see partial power static fire and we already see damage, I think that would be bad news.
That would, in fact, be bad news, but we're not hoping for bad news today. We're hoping for good news. Let's see here. So, yeah, just to recap what we started off with, this is going to be the first static fire of a booster on the launch mount since the first integrated flight test of Starship. We're all sort of expecting a 33-engine static fire. We're all sort of thinking it'll mimic what we saw with Booster 7's 33-engine static fire, NE 31-engine static fire, and it will be at about 50% throttle, and we are expecting the deluge system to be active. Whee! It may just be the Red Bull surging through my veins, but this stream not sponsored by Red Bull. But I'm excited, and I hope you all are too, because, gosh, it has been a quick rebound since that first Starship flight, and things are progressing so rapidly here in Starbase. You gotta wonder, if today goes well, how far away will we be from launch? In fact, we have a lot of people asking that. I can't even, let me see if I can bring one up. But either way, Adrian, if everything is happy today, when do you think we could see this vehicle attempt to reach orbit? Along with a, Ship 25 on top.
I mean, if this goes well, we might just be one more test away from launch. We just do wet dress rehearsal. So after this, they would install probably let's say 2 tests, because the test of the stage separation, the hot staging ring, also is a test that is crucial for the second launch.
You beat me to it. I was gonna be like, well, actually 2 tests because hot staging ring. But thank you. Continue.
Yeah, but assuming these, that's only 2 more tests, and they can, since they are both on different places, almost happen at they can happen very fast. We could see a test of the hot staging ring tomorrow, for what we know, or today. We just don't know. And assuming that goes well, they just need to put the ring on it and the ship, and wet dress, be done.
If you want to launch it, you better put a ring on it or something like that.
Yes, Sawyer.
Sawyer, wow.
Oof.
We love you, Sawyer.
I honestly think August, September. Yeah, late end August, early September is not out of the question.
Agreed. Late August would not shock me. Am I coming through all right?
Wait,
He's
Jack,
coming close to-
late August wouldn't shock you?
Nope.
Really?
Really. And I will caveat that with something I frequently say down here, is that there is a reality distortion field in Starbase. Everything is simultaneously just 2 weeks away and also 2 months away. But that said, everything seems to have been going very smoothly, knock on wood. And the fact that we have gotten through the spin prime, basically on the first attempt without much fuss, I'm relatively confident here that we'll see a launch hopefully in the next month or 2. And that is obviously pending regulatory approval and pending a good test today and no damage to the plate and the hot staging test working. So there's a lot of outstanding items, because if that hot staging ring fails its test over at Massey's, you got to wonder if maybe they'll reassess their plans But right now, the launch pad is configured for the hot staging ring to be part of the stack. The ship QD arm has been raised up by the height of one ring. So it hopefully, you know, and maybe I just selfishly want it at the end of August because I might have a vacation planned, or I might be planning a vacation for the end of September. So I really don't want to cancel those plans.
Wait. You can't go on vacation, man. What is this?
I am allowed a small amount of vacation once every several years as a
that's
treat.
fair. All right, that's fair. That's fair.
As a treat.
Good deal.
Jack, I think you hit a very, very valid point. We want to see it, like we want to pretend like we know when this is going to happen. Like, oh, it's going to be this date, in late August, third week, But I think you hit a good point. Like, it really depends on the testing. It depends on how this test goes. It depends on how the hot staging ring test goes. Like, the way SpaceX tests is very much throw it at the wall. See what happens. So, if something happened that you don't want, it could move that date further down the calendar, hopefully not into Jack's vacation. But that is an important thing to understand.
EJ, I don't think SpaceX throws it at the wall. I think more they throw it at the concrete.
Hey, they throw the
At
concrete.
the steel. At the steel.
They throw the concrete at the van. That's what they
At
do.
the van. They throw the concrete at the van.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is fair. That is fair.
There's a shirt for that.
Nice. There's a shirt for that.
Good deal. I mean, and Adrian, to your point a few moments ago, we could see that hot stage ring tested today. I mean, it seems like in the last month or two, SpaceX has been doing, we've joked about it on previous streams, everything, everywhere, all at once. I mean, Ship 25 was rolled back to the production site this morning. Ship 28 was rolled back to the production site, brain not work, very recently. In fact, Ship 28 is on the Raptor engine, and Pope vent's going.
Yes.
The Pope vent.
That's what we call the recondenser there. Sometimes, I gotta
booster
not.
is born, or?
Yes, they have chosen the new booster. It's Booster 9.
Okay.
But yeah, Ship 28 is on the Raptor engine installation stand, so it's not outside of the realm of possibility. Today, they test the booster, they test the hot stage ring, and they start installing Raptors on Ship 28. I mean, it's wild. It's frenetic. It's just so awesome, the amount of activity down here and the rapid pace of things, because, as I've said many times, we are all plagued by the woefully short human lifespan, and we all want to see the cool things happen while we're around. So going fast is good, because that means we get to see more cool things happen.
Very apt way of putting that.
I mean, hey, I am nothing if not constantly awash in the woes of my own mortality. But that's neither here nor there. We have a whole bunch of support coming in. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, will the water be activated? We talked about that a few minutes ago. Yes, we all think that they are going to use the deluge system on today's test. Tim, thank you for the support. Upgrading to Red Team. Gotta love all of our members. Thank you so much. Brendan Smith becoming a Padrat member. Neptune Orbit becoming a Padrat member. Linux Guru Gamer becoming a Red Team member.
Hey.
Is that a friend of the channel?
Yep.
Oh, that's a friend of multiple channels and a friend of KSP mods.
And
The
real
mod
life
father.
Yep.
Yeah.
He is the mod father indeed.
Mod Father. I love it.
Mod father, yeah.
Yep.
We have Josh. Thank you for giving us a tip there at, what is it, tips.nasaspaceflight.com?
Yes.
Thank you so much. They say, remember everyone, tip your Texas tank watchers. But everybody watching this stream is a Texas tank watcher, so should everybody take a $1 bill out of your wallet and put it in your pocket? There you go. Tip yourself.
You can also give other tank watchers a membership. Like, that's also a tip way.
Yeah. Very, very good. Very good point. Adrian, you must have had more sleep than me.
No.
Spoiler, no. Musical Wolves, thank you so much for the super chat there. They say, is Sunday the new day for testing? Seems like Sunday is the new norm for testing in Starbase. They have a certain amount of weekend closures that they are allowed to do. And as we were talking about a moment ago, it really just seems like they're going for broke and testing as rapidly as they can. And if that means they use up one of their weekend test days, so be it. I don't think it's like necessarily going to be a codified thing going forward. I don't know. Adrian, do you have any thoughts here?
It's 5. They can only do it 5 times. So I think they use 2 now. So it's 3 left. It's it cannot be the standard because they only can do it like I think 3 more times in a certain amount of time. So yeah, but it really shows you how much they want to like get this thing going. They want to use every single day. And it seems like they're really in a very fixed schedule right now where they're like, okay, we can spin prime on Friday, then we need like 1 day to reconfigure everything for the static fire, and then we can fire on Sunday. And they could have waited for Monday. They have a closure for Monday. They could have done it, but they don't want to. They want to go as fast as they can and save every single day because they have programs depending on this. They have Starlink depending on this. They want to get this thing moving. They want to move the Starship program as fast as they can, and every day counts for them.
Yeah, and not just Starlink, but also Artemis. EJ, please go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think there's another contract, small contract with NASA that they might have that they probably should get moving. You know.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, the sheer number of launches that they're going to need to do to prove out this system. I mean, they need to do propellant transfer testing, and we got a little pip of the roadblock there. Road is closed. Beach is clear. They wasted no time this morning. I mean, I was out there at like, I don't know, 6:45, and they were already driving up and down the beach clearing things. So SpaceX jumping right into testing today.
This is like a double roadblock. It's like 2 sheriffs and 2 SpaceX securities. Usually it's, oh, well, no one's leaving. Thanks, Sheriff.
They heard us.
They were
They heard us
serious
talk.
about the roadblock.
Good deal. But yes, they're going to have to launch a lot of times to prove out the system for the Artemis program, and it makes sense why they are jamming away here. Rhaegal, thank you for the what?
Quick question: is it hot out there today in Texas?
So far, it's fine. I mean, it's always humid and brutal, but you know, it's not the heat of the day yet. Give it another hour or two, and it will be properly nuclear out here. But right now, it's not bad. There's a breeze, there's some clouds, and the sun has not yet fully, gone overhead. So, not so bad right now. I'll take it. But check with me again in like an hour or two.
I was just wondering if we might have seen the return of the roadblock shade. That was just me wondering, like if we will. These longer tests tends to bring out the roadblock shade, where they put a tent there. But
right, they put up a little
Yeah.
pop-up tent. Yeah, I have one of those. I should have brought it out today. Hindsight. Let's see. Rhaegal is asking, and thank you for the super chat there, buddy. Do they need to do 90% thrust to prove to the FAA that the systems are up to standard, based on the previous 50% not being a realistic pad test? I mean, I don't think we've heard concretely. Wow, I didn't mean to do that.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Oh no.
I don't think we've heard one way or the other what requirements they are being asked to satisfy by the FAA, but I think suffice to say, they're not going to want to just nuke the pad right out of the gate. They're going to want to test it at a lower throttle. But what do I know? I'm just a guy with a beard and a camera. EJ, any thoughts?
I mean, we talked about incremental testing. I think Das is pretty much right on the money there. You don't want to destroy the pad right now. I think Adrian also brought up another good point that there's no mass simulator, i.e. Starship, up on the top there.
Right.
I don't think firing 33 engines with nothing above the booster is the best idea, and I will use a reference to the space shuttle to explain why.
Hey!
Yeah, here we go. It's coming, right? Here we go. So
Happy crispy noises.
yes, the shuttle you couldn't test the boosters there. Like you couldn't test those things. I mean, obviously for one reason or the other, but even if you wanted to hold those 2 SRBs to the pad they have 4 bolts on there, that even if the bolts didn't work, it would still rip itself off the pad. You couldn't you couldn't basically like static fire the SRB. I mean, obviously you have to refuel it, but the thrust of weight would actually shear those bolts right off the pad, even if they didn't separate.
Right.
You need the mass to hold the stuff down.
Yeah, and that is
And-
precisely why Northrop does those booster tests out in Promontory, Utah, because that's the way that you test those. You know, you
Yep.
make a lot of them, like not a large amount, but like you make a set of them, you test a number of the set, and that verifies that the entire set is good. You can't do a full stack booster. That would have been crazy though, huh?
I mean, I wouldn't hate it.
Just it's something we'll have to confine to Kerbal Space Program. But I just going back to the question here, yeah, without a weight on top of the booster, seems like they would not want to go much higher than a partial thrust test. Otherwise, you know, who knows? Maybe it would just rip itself right out of the mount, and that's not good. That's a bad time.
I mean, 15 million pounds of thrust. That's probably not good for it if there's not any mass above it.
Let's see here. Matt is asking, or Matsky is asking, what do we think after static fire? Will they bring the booster back to the production site for installing the hot stage ring, or can they install it at the launch site? I will start, and I will say that the hot stage ring test article has the little nubs on it that they use to lift a booster with the chopsticks. And it might look hilarious and a little bit ridiculous, but I feel like either with a crane or the chopsticks, they would be able to install that single ring on top of the booster at the launch site. Or lift, well, I guess they can't lift Ship 25 up with a crane anymore because they removed the lifting points yesterday. So it would have to be put on the booster with the chopsticks or a crane, which I think is entirely possible. Adrian, what do you think?
I think Booster 9 will only leave the orbital launch mode one more time, and that's Raptor assisted. I do not think they will remove this booster anymore. The last time we saw a lot of moving around because they also access the OLM a lot. I do not think this is the case unless they break something like a lot today. And I think I just, because it would be hilarious, I want to see this hot staging ring lifted by the chopsticks. Just like this one small ring between these chopsticks being lifted on the booster. It would be so good.
It really would be hilarious. Just like, ding! There you go, booster. EJ, what do you think?
So, okay, fellas, I had a question, and forgive me if this has already been said. Are they going to take that hot staging ring and put it on top of the forward skirt of Super Heavy? Like they're just going to crown it and then put Starship on top of that? Is that how this is going to work, or are they going to remove it and try to put the hot staging ring on there?
That's a good question. I don't think we necessarily know at this point.
Yeah.
My inkling is that they could just set the ring on top of the booster. But, I mean, until we see it, it's sort of hard to say.
I mean, if they crown it like you're saying, then yeah, I mean, I don't see why they couldn't just throw it on right there. But if something needs to be removed or something needs to be taken off, I think they would roll it back. But I think Adrian might be right in this regard. That they also might just put it on there and be like, all right, let's go.
Right? Das, do you have any sage-like thoughts? I mean, I know you always do, but about this in particular?
About this specifically? I think the interesting thing, when they were assembling that over at Massey's, surprisingly, we saw them remove the hot stage ring separate from everything else, right? And they sort of like got the crane on it, they moved it over, then they brought it back, then they put it on, then they put the fake ship aft in behind it, and that was interesting. We were sort of talking about whether or not, why do they even need to weld this or assemble this or whatever? Why can't they just clamp it together with two systems that replicate the clamps on both ends, right? So I thought personally that was interesting because you could just use the normal clamping system that would normally clamp a ship to a booster and use that to clamp a ship to a hot staging ring and then a hot staging ring to a booster. So for the first test, it seems like they have a plan where... I don't know that they have a plan. I don't know that it seems like they have a plan, but it seems like they might be able to just get it over there and without any further assembly, like having to roll it all the way back where you have the bridge cranes, gantry cranes, whatever, in the high bay. They could just stack the ship on the ring and then stack the ring on or stack the ship and ring on top of the booster. Maybe that is a potential way that they're just trying to accelerate the schedule here, right? Instead of having to build it all the way. There's that picture of how it's assembled currently over at Massey's. It's got the top of the booster. You can see the round circle where the grid fins are supposed to come out. In the lifting pins as well. You see the booster lifting pins there, right?
Yeah, quick note on that. I said
go.
the lifting pins were on the hot stage ring had lifting pins. It doesn't, as you can see by this photo that I took. I should have known that. I'm a big dummy. The test article has lifting pins. The hot stage ring itself does not have pins. But like you said, Das, I could see them very easily lifting the ship up with the chopsticks, setting it down on the hot stage ring on an SPMT or something, then lifting the combined hot stage ring and ship up on the booster. That seems entirely plausible.
Yeah. The biggest thing, again, what we're looking at on the left-hand side, right? That is a fake top of a booster, right? It's like just the top end of the booster where you have the grid fins thing, the little hold that sticks out the side, and then the pins, the little ears that stick off, and then you have the hot stage ring, which has a surprising lack of triangles in it, if you ask me, but whatever. What do I know? I've only seen other hot stage rings. And then the top part is other hot stage rings that have been successful. Then the top part of it is a fake end of a booster, or a ship, right? And then above that, they have the can crusher, the dreadlocks, whatever you want to call them, that they use to torque that thing down and put these compression forces on it, or different forces that test it. So, anyways, it really doesn't have a lot of triangles in it.
Yeah,
go ahead.
For a script reason, I right now looked a lot at this hot staging ring, and that's also what something surprised me, because if you look at a lot at any way at things that should be stabilized in this way, I would either expect triangles or like hexagons. Like a lot of these structures have these kind of shapes, and seeing lines is really like unexpected.
There's the smallest amount of an arch there, and it's super minor, but you can see how there are the full-sized cutouts, and then on either side of each bank of full-sized cutouts, there's a slightly smaller cutout that's like a little bit tapered. It's not a full arch by any means, but I have to wonder if that's, a triangle substitute. I'm trying to think of like stevia, but for triangles. Anyway, yeah, it's an all-natural substitute, Das.
What?
I don't know.
Okay.
Anyways, S.E. Robinson Jr., thank you for upgrading to Red Team. Terrace Ceviche, I'm probably butchering your name. That's definitely not your last name. Terrace, thank you for the super chat. They say, now that the water-cooled plate is installed, is a static fire without deluge even possible without breaking it? That's a good question. I mean, if you have it, why not use it? I'm not sure that it would make any sense to do a static fire without it at this point.
Go
ahead.
So, sorry, I have an opinion here, because we saw that there was at least, even with the... So, we have this McGregor test, right? Where they fired a Raptor at a steel plate. And that looked to be at least, partially a bit melty. And now imagine a situation where you just fire 33 Raptor engines on a steel plate without any cooling. I don't see...
Probably won't end well.
Yeah, I mean, it's still steel. It would probably start to melt. And you don't need a full melting, but even starting to see some of these very tiny gaps that are in these plates being melted over, you suddenly have a problem, because then your pipes are blocked. So I don't think they wouldn't run it, because I think it would put more danger onto the system.
Yeah, makes sense. RC Horseman, thanks for gifting 5 red team. Oh, go ahead, EJ.
No. Yeah, no, it's all good. Thank you for the gifted. I do appreciate it. We all do here. Certain metals don't like absorbing heat very well. And let's be real, the metal down there is going to absorb a lot of heat. It warps. Like if you're trying to weld aluminum, for instance, it'll warp if you put too much heat into it. And warping, Adrian's right. It could block something that could be useful later when they go to launch.
Yep. And to be clear, the plate under there is steel. I know you weren't saying it was aluminum, EJ, but I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page, all of our viewers and everything. It's a water-cooled steel plate. L44VA, thank you for the super chat there. They say, there goes the new paint job, which if you've been watching Starbase Live recently, they painted the orbital launch mount legs. As you can see, they look quite spiffy. But, I mean, talk about a Sisyphean task. Paint the legs, they get roasted. Paint the legs, they get roasted. It's like, pushing the boulder uphill for eternity. But it's all in service of a functioning launch mount, because the salt air out here is no joke, and also the heat of 33 Raptor engines is no joke. So you want some corrosion mitigation, you want some thermal coating. So, yeah, launch mount looks great.
I think it's an important thing to understand, Jack, that every launch pad that's near water is like that. Every pad requires constant maintenance. It's just not something we see all the time because, we don't have a close-up view like this with every single launch pad.
Right. Yeah.
Every pad out there needs to be maintained. Flame ducts get messed up from rocket engines.
Right.
They shoot rocks out. Rocket engines are super abrasive for concrete. We found that one out last time we saw this go. Pretty good example. So every pad needs to be maintained like that.
Yeah,
I think
that's very good point. Adrian, please.
I think SpaceX even learned that lesson during Falcon 1, if I recall correctly, because there
That's
were
right.
some corrosion issues on Falcon 1 because the pad was also on an island. So they, if I remember the book by Ashley Vance correctly, they talked about having issues with corrosion on Falcon 1 rockets.
Yeah, all very good points. So, just a moment ago, we were looking at the... Oh, I'm gonna sneeze. Somebody else talk.
While Jack is sneezing, I think he wanted to talk about what will happen next here. So I will just quickly jump in here and say that right now we are in the step where the orbital tank farm is chilling down, which means they're preparing everything. They're chilling down the liquids they will need to fuel this booster, but they're also chilling down the equipment because everything will be super, super cold. And usually materials don't like to just get cryo-frosted into super cold materials. So you cool everything down step by step, go one step cooler, and once that is happening, we will see a lot of venting coming from the tank farm from the LOX and methane side. Right now we are looking at the methane side of tank farm, but you can see now the LOX side on the right side as well, or the LOXygen side I should say. And once that happens, we will see the orbital launch mount start to vent. This is one of the final steps before propellant loading, where they chill down that line that goes to the booster before fueling, and they probably not only chilling it, but they are also purging it to make sure there's nothing in there, because you don't want to, for example, put, I don't know, sand or something in your booster, because that wouldn't be good. You don't want to put any materials in your booster that could in any way danger it. So that's why they do all of this. Yeah,
it's coarse, rough, and it gets everywhere.
Nice.
Tell that to what was it? Was it Booster? No, it was Ship 9. It was SN9. SN9 and sand. Don't get me started.
Yeah.
But right now, I do want to take a moment and say, holy cow! Thank you so much to Ali DeMercy. Ali, you're awesome. Just thank you so much. Gifting 3 sets of 50 Red Team memberships. Ali, that's absolutely outstanding. Well, is it 2 sets? I see 2. Was there a third? Either way. Go ahead.
I want to point out that this is now putting Ali apparently at about 2,000 memberships gifted.
That is bonkers. Thank you.
What a legend.
So much. Absolute legend. There are people that come out and support us in big ways like that, and we're so appreciative. And especially we're appreciative of the gifted memberships, because you know what? If you don't know what the membership program is, it is absolutely key to helping us do what we do. I mean, we could put a lot of work into a lot of videos, and the vagaries of the YouTube algorithm mean sometimes they do great, sometimes they don't. But the membership program, that monthly support from people, is so key, because it helps us bridge the gap between good performing videos and bad performing videos, and it helps us be able to have a sort of a set base level of support from y'all that we can use to plan things and do all kinds of really cool stuff that we, work on in the background and then like to go poof and surprise y'all with. So seriously, if you have not considered it, check out the membership program. And more importantly, if you are one of the many, many, many people that got a membership from Ali there, be sure, 1, to thank them in chat, and to go into the community tab on YouTube and check out all the sweet perks that you now have. We have occasional members-only streams. We have behind-the-scenes stuff. We have photos, like full-resolution photos that go up, both from Starbase and from launch pads around the country. All kinds of cool perks. I mean, there's members-only chat emoji. You can throw some star hoppers in chat. If you're a gifted member now, you have access to those. And just once again, membership program, thank you to all of our members, because we could not do what we do without y'all. And thank you again to Allie for gifting so darn many. Nearly 2,000 gifted memberships from Allie alone at this point. So, you know, some people might not be able to afford a membership program, and now some of those people are members. So that's really great. Thank you so much. How about we do some more questions? What do y'all say?
Yes.
Do it up, man.
Let's do that.
Cool deal. Let's see here. Here's a kind of a fun one. SN21 is asking, when they try to catch the booster, which is TBD at this point, not anywhere in sight necessarily, but eventually they will be trying to catch the booster with the chopsticks. They're asking, if the booster hits the tower, how quick do you think the turnaround would be? I'm on record as saying booster versus tower, tower wins. It's just such a beefcake. That said, there would surely be some refurbishment necessary on any number of things. The propellant lines, the electrical wiring, who knows, maybe the chopstick cabling themselves, maybe the drawworks that raise and lower the chopsticks. But, yeah, I don't know, I think the tower would win, and based on them bouncing back from Integrated Flight Test 1 in, what was it, 2 months? I think maybe 2 or 3 months. But, again, maybe I'm just being hopelessly optimistic. We'll go around the horn, and EJ, what do you think?
I think you're onto something. I think the tower is way, way overbuilt. I mean, this isn't just kind of your prototypical fixed service structure that you'd see. It can lift and integrate the stack on top of that. There's a lot more structure built into this thing because it's designed to lift the booster up. If I kind of recall, I'm failing to remember off the top of my head, but when they did the mass simulator test with the bags of water,
right?
How much tons was that? It was way up there. I mean, this tower is built. It's built to last.
250 tons, I think.
That's an
I
absurd
remember,
amount of weight.
I think it was a bit more than we expect a booster to weigh, like something like that. It was absurdly high.
Yeah, I mean, if you can, I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, lifting like 250 to 300 tons up is not getting hit by a booster on the way down, you know, but if it's designed to handle that kind of compression load, especially exerted from the chopsticks, I think that the tower wins, Jack. I think you're right.
Yeah, I kind of want like a Rock'em Sock'em Robots kind of game where I'm betraying my age here. Where like you have a booster on one side and the tower on the other, and when the head pops. Anyways, I agree. And something to mention and just note, when the booster is coming back for a landing, it is a mostly empty tank. So it is much lighter than it is at launch, and any explosive potential while there is much, much less, because there's at that point essentially nearly no propellants in the tanks. So, and the booster will be coming back relatively slow, because it will be slowing down and, you know, preparing to eat itself in the chopsticks. So, at least ideally, I guess, if there's a loss of control high enough up where it's still hauling butt, hopefully they divert to the water, similar to how Falcon 9 does. But, yeah, I don't know. Adrian, any thoughts here before we move on to the next question? This is a good one.
Yeah, I think the only concern is chopsticks, because I think a booster hitting the chopsticks in the wrong angle would take them out. Like, if the booster, for example, hits, I don't know, one chopstick on top, I think that's definitely probably taking out the chopsticks, or the QD, for example. I think the other concern would be if the overall structure is still intact. Like, if it's too bented, or like, basically, I don't think it would collapse. But could it damage the tower enough that somebody would be worried about the structural integrity of this tower? However, I agree with your overall points. I think it would need a very unlucky hit for this tower to take serious damage because it's beefy. Like you see it here.
Built.
It's so beefy.
This
Yeah.
isn't your dad's fixed service structure.
Yeah.
I'm listening here, and I got to jump in and disagree with basically everybody.
Go ahead, please. By all means.
The tower is very beefy. Look at all the triangles in it, right? But all of the parts that are attached to the tower are not. It's almost like a T-Rex, right? This big, massive body, and then these arms. Like the chopsticks are very impressive, but the carriage system and everything that handles the chopsticks, it's designed for a very specific load, right? It picks up this thing, it moves it straight up. I think it can take 300 tons of load down, like mini cranes, right? But if you push it sideways a little bit, it's toast. So I don't think that any sort of impact on the tower would do anything other than completely destroy the tower's ability to move anything around, not destroy the tower, right? But it's going to take out the chopsticks. The cutie arm is going to snap right off. All the infrastructure on the inside, if stuff gets into there and starts tearing out those lines and stuff like that, they don't have an extra set of chopsticks sitting around, right? At I guess maybe other Cape they do.
I was going to say.
They have, yeah, exactly. But
Well, we have seen them barge stuff over from the Cape for Starbase, but please continue.
I think that the tower itself may be super beefy, but a bunch of stuff is just going to get stripped off of it that will take a lot of time. Because remember the time between, they've stacked the top segment, fantastic, that's great, right? It's all done, and then like a year and a half later, the tower's actually done, or however long the lead time was. Tower beefy. Little greeblies on it that actually do stuff, not as beefy as the tower itself. Is that fair to say?
That's a fair point. Yep.
Yeah, I don't think any of us would expect the tower and all the little greebles, as you say, great word, on it to survive completely unscathed. Surely there would be damage, and surely that would take time to fix, but I don't think it would be like a year to repair. But, depends, I guess, on how big of a walloping it would take.
I mean,
Yeah.
at some point you also run into a situation where you're like, is it worth to fix everything anymore? Or are you just building a second tower? Because you need to think about a lot of different things when you repair something, in contrast to just build the same thing you built already. So there might be even a point where they're like, yeah, whatever. We will just build a new one with new chopsticks.
Yeah. And sometimes repairing stuff can take longer than installing it in the first place because you've got to start with pulling out all the stuff that's broken or bent or whatever, right? And then you go back and you start from the clean slate of, okay, we've got the tower completely stripped down or whatever needed to be fixed, replaced, right? I really do think that the chopsticks are toast unless one very specific thing happens. It either completely misses and goes nowhere near the tower, or it exactly lands right where it needs to for the chopsticks to catch it. Like any other motion, sidewards, touching one side, even being off balance where one ear catches and the other doesn't, the chopsticks are toast under most situations except for a total miss or a completely perfect catch. Mostly perfect catch. I mean, if one little pin doesn't catch, I think the chopsticks are toast. Right?
Yeah, fair.
I
just
crazy.
really quickly want to note that DOS said sidewards again, which I
Sidewards.
love. Anyways, Adrian, please continue.
They knew what I meant.
it's always crazy if you think about it compared to Falcon 9. Because we are always like, oh, it's so impressive how accurate they land Falcon 9. But then you're in a situation where like, well, that accuracy is probably not cutting it for this. Because from everything we have seen so far, and how the chopsticks move, they're not like super fast. They cannot adjust very easily and just catch the booster mid-air. The booster basically lands on them. And they need to be very, very precise with this booster to land it just there in the middle. Otherwise, like a bit of wiggle room like they have on the drone ship, it's not here. They don't have that.
Right.
Yeah. You know something that I haven't seen? I would love to see the scale of the chopsticks, and maybe this has been done. There's so many good 3D renders out there. The scale of the chopsticks overlaid on the barge, right? In like the barge that catches the Falcon 9s, and then show the landing accuracy. We're always like, oh my gosh, it's so accurate. Oh, it's amazing. It's another bullseye, right? and then show me the landing accuracy as best we can observe it on the barges compared to the width of the catching pins on the booster.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
I
that
mean-
would be an interesting graphic to see, and it's like, yikes! 95% of the time, they do not catch it, even with the amazing accuracy of the Falcon 9 hitting the barge. It's like, that's not enough. I actually don't know that math. I would be really interesting to see how that works, like how that math shakes out.
Yeah, this phrase gets thrown around a lot, but orders of magnitude, or maybe just an order of magnitude. It seems,
Yeah.
even though they're super accurate with Falcon 9, it's just a whole nother level. Adrian, go ahead.
It would be funny because you probably would make that graphic and be like, yeah, from the last 10 landings, 8 took out the left arm, 1 took the right arm, and 1 was bullseye.
As long as it was rotated correctly, right? Because Falcon 9 doesn't care about its rotation on the barge. But the booster's going to care about its rotation even. It's not just hitting the bullseye, it's hitting the bullseye with the right rotation so the little catch ears catch on the chopsticks. Like, geez. You got another thing you got to do.
But also, you cannot have that rotation be corrected last minute, because otherwise you have momentum on the rotation, and that sounds like a horrible bad thing for these pins.
Yeah.
Because usually these pins are built to have like strength in one way, and not in a way of like rotating them on the sticks.
Yeah.
Right.
Speaking I love the
pins.
Yeah, go, Jack.
What we just zoomed out on there on the chopsticks, that was the pins they used to attach. There we go. Thank you, camera operator.
Goes back up.
It's like it can hear me.
Yeah.
Those pins are the ship pins. So the mechanism on the chopsticks for lifting a booster and lifting a ship is 2 different mechanisms. And since several days ago, those ship pins have been extended on the chopsticks. So that begs the question, if today's test goes well, and if the hot stage ring test goes well, love that venting, when will we see a full stack? It seems like very soon. I don't know, what do you guys think? We'll start with Adrian. When do you think we'll see a full stack, given that we... Ooh, the OLM's venting. Nope, that's the Pope vent, sorry.
That's the Pope vent. It's always the Pope vent. I sometimes hate the position of it, because it's perfectly placed to do that trick.
Right.
I'm gonna say 2 weeks. Whoa. Is it
What?
hailing?
That was loud.
Yep.
Yeah.
It continues to be loud.
What?
Good deal. All right. Let's do some more questions here in a minute. But yes, I do want to say thanks to Tom Driscoll for upgrading your Red Team membership. Nestleman21, thank you for the support. They say if you launch it, you got to put a ring on it. If you launch it, you got to put a ring on it. Yeah, yes. Thank you for that. When is when? Thank you for the super chat. They say it would be cool if they put an Optimist robot in the payload bay on the next launch and have it do flips and tricks like how they did on Skylab. I do not remember this. Does anyone remember what they're talking about? Skylab? That's before my time. Cool.
Say it one more time, Jack. What was that question?
They said it's more of a statement. They say
Okay.
it would be cool if they put an Optimus robot in the payload bay on the next launch and have it do flips and tricks like how they did on Skylab.
So, when Skylab had a big open area inside of it, a big pressurized volume, and you could basically do space gymnastics inside of it. Not with robots.
Oh, okay. I was thinking they
maybe
were
with
saying there
robots.
was a
I don't
robot
know.
on Skylab, but no. I remember I've seen those videos, and in chat, if you haven't seen those videos, Skylab was an amazing station, much different than the ISS, much larger internal volume, and yeah, you could do all sorts of fun gymnastics in there because of it. Still bummed that Shuttle wasn't able to save it.
I kind of want to have this age of space stations where we are no longer looking at every single part of volume being like super practical. I want to see us as humanity enter the age of we have freedom to make it look cool. And
Right.
I want to see that. I just want to see that. And want to see how like interior artists come up with cool space station designs that are not limited by space.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of companies working on new space station designs, basically. And of course, there was Bigelow, which went under during the pandemic. But yeah, big honking space stations with lots of internal volume, so it's not just a tiny little tube with like wires strewn about, and every little inch of space is at a premium. That sounds great to me.
I mean, not to go down the space station rabbit hole, but yeah, there's Bigelow kind of went under, but Sierra Nevada or Sierra Space now is also working on inflatable or expandable modules. There's also Axiom, who definitely is trying to sell the idea of commercial space with their modules, especially their cupola module. If you guys haven't seen it, it is a big vista.
So cool. Yeah, and then of course there's Blue Origin with Orbital Reef. There's Gravitics. There's a whole bunch of companies out there working on this.
Wasn't there like one company who showed like a standard table in their space station with a flower pot on it, and it looked so hilarious because everything else was designed to be like in 0G, and then there was this table with a flower pot. I vividly remember a render about this.
I love it.
I don't know, but whoever did that, I appreciate the irony. That's pretty awesome.
And I'm being told that Chris B spammed my Bigelow tour video in chat, so that's from a couple years back when Bigelow still existed, and Robert Bigelow himself gave us all a really awesome tour of their factory. So hit that, save it for watch later, check it out when you get a chance. That's an NSF classic right there. Let's see. Musical Wolves, thank you so much. They're asking, has the FAA approved the new FTS? I don't think we've heard one way or the other. We probably won't until it's launch license time. Gaz Vickers, thank you so much. They say, send EJ to cover Jack's holiday.
Uh-oh.
I mean, hey.
I gotta go.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah, right?
Oh, boy.
Jeff Rowe, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Steven becoming a Pad Rat member. Lars gifting a Red Team membership. John Harris gifting 5. Thank you all so much. Hopsty gifting a Red Team membership. Nova Rap with a super chat saying, hello. Do we have Scott Manley in chat? Sometimes he's in chat. Hello, if we do. Chris, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. I just want to, like, we're getting way behind already. I think I'm 30 minutes behind on these, so let me just run through some of these real fast. Luke, thank you so much. Anonymous, thank you for getting something from the store. They say, will the paint survive this static fire with the deluge? I don't think so. Dalton, Capcom member, thank you, Dalton. At Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. Given my little member spiel earlier, I did not even mention the Discord. I should have. The Discord is probably the coolest perk of all, if you ask me. It's awesome. There's all kinds of channels in the member Discord. There's a Starship channel, of course, but there's also a food chat channel where you can look at the horrible creations I make in the kitchen. Also, speaking of horrible creations, there's a gaming channel where you can see the horrible creations people make in Kerbal Space Program. There's all kinds of cool channels. There's a party chat, there's tech chat, and of course there's like small sat, and there's a channel for everything you could possibly want. So the members Discord rules, and Dalton, since you're a Capcom member now, you get access to that. So pop on into Discord and say, hey, if I remember, I will send you my customary Forrest Gump waving GIF. Let's see. Guidris, I'm probably mispronouncing that. I apologize. They're asking any updates regarding the FAA lawsuit. Nope. Rankley, thank you for the support, gifting a Red Team membership. Paul says, I love your coverage. Watching now while charging my Tesla in Maine. Thank you for the tip there. Super appreciate that. The pad is working, so that's good.
I think the pad's doing stuff. I don't know if you guys can tell. You know.
That's like a checklist item, like pad's doing stuff, check.
Yeah, pad's doing stuff, so we got that going for us at least. Santiago
nice.
becoming... Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
There was apparently some Booster 9 venting that we just heard.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah, which usually means, so they, to quickly explain, they usually pressurize it with some sort of ambient pressure, and usually this is part of them releasing that pressure to make space out down the line for what they actually want to put in there. So venting during these events is normal.
Would
just
this
to
be
point
a
that out.
purge out, Adrian? Would they be pumping like nitrogen into the tanks to
Yes.
get everything else out?
yes, usually that would be the case as well. They purge it and they make sure it's stabilized when it's not tested. There's a lot of like minor things of pressure control and like flow control going on here. That's really, I feel like sometimes not appreciated enough how complicated it is to manage such a tank farm and how many different things go from A to B to C in the right way.
Especially if you're dealing with cryogenics. I mean, if you flow too fast, you can overpressurize the line and create a geyser, and I'm pretty sure we don't want that.
Oh. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, you introduce such a timing factor to that, right, with cryogenics, because not everything just needs to go the right way, but also at the right timing with the right temperature. It's really impressive, and I'm really impressed because at the beginning when this tank farm started, we were like, oh, this seems rather unreliable, because it was. At the beginning, it was totally unreliable. There were a lot of scrubs. It was really wonky, and now it seems really solid, which is kind of impressive.
I mean,
No, the vents are gaseous, not solid.
Oh.
Aha.
Wah, wah, wah.
Good deal. Santiago becoming a Paddock member, thank you. Anonymous grabbing some stuff from the store. They say greetings from Switzerland. Go B9 S25. Thank you so much for doing that. Justin, thank you for grabbing a plushie. They say it arrived today, just in time to watch. Label doesn't say if it can be cleaned with a hot deluge wash. Maybe this test will confirm it for you. Do we still have any more plushies?
Let me check the exact amount. I think we have some more, but
These vents.
This is what we want to see. The booster is coming alive.
You can see it coming out of the booster. I don't know if they can hear us, but you can see it coming out of the booster right there.
What?
What? That
What?
joke is not going to get old. It's really not.
I'm gonna keep doing it. If I'm becoming annoying, just let me know.
no, it never gets annoying.
Okay. What?
Oh gosh, I have to resist the urge to just say what back, and then the stream just becomes us saying what back and forth for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyways. Oh, good stuff. And Adrian confirming in the back channel, thank you, Adrian, that we have about 20 plushies left. So if you want one, I would probably get one like right now. Let's see here. More super chats really quick. Again, we're super far behind, so I'm just gonna speed run some of these. Conservative Space Nerd, thank you for the support. They say Kathy has organized the work without throttling the speed. I don't get it. Does anyone get that?
No.
Is that Kathy Looters? I don't even know how to say her last name properly.
I mean, it could be real. Like, so we know that Kathy Looters now works at Starbase as well, right? And helping to manage the whole complex. So that's probably related to that. And yes, I agree. It seems so we knew there was some sort of management shift a few months ago. I think in the beginning of the Booster 7 like serious test campaign again. And it seems they really have hit a good cadence since then. Everything seems very organized, very on point, and it's really not that comparable anymore to the hop tests, where it seems a bit more random, a bit more wild. Like it was more the Rocket Wild West, and now it's a proper really rocket program.
Yeah, over time, this entire facility has really gone from like a pile of dirt with some hilariously scrappy testing to more and more of a fully fledged like launch facility. And there's still a ways to go, but the distance we've traveled in the last 3 or 4 years is very remarkable. Dave, thanks for the support. They say, can you define success for the hot stage test? Assume goal is for structure under flight conditions, not a test where we see the actual separation. Yeah, I think we're all sort of assuming that the test of the hot stage ring, which may even be a test to failure, so if you see it go crunch in photos and whatnot, don't fret. It could very well be that they test it to structural margins well beyond what are expected in flight up until it goes crunch, just so they know what it's capable of. But to me, success for the hot stage test is they apply forces to it in the structural test stand there at Massey's, and it exceeds the margin that they have planned. Whether or not we'll know that without a SpaceX tweet, I don't think we will, but maybe. SpaceX has been extremely active on Twitter lately, saying, good tests, etc. So hopefully when they test the hot stage ring, we'll know if it went well. But yeah, does anyone else want to add to how you find success for the hot stage test?
Well, okay, so the big thing that they need to test with that hot stage ring is longitudinal compression. So compression load on the long stack. The way basically going in the same direction that the vents on that thing are going. Let's see, that thing is going to be sandwiched between Starship and Super Heavy. Super Heavy, I don't know if you guys knew, it's pushing up with a lot of force. That's going to create a lot of compression load on the stack, especially, points between first and second stages are not structural weak points, but they're obviously not tank. They can't be held at pressure, right? So that's something that's going to really need to be able to endure a lot of stress, a lot of compression. I think they're gonna sandwich that thing, and obviously they have the aft skirt of a Starship and the forward skirt of Super Heavy to kind of see if they crunch that thing where the deformation is going to happen, if at all.
Yeah, good point. Robbie, thanks for the support. They say, will they be able to put the ring on top of the booster with the chopsticks, or will the grid fins get in the way? Like, is the hot stage ring tall enough for the chopsticks to clear the fins when setting it down on top? Yeah, I don't think that would be a problem. And I don't want this stream to be all super chat stream. I want to answer just regular viewer questions here, so I am going to just start cycling through some of these. Thank you all so much. The fact that we have such a crazy amount of support from y'all, and right now I'm 34 minutes behind, so I'm going to continue to try and work these in here. But let's do some viewer questions, because you don't necessarily have to support us monetarily at all. That's the job of the people that want to do it, and it's kind of like, massively crowdfunded news out here, thanks to the people that can support us. So if you're like, oh geez, I'm financially not in the best place right now and I can't throw you guys money, don't worry about it. Just type at NASA Spaceflight into chat, ask your question, and we'll see it pop up and maybe answer it. So let's do one from Sean Paradise here. Sean is asking, do you think they solved the concrete rain problem with the new upgrades? Adrian, go first.
Technically there cannot be concrete rain anymore because now it's steel rain. It could also be concrete. Yes, I think I'm cautiously optimistic that this will work. There might be some tweaks, there might be some repairs needed after launch. Maybe they need to modify the steel plate, but I do not think we will see another rock tornado.
Fingers crossed. EJ, what do you think?
You think we're gonna see some concrete get thrown around? I don't think so. I think the deluge system will work just fine for a throttled down test, right?
Yeah, that's the hope. Good deal. Let's see here. Beep, beep, beep. Wood DeWitt, kind of on topic here, is asking, is there a 100% chance they will use the water deluge system for this test? I don't think there's ever a 100% chance of anything, but we did see them purging that water deluge system a little bit earlier this morning. And that is... What, go ahead?
That was the Fire X.
I thought they also purged the plate a little bit, as a treat.
They did, both.
Okay, they did. There we go.
Yeah, we saw some water coming out of the upside-down shower head, right? And we also saw the Fire X system go off, which is the theme park mister. It's like rocket infrastructure. We're like, oh, was it the theme park mister or the upside-down shower head? Like, what?
No, really, I really appreciate that description of the Fire X system, because if you've ever been to a theme park, I grew up in Florida, going to Busch Gardens and whatnot, and when you're in line for a roller coaster for an hour and a half, those little fans with the misters on them are indispensable. And similarly, although not extra similarly, even though they're visually very similar, on the orbital launch mount, that Fire X system is, if you don't know, designed to mitigate the risk of a detonation, like we saw with Booster 7 when they were doing a spin prime test. Basically, when you're doing a spin prime, you're flowing methane and oxygen through the engine to spin up the pumps, and that results potentially in a volatile mixture of methane and oxygen beneath the vehicle there. So you have a they now have a system, this FireX system, which is designed to purge the area with water and nitrogen to prevent that sort of thing from happening. But
I want to quick cultural difference. I just noticed. We don't have theme park mystifier. Like we don't need like there was a thing where I'm like, why did you connect that to theme parks? And then you went like when you're standing long in the queue and it's hot. I'm like, oh, there's the cultural difference that I just spotted.
Yeah, let's talk about how latitude works, Adrian. Europe, as it turns out.
Also, the Atlantic is kind of, I think, like not really pushing that much humidity here as well, right? That's also a fact, right?
right.
Apparently, Spain has them. Apparently, Alex is yelling at us in the back channel that Spain has theme park misters.
Yeah.
All right. R.I.P. Alex.
We
Alex
want to
is-
have like roofs to cover the rain that is coming all the time.
Yeah. I mean, hey, whatever. I was gonna say whatever floats your boat, but I guess rain would do that. So.
Rain actually
Yeah.
floats your boat if it's enough.
Yes. Thank you. Limtro is asking, what will be louder, Booster 9 or the Deluge? I think hands down Booster 9. Adrian, what do
Yeah.
you think?
Booster 9. The Deluge was loud too, but it was just venting, which sometimes creates very loud noise. This is another kind of like there's loud and then there's 33 Raptor engines firing, which is I think loud is not doing it justice.
Yeah. AJ, any thoughts?
Apologies about that. What was the question, man? Sorry.
What's gonna be louder, the Deluge system or the Booster 9 static fire? Good talk.
Good talk.
Hold on one
Das-
second, guys. I'm having a little bit of audio problems. I'll be right back.
All good.
No worries.
We're here.
Das, what do you think?
I think a lot of, because we hadn't really seen it much, a lot of people were confused with the deluge test in what caused the loud noise, because the deluge test itself was not that loud. The water coming out of the plate was not that loud. It's the blow off and the release of the excess pressure that they didn't need from the deluge tank farm, whatever we're calling that, right? That's what was ridiculously loud on that test. So it's not the water coming rushing out of the thing that made all that noise. It was those, I'm going to call them blow-off valves. I don't know if they're actually blow-off valves. But I would call them the blow-off valves from the deluge system that go when the deluge is done and they're releasing the extra pressure. I mean, maybe I'm mincing words a little bit too much there because it's required for the system, but it's not the actual water coming. I don't know if anybody wants to take that one way or the other, but those vents were very loud. I do not think the vents are as loud as Raptor engines, especially 33 up close.
Agree. And yeah, there we're looking at the Deluge tank farm right there, which was installed extremely rapidly, I might add.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Oh, there's a super chat from someone named Jack Byer. Hi, Dad. Love you.
Wait, really?
Yeah. Hope you're doing well. I know
Nice.
problems, but love you. I'll call you later. Let's see here. Michael Eisler, thanks for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. Very awesome of you. Once again, thank you to all of our members. We have Wilbo coming in at Launch Director. We had Felipe coming in at Launch Director and Wes coming in at Flight Engineer. That's like the two higher levels of support. You get your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live, plus all the other awesome perks. So seriously, that's a significant amount of support. Thank you all. Thank you, all of our members. Y'all are awesome. Let's see here. I don't know if we know the answer to this one. Das, you might, since you did the explainer video from the orbital test flight. But we have a question from Dark Ace asking, how far downrange did the stack make it during OFT1? Do we know?
You mean like the wreckage coming down?
Yeah, like how far away did it make it from the launch site?
We didn't actually talk about that in the explainer, but I can tell you that it was, it's just going to be an approximate thing because it was scattered all over Tarnation. 90, I would say, probably scattered between 60 to 90 to 100 miles, or
Oh wow.
150 plus kilometers. I don't, because it was spread all over, right? And so
Right.
the stack didn't make it anywhere. Well, I guess, when it was still a stack and not a confetti of rocket pieces showering down, how far did it make it, right?
Right.
But if I had to sort of like put a number on it, I'd say 50, 60 miles or 80, 100 kilometers and beyond. But I can't tell you exactly how far the stack was when it actually lost structural integrity.
Good deal. Well, that's a far better answer than I could have given, so thank you for that. Foxy the Pirate VODs, if I'm even reading that right, they're asking a very apt question here. How long until the static fire might begin? Adrian, you want to run us through a little bit of where we're at in the testing flow, and based on what we've seen in the past, sort of what we expect to see next, and how long it might be until we see things get real?
Sure. Right now we are looking still we are still in the preconditioning phase. We can still see both sides of the tank farm being activated, which is good. We still see some pre-cooling going on everywhere, which is good. Next thing we would see is like these lines that go to Booster 9 getting frosty, and the old orbital launch mount starting to vent from a vent that is on the left side of this view right now. Basically on the left, like on the left side of the hat. And once that is going, they're preparing for propellant load. Once that vent stops, then we imagine it kind of like a T way of the vent going, where one way leads outside of the OLM and the other way goes into the booster. And once they do that and they switch it, they go into propellant loading. And once that happens, we then expect probably a very significant load of liquid oxygen today, and the needed amount of methane. That's how I would frame it, because you want to increase your counterweight as much as you can, while also not increasing the potential explosion. So a little methane and as much oxygen as you can is probably the way they will load this. And I would say it's always a bit hard to guess, because there's also some other ways how they pre-chill, and sometimes it's a bit different. Probably around 2 hours, a bit north of that maybe. But you never know. The flow could change. But
Right.
About that is my feeling right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is sort of us extrapolating on what we saw with Booster 7, right? Where same thing was, as you were saying, they've kind of filled the LOX tank on that 33 engine static fire, and the methane tank was only partially full. So, yeah, good shout there. Thank you for that, Adrian. Let's see here. You know what? I'm going to throw this one to Adrian, too. Adrian, I'm just throwing you under the bus here. Under the launch mount? No, that would be bad.
Don't do that.
Please no.
Stefan is asking, when they light the Raptors, what is the primary source of ignition? Must be a spark or something, ? Famously, those outer 20 engines are ignited by the launch mount itself, right?
Yes, and they tested that system, the igniters, probably a few hours ago. We heard like this weird... Okay, it sounds like almost like a metal bang, like somebody dropped something on metal. And that's usually how they test these igniter systems. So yes, the orbital launch mount ignites the outer engines, while the inner engines have their own ignition system to fully ignite. How it exactly works, especially in these center engines, is something that rocket companies usually don't like to super detail talk about, and we have heard about some spark plugs in the past, but they have apparently been gone, because we know that on the Hopper Raptor engines they used some sort of spark igniters or torch igniters, but like the exact system is not like something we get pictures of.
Yeah, didn't Elon say in one of the recent Tim Dodd like Starbase factory tour videos that they have removed those igniters from the main combustion chamber?
I think I recall it correctly. Like they use pressure and like basically they try to eliminate the whole igniter system and just use like the pressure and the pre-burners to ignite the chamber.
Love it. Love it. Good question from Stefan there. Let's do another question. Looking for one. Here's one from Robert saying, could they deploy some Starlinks? on one of these initial orbital test flights, they would need to enable the Pez dispenser. I love that they say enable the Pez dispenser. I'm thinking of like the tech tree in the Kerbal Space Program. It's like, oh, I don't have enough science to get the... Anyways. But yeah, I think as of right now, the earliest possible ship, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, that could potentially carry Starlinks would be Ship 28. Ship 26 has its payload bay welded shut, as does Ship 25. So Ship 28, which we believe, or at least hope, is going to be used along with Booster 10 on IFT-3, that would be the earliest possible time for them to test launch Starlinks. I mean, they have a stack of Starlinks in the Starlink building here in Starbase. I just said the word star so many times. So, yeah, I mean, hopefully with Ship 28 we see that happen, but it's hard to say when exactly they will attempt that. I don't know. Das, what do you think? When do you think they'll stuff some Starlinks in one of these puppies?
Like, do you mean usefully stuffed Starlinks in one of these puppies?
I mean, let's start with any, and then you can give me a useful as well.
I mean, we've already.
To your
Have
point,
we already seen fit checks, or do we just seen Starlinks in the dispenser, but not actually in the rocket? I thought we saw something where they were doing some fit checks for either Starlinks or Starlink, like simulators, like Starlink non-flight test articles, whatever you want to call them, right? Didn't we see something like that a while ago where they already had?
They put Starlinks in the loading box, and they lifted the loading box, I think, up to Ship 24. And they practiced loading the Starlink. Yeah, Alex is saying in the back channel, yes. So they practiced loading some Starlinks on Ship 24, but that was it. And of course, Ship 24, before its flight, had its payload bay door welded shut. So,
and the problem is... Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Adrian.
The problem is just we don't know if they, they can load something on it. Do we know if it's still in there for, non-meaningful testing? We don't know. We don't know how much it was in the load box and how much went into the ship, right? So it's hard to guess.
My gut is that they have bigger fish to fry right now. Like, they need the pad to survive, and they need the rocket to make it most of the way to orbit. And they should be thinking about these things. But once you remember the whole Starship variant thing, right? Like, once you have the rest of the systems solid, right, you can actually fly it and not destroy everything and get it to orbit, or get it close to orbit. I mean, for actual payloads, you need to get it to orbit. Those are the things you have to sort out first, and then you have sort of like a blank slate, a clean canvas, and then you can put a crew hab in one, or you can put a dispenser in one, you can have a different one, and hey, we made a space telescope, this one's a tanker, whatever, right? All those different things that can happen rely on you making the system itself stable and workable. So the real question is there like an opportunity loss, like a cost, where the team that is working on this payload stuff could be doing something else that's more important, a more basic problem, or whatever? That's the answer. I don't know. Like, would they slow down some other development that is more important, or sooner on the tech tree, whatever you want to call it, right? By having them work on putting Starlink specifically, or payloads into the Starship. Clearly somebody has to be thinking about this, right? But actually doing it out there, I think there's a lot of other stuff. And the question comes down, and I don't have the answer to it, would they slow down any other more important work by worrying about that right now? They have a lot of ships and stuff back there. Some have payload holes in them still, and that sort of stuff. I wonder if it's not the human power, like the focus of the human beings who would work on that versus work on other things. And I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, and there you can see the Starlink building and the payload loader box we were talking about sitting out front of the Starlink building. So that is that system. They're definitely been doing a lot of work in the Starlink building lately. I think they installed a new crane in there. And like I said, you can see, whenever they have that door open, you can see the stacks of Starlink satellites in there. And I have to kind of chuckle to myself because I mean, put it this way, SpaceX iterates so fast, and that stack of satellites has been in there for so long that I sort of wonder if those Starlink sats are good for anything at this point other than mass simulation. But yeah, that's just me being a speculation person. EJ, do we have you back, good buddy?
Oh yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. What do you think? Starlink satellites, what do you think the first ship they're going to stuff some into and attempt to launch? Whether it's useful or not.
I think it'll be later. You got to understand this. I mean, the stakeholder expectations. Starlink is a high stakeholder expectation. Basically, stakeholder expectations regarding a rocket is like, what is this rocket doing? What are you doing with it? One of the biggest stakeholder expectations right now that they have is HLS, the lander. And I honestly think that might be the reason why they welded up those payload bays, because they have to build that lander. 2026 is pretty close in lander development timelines. That's really, really important to get that done. I think they're going to focus more on trying to get that thing to orbit and then maybe baseline it and then move right to the lander. However, with that being said, Starship in the long run is going to need to maintain the Starlink network. So down the road, Starlink is also a high stakeholder expectation. I think that the lander might be taking precedent over it, though.
Yeah, that makes sense. Speaking of the long run, if y'all remember how video games used to look, well, now we have a sweet new merch collection. It's the Retro Starbase collection. It's like an 8-bit Starbase skyline. Comes in all sorts of forms, including mousepad, mug, pillow, hoodie, t-shirt. It's a super, super awesome design. This is probably one of my favorite ones that we've done in a hot minute. I'm just, yeah, it's just beautiful. I don't even really know what to say. It's got like a menu on it. It's cheeky. It's eye-catching. I love it. And if you want to support us, you can do the super chats, you can do the membership program, all kinds of good ways to support us. But if you want to get something physical in return, you can head on over to the merch store and grab yourself something out of the retro collection. And of course, we have all of the other fantastic as well, including the metal prints. But yeah, merch store, it exists. Support us, get something physical. Ooh, look at those sweet metal prints. Printed directly on metal. Don't need a frame. They look great.
Jack, I think people would be surprised if they knew how much we went round and round with some of the designs. It's like, well, if Starbase was a retro 8-bit video game, what would the menu say? Like, should it say orbital? Should it say suborbital? Should it say hop? Should it say, like, what should it say integrated? What should we make it? Like, we had so many different designs, and Pauline does such a fantastic job with these designs. Even the order, like, you see the order of the things in the little skyline? The order of the things is kind of right. We had to fudge it a little bit because you can't see into the mega bay from this angle if the orbital launch mount's in the background. What?
Wait, so that's why, like, 4 weeks ago, you were like, hey, can you take a wide shot of the skyline that shows all the things?
We sent Jack out to the middle of nowhere to take a shot from roughly this angle so that we could line the things up kind of the same. Clearly it's not exactly what it would look like, but that is why we sent you out there to take that photo, Jack.
That's amazing. I walked like 2 miles out into the flats in the middle of the day because I'm a dum-dum. Good stuff.
My favorite part of the design, as always, is Mars. I love Mars.
We got the Easter egg on there, didn't we?
Yes, there's Mars.
Okay, yeah. There's a little Easter egg. On there. I don't know if anybody would find it or not, but anyways, we did. We thought it was fair to put try again, right? Because they've tried once. They lost their one life in hard mode, but they're gonna try again. So
good deal. So yeah, that's the new merch that we have in the store on this occasion. So check it out if you are so inclined. And thanks for even considering it. Super appreciate it, y'all. Could not do this stuff without your support. Here we go. We have a question from Frog Rot Flats. I'm not even gonna ask. They're saying, full stack within a week? ? I say, maybe? Plausible? ? I don't know. What do you think, Adrian?
The hot staging ring is kind of throwing this off for me, because they still need to, even if they test it and it is successful and they use that same ring, they need to remove it from the test stand, roll it back, probably look at it, inspect it, put it on the booster, and then put the ship on it. That sounds not impossible in a week, but certainly it would be a tight fit in terms of timing. So I gotta say 2 weeks sounds more realistic to me. It's Starbase. It's always 2 weeks.
2 weeks. Das, what do you think? Full stack within a week? Question mark?
I don't think they're going to see the full stack until we see the results. Sorry, of the hot stage ring. We know that they've already moved the ship quick disconnect up so that it matches. Right? Am I right on that? I mean, I'm looking at it. It's on screen right now. And you can't stack the ship up there and get the disconnect to actually attach to the ship unless you have the hot stage ring in place. That's correct, right?
No, that's 100% correct. After the first integrated flight test, they did a significant amount of work on that ship QD. In fact, they removed it from the arm, did a bunch of work on it, and then reinstalled it with that extension so that it can support the hot staging.
Yeah, so it's like you've sort of locked yourself into that, I think. I haven't seen it go up and down, right? Like, oh, it's an adjustable ship QD arm now. I haven't observed that. But you've sort of like locked yourself into that design. You have to have the ring there in order to stack the ship on top. You certainly want to make sure that you don't stack the ship on top and then the ring collapses. So I have a feeling we're going to see the work done on that hot staging ring. The testing, the dreadlocks, whatever you want to call it, right? Hey, look, a new order. And the outcome of that is going to determine how quickly we can actually see the full stack. But not having seen those actual load tests, get the ground truth done, right? You have to know how that thing's going to work. Pending the results on that, that's going to be what's the limiting factor at the rate they can make another full stack. Make sense?
Yeah, no, makes perfect sense.
Am I too, like, realistic or not? Like, I don't want to say pessimistic.
No.
I'm not being pessimistic. I just, sometimes people are like, oh, DOS is too, he's never positive. And I'm like, well, I'm positive that they're going to test that thing before they stack it. Hey.
I mean, honestly, I think what we do here at NSF is we try to bring everyone information and informed speculation, and our commentary is nice and balanced, I think. A lot of times, you know, I can be off frolicking in the land of optimism, and we need somebody on the other side of the seesaw to sort of counterbalance things and say, well, maybe yes, but also here's the reasons why maybe no. So no, don't dare I say, don't doubt your vibe, because it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I want to look at it, and I realistically like to think through those things. That's not just like, yeah, SpaceX, full send, make the stack, whoa! Like, you know, like, I mean, come on, like, they're actually engineering things here, and they're doing a ridiculous amount of very complicated work to make all these things work. It's not just full send, stack it, and launch the thing, right? I don't want to minimize the work of the engineers and the talent of all the folks over there, so that's why I'm sitting here like, well, they're testing the hot stage ring, and they're probably doing that for a reason, right?
Right.
I think Das, I don't think you're pessimistic. I just think you're a Kerbal player at heart. It's gonna blow up unless you do everything right. Which, I mean, that's not far off, man. Like, I think that's pretty fair to say.
EJ, I channeled my very best. Go, baby, go! There, like, I didn't want to blow up people's ears.
Does anyone know the origin of Go Baby Go? I feel like somebody had to be the first person to say it at some point. And it's turned into like a meme amongst launch photographers.
I mean, I don't know that EJ, did you hear it somewhere else before you were screaming at the rocket?
It's from cheering at hand egg games.
It's from cheering at hand egg games. Nice. And then no line to rockets.
Yeah, I mean, makes sense.
I'm more wondering, I heard it from several people during orbital on the roof. Did you scream it in the moment of liftoff?
Huh? Oh, I may have said it on the roof, but I don't know that I was screaming it like a metal fan or anything like that.
I've heard several people at least say it.
Yeah.
I definitely heard it at Falcon Heavy demo. Like in my video of Falcon Heavy demo, there is extremely audible Go Baby Go. So that was what, 2017, 2018, somewhere in there.
I mean, that's the EJ screaming that in the Falcon Heavy. That was Falcon Heavy, wasn't it, EJ? It was.
That was the demo flight, yeah.
Yeah. When we were like, we can take one car in, and we rented the largest like Suburban we could, and packed as many people as we could into that thing.
That's amazing.
Yes. Good times.
Good times indeed. Good question though. Let's see here. More questions. How about? This is
Yeah.
I don't know that I love this question just based on what it's asking, but I'm gonna ask it. Stefan is asking, could raptors explode during a static fire? I mean, possible.
Yes.
Hopefully
the
it doesn't
answer-
happen, but possible.
I can talk about this. We did a video about this one.
Okay.
Yes,
Is
I
the
knew-
Raptor
I was-
reliable?
I was hoping you were going to bring up McGregor and that exact video, so hopefully we can get the link into chat. Das, take it away as I chug some more bubbly water.
We did. We did an entire video on is the Raptor reliable, and it ended up with the title 1,000 SpaceX Raptor graph or SpaceX engine test on a graph or something like that, right? But we looked at all the Raptor tests that we've logged at McGregor, well over 1,000. It was probably in 12, 13, 1,400 tests now, and in that entire time, a Raptor exploding, right? Where we saw something that was obviously an engine energetically letting go, not just flaming out or chunking even engine parts out the back, right? Like it can puke parts, but not completely explode. Hey, look at this nerd! Who put him on screen? There's closed captions and everything. Let's explore what's actually going on, and this time I have a graph. Nice. So we did that, and in all of those, well over 1,000 tests, times where we saw a Raptor energetically explode, like force out the side of the Raptor and not just out the back of the Raptor, even if it included green engine-rich combustion or engine parts or whatever. It was only a couple times. It was like 6 single digits, the number of times in 1,000 tests that we saw that happen. So you have to sort of temper that with SpaceX not giving me Excel spreadsheets or anything. You have to temper that with the fact that at McGregor, it is a very structured environment. It is a test stand environment. It is one engine at a time. They're sort of trying to make me a liar on that because they've been doing salvo tests where it's like horizontal go, vertical go, tripod go, and they like do 3 tests. They do 3 fires all of a sudden, right? Yes, the audio was out of sync because I was reading the subtitles out loud. Sorry. But anyways, we don't see a lot of Raptors exploding. We've seen Raptors let go, but we don't see them explode in a way that a Raptor would like hit the Raptor next to it. And then they also had those engine shields that they put in, and they were actually running engines to intentional failure to see how the engine shields would affect that, right? It's a good video. There's so much good video here. I think that it's highly unlikely that we see a Raptor explode, and when I say explode, to define the term, I mean a Raptor putting a significant amount of force out the sides of it as opposed to out the back. Does that like make sense as a way to draw the line and explain what I'm talking about?
Absolutely. And just to sort of pile on, and one of the differences that we've seen between Booster 9 and Booster 7 is in that heat shielding and in that structure that surrounds the engines. And it looks much more robust and refined on Booster 9 versus Booster 7. So hopefully if there are any issues, either during a test or during flight, it is further mitigated by that additional structural reinforcement, shielding, whatever you want to call it. And I have some information from our back channel. Apparently, Walter Cronkite said, "Ooh, go, baby," or something like. What, is that? Who's got the best? Who does the best Walter Cronkite on the stream?
Not me.
It's definitely not me. EJ.
My gosh, the building is shaking. Look at that rocket go into the clouds at 3,000 feet.
Wow. Adrian, go.
Just to report from a page called nasa.gov, I'm not sure if we call that reliable. From the beginning of America's manned space program, yada yada yada, Cronkite anchored CBS Evening News. He was on air during the launch of Apollo 11, shouting, "Go, baby, go."
There you go.
From NASA.
Wow.
There you go.
I'm curious what we're gonna find on the NASA.golf webpage, but you know.
It's
Adrian.
fancy golf playing.
Oh, look, a crane driving around.
I mean, NASA.golf should just like point to the footage of them playing golf on the moon.
Thank you, John Kraus. He sent me a NASA.gov webpage. And yes, shouting "Go, baby, go" during Apollo 11 from NASA.gov. Wow. Thank you. Cool.
mean-
you learned something new every day. Go ahead, EJ.
Yeah.
Das, if we go back to that demo footage that we shot from Falcon Heavy,
Yeah.
there were clouds at 3,000 feet that day. I checked. So,
There were.
I mean, I said go baby go, but I also said into the clouds at 3,000 feet because there actually was clouds at 3,000 feet that day as a nod to the legend.
Nice. Can we go back to the other shot? What the crane doing?
Just driving around, crane things.
Raining.
It's
Just crane things.
I guess
The
technically
weirdest-
it's not craning right now. It's hiding from us in the back of the Star Factory area.
Merch
The weirdest-
idea. A shirt with a crane on it that says "Just crane things."
Just crane
Oh,
things.
God.
I wanted to, those cranes. They like bump down the road. They're not really designed to drive on the road at the speeds that they do. I mean, clearly they can, but when they're driving down the road, they look almost comical the way that they sort of rock back and forth with the big tires, right? And
Yep.
it's like, what is that crane doing?
Yeah, it's
There's
not like
one-
they're driving around on a nice finished concrete slab that's perfectly level. If you didn't know, if you've never driven around on Highway 4 down here, it might as well be the lunar surface with how cratered and potholed it is. So yeah, you can even see that one kind of doing the bob as it rolls down the road there. Adrian, sorry I cut you off.
There was one particular, like, a lot of potholes when I was there, and I remember, like, close to the launch site, close to the production site, where it was just like, when I was driving down there with Das was just avoiding all of the holes in the street because it was that bad. Also, I wanted to point out that there's like one particular crane that has like I think somehow a bit of a damaged suspension, and SBL ops and SBL sometimes call it the vibe crane because it's just vibing down Highway 4 because it's the best.
Good deal. Good deal. All right, y'all. Well, where are we at? We're still seeing the tank farm sort of chilling down the propellant lines. Adrian, Mr. Spreadsheet himself, what are you thinking right now? Where are we at in the flow? What the booster doing?
I wish I could bring you any more breaking news, but so far we are still in chill down. This is a particularly long chill down. Alex also in the back channel already pointing out, come on, OLM, do something. We are basically standing by for this OLM vent to start. It's just staring at it and waiting because that's really the next thing that should happen. Of course, it's always the problem. We don't know how much fuel they will load, and if, for example, this could be a very high fuel load, which maybe means they need to cool this down more, prepare it a bit more, a little bit longer. It's hard to guess right now, but we are still waiting for the OLM vent to start in preparation for propellant loading. That's where we are, and as long as that's not starting, we are probably talking about 2 hours. Still, like, it's a moving target, unless that starts.
Good deal. Well, thank you for that, buddy. Let's see here. Ooh, more of a statement. Masked Dingo says, "I just unliked so I can like again." Maybe chat. Maybe don't unlike, but if you haven't hit the like button yet, you know it's right there. Yet another way you can help us out in a non-monetary fashion. Super
we at?
appreciate. Yeah, what are we at?
16 and a half basically, and we got 4,300 likes.
Yeah.
I hope
if
it
you
doesn't
could
go
just-
down. Oh look, no, we got 4,400 likes.
You could just go ahead and like the video. That'd be great. Yeah.
Thanks, Lumberg.
4,500 likes.
Thanks, Lumberg.
We're also gonna need you to come in and cast on Sunday.
We're gonna need you to static
up.
fire on Sunday.
It's not an off day or anything.
Oh, good deal. But for
I'm
real,
so lost here right now.
Yes,
Adrian, watch
because
more movies.
He has to watch Office Space. Adrian is going to appreciate Office Space. Look at that. We just did 1,000 likes in the space of like 30 seconds.
I love it. Thank you all.
Nice.
And
Did you
yes,
get that memo?
Adrian, I did you get the memo about the TPS reports? Adrian, I know we always say like this is the next movie you have to watch because you have watched The Fifth Element now, but I mean for real, it might sound silly that a comedy movie isn't that important to me, but Office Space was extremely formative to me growing up. I sort of saw that as a kid and was like, wow, I really don't ever want a soulless, horrible job like that. And I had some. Disney.
Oh,
But
jeez.
but now I have an awesome job. And once again, thanks to all the members. Thanks to everyone hitting the like button, because I think we all can safely say that we love what we do, and we have successfully avoided that horrible, horrible fate of those employees in Office Space. Anyways, we'll watch that at some point, buddy.
I will say I like doing impressions of Office Space and not actually living it. You know,
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
that's fair.
100%.
Yeah.
Sounds like
Well-
somebody's got a case of the Mondays.
I think we will just add that to the next time we are both in Boca to watch a Starship launch, Jack, and we'll put it on our evening watch list.
Deal. Can't
Cool.
wait, man.
Yeah, same.
Oh, holy cow! We are almost at 800,000 subscribers.
Like right there.
We're so close.
Right
1,300.
distance. Yeah, less than 1,300 to go before we tick over 800,000.
Wow. I mean, we mentioned the like button. We have to do the YouTube things. What's up, guys? Hit the
But-
bell, etc. But no, for real, we're almost at 800,000 subs. That's a huge milestone. And how cool would it be if we managed to smash that record for our channel on a monumental day like today? That would be great. So if you're not subbed, hit that button.
Speaking of things that are cool, can I bring updates on things that are no longer cool?
Yes.
The subcoolers.
So,
It's okay. It's not meaning everything is bad. It's just meaning everything might take longer. The tank farm is in no particular good state right now. It's not really ramping up. There's a bit of venting on the log side, but it's not really exciting right now. And usually you would expect like some sort of ramp at some point. And yeah, this looks to me, and Alex is saying this in the back channel as well. It looks to me like they're working at least something here. It looks like there's some ongoing work of the tank farm, and that also fits with the fact that the OLM vent should have started at this point, based on when we saw the subcoolers and everything going, and it hasn't. So I think at this point it's safe to say, something might be up.
yeah. And, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. We do have a very long window today. The window for testing today goes until 8 p.m. So no worries there. They have plenty of time to get this test done. I think we're just, based on how rapidly they jumped into it this morning, I think we were all sort of expecting to already be in the fueling by now. But no worries. Everything's fine. Plenty of time to do the test.
Yes.
Oh, and I do want to point out, Anonymous grabbed something from the store. They grabbed the new retro merch, and they said, LDLRABA start. Isn't it up, down, left, right, select start? Anyways. Good reference there.
Contra?
Yeah. Huh?
Nice.
Yeah, nice. Let's see here. Xbar is asking, or Zbar, I don't know, is asking, what do you think about Elon's prediction on their chance of reaching orbital speed? He said about 50% in a tweet yesterday. Didn't he say 50% like before Falcon Heavy? Like, I feel like when Elon's hedging, he likes to say 50%. But I don't know. What do you guys think? We'll start with you, EJ.
There's a lot of stuff that needs to go right to get this thing to get up there. They're hopefully, changing the staging mechanism. That's a big change. I think that probably is the reason why he's like, no, maybe it'll work. I mean, one does not simply change the staging mechanism on your fully reusable super heavy rocket. So I think that probably is affecting judgment a little bit.
Yeah, fair. Adrian, what do you think, buddy?
I would be way more conservative than Elon, so I cannot blame him. Like, if you would ask me what's the chance of this reaching orbital speed in the next flight, low 20 maybe. Like, I still think if they reach stage SAP and they ignite these 6 Raptor engines on the ship, that's already like that's a big success. So I'm not really there yet, even thinking about orbital speeds, because I think if they even get to a point where we consider that, they already did a very good job.
Yeah, good point. Das, do you want to chime in, or are you busy photosynthesizing?
I'm busy right now, actually.
All right, I got something.
Go,
I mean,
go, please.
I think it's important to mention that Elon in that same tweet, Jack, said that getting to staging is kind of what they're aiming for. I mean,
Right.
Before it was get off the pad. Now it's get all the way to staging, which is that's it's incremental progress. So I mean, orbital, I'm not sure they're gonna make it, but if they can get it to staging, then yeah, I think that's kind of the expectation for the test. There have been other rocket launch companies that are just like in the past that have
look at
done
this.
tests.
Hang
Oh,
on.
whoa, what's going on?
Some,
Uh-oh.
We have some cars headed
Oh,
to
yeah.
the pad. The red team is heading in potentially to
Oh,
do some
boy.
work at the pad. This is not a scrub. This, at least so far, appears that some folks are heading to the pad to do some work. Huh.
Interesting.
I mean, that does kind of corroborate what Adrian was hinting at, that there might be some type of thing with the subcoolers going on. Like, I don't want to speculate too hard, but clearly they're sending people to the pad, and they were chilling it before, but now they're not. So,
You know what else is happening? Remember how we talked about everything happening everywhere all at once?
Yep.
The ship thrust simulator is heading past where I am at right now and heading from the production site to Massey's on an SPMT. I don't know if we can get views of that. Maybe we'll hear in a minute, but thank you, Andrew, for pointing that out. It's cooking. It's cooking up Highway 4. So SpaceX wasting no time getting their assets into position and continuing to do work not just at the orbital launch site, but also the production site and also at Massey's. That's fun.
I just grabbed the jacket for a second. Did they really send a team to the pad while I was grabbing that jacket?
Yep.
They did. Yep.
Oh, wow. Huh.
Yeah, question marks on that. I'm not sure what they're going to be doing there, but hopefully they're able to fix whatever issues have popped up and get that solved, and we'll see what happens. And we'll keep our eyes looking for those vehicles to head back from the pad, but no big deal. I mean, we saw the red team go out to the pad for SLS, and that baby launched, so no worries.
I mean, I think it's important to point out that it's a small team of people heading out to the pad, and the roadblock is still in place. So I think that's a pretty good indicator that we're still going to see some action today, hopefully.
Yeah, and Alex on our back channel saying this also happened with Booster 7, so on the 31 engine static fires. So not unprecedented by any means. We've definitely seen this, not just with Booster 7, but also on previous Starship tests as well. So not the end of the world, but when we are sort of gauging where we're at in the testing flow, right now we would be in a hold as these teams get to the pad and start to assess whatever issue they are working.
Yes.
Good deal.
I mean, you were talking about SLS. I mean, the thing that they needed to send the red team out for SLS was quite literally torquing down a bolt. When you're dealing with cryogenic propellants and they have to flow at a very slow rate with liquid hydrogen. Keep in mind, this is on SLS, not Starship. When you're flowing liquid hydrogen at a very slow rate, you're slowly thermally conditioning the plumbing to move the propellants around. And that slow chill can actually back bolts out.
There we go.
There you go.
I love seeing the thing on stream that I can see with my own two eyes. It's kind of wild.
Like the complicated system of levers and pulleys in the internet tubes that cause it to go all the way from where you are, all the way up to our servers, all the way out again, and then back to YouTube, and then back to you again.
I'm doing the trucker honk signal. I don't know if SPMTs have an air horn though. Beep beep.
So this is not a tracking camera I'm running, by the way. This is just one of our normal fixed view cameras, the PTZ camera that is not great at tracking. And I cannot do a nice smooth track like I would like here, but there you go.
So I see chat asking, what is this? First off, I want to say this is headed away from the launch site and production site. This is going the opposite direction. This is heading towards the Massey test site. And this is the ship thrust simulator. So sometimes when they do a proof test of a ship, they put it on a structure like this, and you can see those three I guess protrusions right there. Those push on the aft dome of the ship in the same manner as Raptors would, pushing against the ship as they thrust the vehicle into space. So this is essentially a structural test stand, and it is headed back to Massey's where they have begun doing all of these tests. So, very interesting. I see Andrew just waving at it.
I mean,
I love it.
It's
It's
interesting
not
to point out.
It's not a sentient thing. It's just a metal structure, you know.
There's a guy in it though. Is that somebody in it?
Oh.
Am I seeing that right?
I don't.
No, I think it's just a thingy.
Okay.
These
I thought it was
SPMTs are remotely controlled. Usually, there's a guy in a truck behind it with something that looks like a briefcase.
They also have little like chairs on the power pack. I think if we let
Yep.
if you let it
I'll get it. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll get it. I think they're riding on the SPMT. Sometimes they walk behind it, sometimes they ride it. Sometimes they sit on a cooler on top of it.
That was the funniest thing during the steel plate.
There's the rider. Here comes the rider. You can see him on the back.
Yeah,
he
he's
looks
having a good time.
absolutely chill. Look at him go.
That's awesome.
He has no idea like
job.
14,000 people are watching him right now.
There were like 4 people sitting on the steel plate while it rolled out, and at some point the whole rollout stopped, and the 4 people had to get down. You could see
Yeah.
like how somebody walked up to them, and then 4 went down, and it looked like they were like, "Why are you sitting on this?"
It's like, seriously, guys?
Yeah,
Guys, I
I
got
mean,
a question. You think SpaceX
ahead.
owns that SPMT with all the X's on it?
yes.
Question.
I'm not sure, but I'm gonna venture a yes.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe.
One more X would do it to me. Like I need one more
Yeah.
X. Like that's
One
not
more
even-
X.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Oh man, this is fun. I'm having fun with y'all today. Thanks for
Yeah. Same.
thanks for just being who you guys are, and everybody in chat. Thank you for joining us for today's stream. I know we're in a little bit of a hold for the booster test, but no shortage of activity here. All kinds of things happening. So at least we have some stuff to watch and joke about.
In the worst case, this stream could go on for as long as 7 hours and 15 more minutes. Wait, no.
That 04, DJ.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Yes. Now we're talking, man. What a nice truck.
That
You
was a
could tell
beautiful
with the
truck.
stripe on the tailgate. You could tell. You're like, oh, that's an 04.
Yep. Sweet
Gotta
truck.
love it. Gotta love it.
Could probably pull that whole thrust
Nice.
simulator by itself. It's awesome.
I love the tone of your voice. Just so proud and confident of the truck. I love it.
I love
that
those
baby-
box body Fords, man.
That
They're
baby
my
could pull
favorite.
like 3 of these thrust simulators. Yeah.
Back in 1982, could have thrown a football over those mountains.
Good deal. All right, let's
I'm gonna-
do some. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'm gonna stop with the jerky track there. This is not a tracking camera. I've been doing the best I can to keep it in the center of the box there. So
Good deal. Let's do some more questions. Let's see here. Alex Shepard is saying, how is the booster stabilized to avoid vibrations or movement during static fire? Is that just sheer mass alone? EJ, any thoughts?
So, what the whole? Say it one more time, dude. Sorry, I was still
worries.
thinking about the truck. That's terrible. But I'll be
the
honest.
The truck's got you all flustered. No worries.
I mean, messed up, man.
Oh gosh. We're being asked by Alex, how is the
Yep.
booster stabilized to avoid vibration or movement during static fire? Like they're not holding the booster with the chopsticks or anything like that. Is it just sheer mass that is sort of stabilizing the stack at this point?
what do we mean when we say stabilizing? Are we talking about like holding it to the pad or what?
I mean, I presume they're saying like when the engines are firing, how are they avoiding the whole thing shaking itself to pieces or vibrating too much or what have you? I mean, the launch mount itself has clamps, but beyond that, I mean, it's just a very heavy booster. I think. I don't know. I'm not sure.
I mean,
have a-
so
Go ahead.
you're gonna get vibrations. Rocket motors make a lot of noise, and they tend to vibrate things around them. I mean, that's part of the reason why we see the deluge system in there in the first place. Part of it is to prevent sound from reverberating off the ground and shaking the booster to pieces, because it can compound it. But during a static fire, I mean, I suppose being clamped to the pad probably dampens the vibrations just a little bit, but I mean, in terms of stability, I think the hold downs are probably good enough. You're probably getting some damping through just just the hold down clamps themselves because of the mechanical like bushings that are on those. But I mean, it's hard to say. They could have a damper installed in the hold downs, but you don't really want to dampen a hold down point because it's holding something up. You don't want it to move, except when it pulls away. So there's a lot of different things that they could be using to stabilize vibrations. I mean, the other thing that rockets do is you have, everybody's heard like, oh, ignition sequence start. It's important to stage the engines. You don't fire all the engines at once. You can create a shock load doing that. Basically, the overpressure event of 33 engines going off all at the same time can break things. It's like dropping the booster up, so to speak. So you would stage the ignition. You don't see all the engines firing at once. They're staggered by a couple milliseconds, and that can also help reduce vibrations.
Good deal. Thanks for that.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Yeah,
I
look
learned
at this.
something today.
The pan shot here is showing the tank farm is very calm right now. Like all the GSE seems to be very calm, like we were talking about.
I want to live up to my Twitter name here. We are at 3 cars. I can confirm
wow.
3 cars.
The return of the Boca Chica car counter. That's how you got your start, buddy.
Yeah, it's the origin. So 3 cars. I'm certified to do this.
You should put it on the ticker.
Cars 3. Watch for 4 return. That would be the best. If like 3 go, 4 return, be like, huh?
I mean, if that happens, at least we would know what the issue was. Somebody left their truck parked somewhere it shouldn't have been. But
somebody at the production site being like, wait, where's my car? Oh no.
Dude, where's your car? Where's your car,
Josh.
dude?
Where's your car, dude?
Adrian doesn't get this reference.
I have seen that movie. Haha.
Really?
Yeah.
Is this a stream first? I think this might be a first.
No, we have talked about Star Wars and Lord of the Rings before, so
Those don't count. Those do not count.
count.
They don't count.
Oh.
Jim, I'm just categorically like, no, I'm not allowing any discussion. Those just don't count. Callisto, thank you for the support. They say, does the hot fire ring also include a plate on the bottom to protect the top of Booster 9 during separation? Good question. I don't know. I mean, I've taken a bunch of photos of it. It looks like there's something in there, but I don't feel comfortable saying definitively one way or the other. I see Alex is typing in the back channel, so I'm going to continue talking. There we go. He says there's a bit of shielding, he thinks, but only a bit. Good deal.
I mean, you're probably up there. Okay, so you got to do rocket engines do 2 things. They make a lot of pressure, and then also the stuff comes out is hot. I don't know if anybody noticed that.
Yes.
So you're probably going to have some type of thermal protection up there, but the vents actually on the side of the hot staging ring are used to get the pressure out and away. If you have pressure and heat at the same time, we saw that cracks concrete pretty good actually. So
yeah.
if you're given a way for the pressure to go, in this case perpendicular out the sides, you're probably going to want to shield some stuff from the overpressure event that happens from air starting those engines with the first stage still attached, but some thermal protection up there, and there's a lot of vents on that thing. Probably would be good enough. You don't need a lot. I mean, we can look at other rockets that hot stage. Titan did that. Soyuz does that. The hot staging is only for a second. It's really only maybe a fraction of a second. And because of that, you're not getting much heat into the system there. Like you've seen Soyuz separate many times, and the core stage, that the second stage of the Soyuz, just kind of falls away a little bit. Titan's the same way. I mean, Titan did have relief holes built into the forward skirt on the first stage, and that gives, as long as you're given a place for the pressure to go, and obviously you need some thermal protection system, and their rockets get a little hot. You're going to be fine. You don't need like a flame bucket on top of the stage there. But there are components that you're going to want to protect. The grid fin actuators probably should protect those. The tank venting system, that probably going to need that later. So just important stuff to pay attention to. You don't necessarily need a flame deflector up there. You just need a place for the overpressure event to go, because the hot staging is going to be quick, going to be pretty fast.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that, but that makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's like when you accidentally touch the burner on your stove, if you kind of just like touch it real quick, you're probably not going to burn your hand. I don't know if that's probably a terrible analogy, but Adrian, say something smarter than me, please.
NASA
Go ahead.
spaceflight not responsible is what I'm going to say. Don't go touching your stove to see if Jack is right or not, please.
Yeah, it's hot. Don't do
Jack
that.
said if I touch the stove quickly, I don't get burned. Like, come on.
Please don't. No, I would say the only difference in hot staging from Soyuz and like other rockets in the past that have done hot staging compared to Starship is this is the unique situation of you cannot damage your booster, right? Like it's a weird new thing because usually, for example, for Soyuz runs once it hot stages, it doesn't care what it burns, besides the thing that it's still flying.
Yeah,
But
because the
in
rest
this
of the
case-
rocket is getting thrown away. Like, it doesn't matter if the engines melt to the top of the first stage.
Yeah.
Because the first stage is just going into the ocean or Kazakhstan or whatever.
Yeah. So this is the unique case of you cannot damage that booster. You still need it. You want to land this. So it's a new way of hot staging. That's a video title there, like in curved letters. It's like it's a new way of hot staging. Anyway,
New patented way of hot staging your rocket, developed by Space Exploration Technologies.
I love
we
that
go.
we've previously joked many times on our streams about like the transatlantic announcer voice, and I feel like if anyone on stream is gonna be really good at it, it's gonna be EJ.
Hey, what's up?
We want to EJ. We want to do that one day where we have like black and white or sepia video with the the burned in little scrapes and stuff on it, and be like, and now you can see the hot staging ring is being moved down the highway. Like,
For a number of years now, work has been proceeding on the crudely conceived idea. No, wait, I'm not doing that.
on the orbital launch mount, it has
on the
been
orbital launch
ongoing.
mount.
God damn it.
Good deal. We're getting a whole bunch more awesome support from folks. You guys, I mean, a lot of times I'm sort of at a loss for words at how to properly thank people. I mean, Bideford coming in with a $50 super chat. That is so much money. Thank you, Bideford. Saying, maybe we should thank Elon for stepping up everything along with my favorite space nerd channel, NSF. Everybody like, please. Thank you, Bideford. One of those names we see pop up all the time. Super generous of you. I mean, $50, I don't know about y'all, is a lot of money to me. So, wow. I mean, it's just...
In the comments too, Jack, I recognize Bideford's name from like comments on videos. Not even to do with super chats or whatever. I just recognize that name as somebody who's always leaving. I read a lot of the comments on the videos. I reply to quite a few of them, especially the Flat Earth ones. It's like my daily therapy is replying to Flat Earth. Like, how did they solve the Van Allen belt radiation? And I was like, they did in the 60s. It wasn't a problem.
Well, I mean, they went around it.
They went around
Belt,
it. Like,
not a
come on.
sphere.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Thank you for the support, Bideford. I recognize the name.
Yeah, absolutely. AD also with a $50 super chat. Thank you so much. They say, thanks for the beautiful views of Booster 9 on the orbital launch mount and the informative and entertaining conversations. You're so sweet. Thank you, AD, for the very generous support and the kind words. Very cool. And, whoa, Stabby Unicorn with a $50 tip. I just am, that's a terrible visual, or an awesome mental image. I'm just imagining a unicorn. Because what else would a unicorn stab with than its horn?
Yeah.
Anyways. Stabby Unicorn, thank you for the support at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. If y'all don't know, that's another way you can support us. If you don't want to do the super chats, if you'd rather do tips.nasaspaceflight.com, that's yet another way you can do, to support us. So thank you, Stabby Unicorn, for the entertaining name and the tip and saying, I want bacon. You know what? I also want bacon, but I'm living on Red Bull and Uncrustables right now because I'm a trash person. Anyways, Adrian, were you going to say something? No, don't acknowledge it.
Stop
Just
at
we're
the
moving on. We're
Stop
moving
at the
on.
gas station to get some breakfast tacos, dude. You don't have to eat Red Bull and Uncrustables every morning.
Arguably, gas station tacos are worse, but we're not going to get into a food debate here.
Did I Google Uncrustables?
Now you're good.
Just don't.
Don't. You don't want to do that.
They're like up there with Pop-Tarts, except I don't think you have to cook them, right?
Right. Adrian, were you
Yeah.
going to say something more pertinent to the subject at hand, i.e. Booster 9, Static Fire?
No, we are still at 3 cars, and I think where they went to provide a bit knowledge here, I think based on the fact that so far we have not seen anybody on the OLM, they're at the tank farm, which makes sense based on where they aborted this. that there's probably an issue somewhere in this tank farm. The problem is the tank farm is really, really huge. So to find them somewhere there is, yeah, kind of practically impossible. So they're somewhere in there and fixing a problem, or looking at a problem, or just observing a problem.
Good deal. Oh, hey! We have Forger Stucky in chat saying Walter Cronkite said "Go baby go," which was very out of character for him during John Glenn's Atlas Mercury orbital flight. Did he say it multiple times? Either way. Go ahead.
When we had the whole argument in the back channel a bit ago about that, there was some sources saying Atlas, some saying like Apollo 11. Apparently, it happened multiple times.
Nice. Love it. Good deal. Thank you, Forger, for the support there. Always love seeing your name pop up in stream. Let's see here. Here's kind of a fun one. Misty is asking, which Pokemon is the... No, I'm kidding. Misty is asking, could they land on the... Yeah, did you get it? Did you get that one?
Blastoise.
Yeah, of course I got it.
Blastoise? No way. Snorlax, baby.
But water.
Oh no! the merge thing that pops across that panoramic. You can see workers on the screen, by the way. That's the top of the truck in the right hand, the top of the van. They went out there. A door to a generator looks like it's opening. That's a generator there, isn't it?
You know what?
Yes.
Yep.
How hilarious would it be if the entire issue was just the generator ran out of gas?
And they had to go refuel it.
Right?
I mean, that's the generator area that powers the log subcoolers. So on the left side, you can see the beginning of the log subcoolers, and that's the generators right in front of it. So they're probably related, or like very likely related to running the log subcooler system. We usually see them like eject like one big cloud once they're ignited before log subcooling. So yeah, apparently the issue was maybe on the Lux subcooling side.
Yeah. We'll see what they do, but right there, you see just the top, the lid, the roof of the van is sticking over the black wall in the very extreme sort of lower right-hand corner, right? And then there's a generator door open to it just in front of the side window of the van there. We just saw that door swing open with a worker with a hard hat. Looks like they're working in there. So watch for that door to swing closed again. There goes a hat walking by.
Yep, there you can see it. Yep.
Happy OSHA noises as they see the hot hat being like, nice,
Yeah.
there.
Oh, that's another person walking in the same direction.
I love that we have visuals on this right now.
I think there's still a hat working at the left-hand generator over there.
A hat.
There is a hat. I mean, a person worker. That United Rentals, I can tell the United Rentals logo because it's burned into my skull. But that generator, now in the middle of the screen, you see some hard hats walking around, and it looks like, yeah, look at that. They're working with those generators for sure. Not sponsored by United Rentals, unless.
This is so cool that we can observe this. Like, I'll quick shout outs to, I think, Kevin who found this. I said it's practically impossible to find them, and Kevin took that personal, apparently. And was like, I will...
It's a reflection too, Adrian, real quick. I thought that they were between us and the generator, but that looks like a reflection of the hard hat on the side of the generator, and they're working on the back side of it. Maybe that's a door that's open with a peeling United Rentals logo, right? You see it sort of peeling? And they're behind what seems to be a door, and you can see the hard hat, I think, reflecting off the side of the generator.
Hey, Das, I don't mean to interrupt, but chat. I saw chat going bananas over there, and I think I see why. Chat was going bananas because there is some really hefty super chats in there.
For real.
Like,
I mean, I don't even... What do you even say? I mean, Chris Laub coming through with a $500 super chat.
No way.
Multiple.
way.
Multiple?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's definitely a bunch up there.
Holy cow. Chris.
You guys, you guys might want to look at it.
I have all my technical screens open right now. I don't have the panel open, so I didn't. But look at that, $500, Chris.
And not to overshadow that, there was 100 before that.
No
a couple hundred before that.
100 from Dave Johnson as well that says, please don't eat those crappy tacos, which thank you to Dave for having my back on this one.
Yeah, he's talking to you, man, yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait I mean, clearly now we can use some $100 to not eat the gas. The gas station tacos are really not that bad.
I mean, that's not saying they're good, though. That's the thing.
Well, let's put it this way. Like in North Carolina, I can't get actual Tex-Mex breakfast tacos at all. So
Okay.
when I end up down there, I'm like, these are delicious because I can't get them back at home. So maybe my bar is skewed a little bit. I like the
I see-
chorizo ones good. They're good.
I see
you
Cosmic Perspective in chat saying stripes, which is exactly where you get
Yeah,
those.
the
and-
Laredo Taco Stripes.
Oh,
Is that new
nice.
Stripes open yet?
Yeah, it is.
All
The new
right.
Stripes is open, and I can confirm it is a new Stripes. But I digress. Chris Laub. Normally, with these super chats, there's you can put a little blurb in there, something for us to riff on or read. Chris Laub didn't put anything, which is fine. It's just remarkable that they don't. I mean, they contributed $500 to this stream so that everybody around the world can watch these tests. Chad is saying $500 in tacos. That's a Simpsons
Oh,
reference
no.
if I've ever seen one.
Nice.
Although I think it was 300. Either way, Chris Laub, seriously, man, that's absolutely and utterly outstanding. I don't even know what else we can say other than continuing to have our fun and bring you guys this test and hopefully entertaining you while we wait for the red team at the pad to finish things up. But seriously, Chris,
Those super chats contribute directly to Jack's Taco Fund.
I mean,
You can
you're
help
not
a
wrong.
starving Jack Buyer.
You're not
Not
wrong.
eat Crustables in the morning. Like
Yeah.
I want
Normally,
only a few dollars a day.
Normally, I'll make like a nice little southwestern scramble in the morning, or I do make tacos, and I'll save a bunch of tacos and have them like leftovers. I'll have them in the morning. I'll have them at dinner. Delicious. But suffice to say, I did not plan this morning out as well, and so I have my backup food. I'm not even going to tell you what's in the cooler next.
I want to point out that for remind me all for the third flight, because I probably won't make it down there for the second flight. But if I make it down there for the third flight, what I really want to do is film the last 12 hours before we go live. How everything is going down, because I think I just remembered because we got breakfast tacos one of the launch attempts. I really want to have like a vlog style documentation of how everything of the NSF team is going down these last 12 hours before going live before Starship launch.
Honestly,
that was such a cool thing.
That's a really, really good idea. Like, if we all just had a GoPro or something, and at 12 hours to go, we strapped a GoPro to each of our chests, and, it just recorded. I mean, it's pretty wild. I mean, yesterday was relatively chill up until around mid-evening. We got close to sunset, and things started to get real. And then, of course, right around 9 o'clock Central, Mary got the overpressure notice, which really made things real. And then it was just adrenaline dump after adrenaline dump after adrenaline dump. And the pace was frenetic. And I mean, I think between Andrew, Sean, and I, we might have collectively slept a total of 6 hours, maybe. And that's probably being generous. And, we got out here before the sun was up, and we were getting cameras set up and running around, making sure everything was going to work for the stream. And yeah, I'd second that, Adrian. That's a really good idea.
Just this moment of departing the pad on launch day was because we were departed, I think, around 9 or 10 p.m. local. And that was just, maybe earlier even. And it was so weird to know that you're leaving the pad for launch. And it was such a cool feeling. I want to do that. Next time I'm down there, I want to just make sure that we get that get that running, because I think that's just a really cool thing to do.
Kevin in our back channel says a 24-hour shift didn't feel like it until it was over, and I will 100% echo that. The amount of joy and fun and adrenaline that at least I, and I'm sure all of you guys, derive from doing this stuff is exceptional, and it's so fun, and it's all because of y'all's support. But as soon as the launch is over, or the event is over, and a few minutes go by, maybe an hour or two, you start to wind down, holy cow, the crash is real. Oh my, holy McNuggets, Russell Snodgrass
Another one.
with
Another
a
one.
$500 super chat. Russell, and that's yet another one of those names we see pop up all the time with high dollar levels of support. Russell, you're the best. I mean, everybody watching this right now, if you're watching this, you're the best. But Russell is really the best of the best. Seriously, Russell, thank you. They say keep the awesome coverage coming, or maybe bacon tacos. You know what?
Oh,
I'm going to have to do some bacon tacos as like a member thing, and I'll post it up in the food chat channel, which we have now. Thank you, Adrian. But
Russell, we're
seriously,
friends now.
seriously, thank you, Russell. What'd you say, EJ?
I said, Russell, we're friends now. Bacon tacos, yeah, we're friends.
Making tacos, making bacon tacos, making bacon, you put it on your taco. Okay, Russell
Thank
got a
you, Jack.
song. That was his song. Thank you, Russell.
got a song.
It's very rare. It happens every now and then, but it's exceptionally rare. Thank you, Russell. That is so much money. And hopefully, you know, our animated and I don't even know what to. I can't even talk. Thank you, Russell. And somebody else talk.
We have fun with it. I mean, you know, there's you see like NASA stuff, and they're all scripted, and they're like, we're gonna have insert celebrity name, and you know, there's this, they got to run this one little thing that they're gonna show you, and then read a press release or whatever. And we don't really do any of that stuff. We're space nerds first. We have photography nerds, we have programmer nerds, we have all sorts of different people. But we're space nerds first, and we hang out and just share these experiences with folks. It's not free. I mean, we accomplish. I'm honestly really impressed with the amount of stuff we're able to accomplish with like the staff and the backing we have, because it's chat. It's the people that are watching us that are helping us afford to do the things we do. And people look at the gear and they're like, "What? Oh, we're not going to use that on broadcast." And we're like, "Well, we've got people watching it right now, and this little security camera is doing just fine for us." We really do accomplish a lot, but we couldn't accomplish any of it without y'all's support. So y'all keep showing up. And Jack, the way I say it is like, when people financially support us, they're voting their trust in us to continue providing experiences. They're fun, they're enjoyable. We're not just sitting here trying to stuff press releases down your throat or whatever. We tell jokes. We're just people that love this stuff, and we have enough technical skill that we can share it with you. So wouldn't be able to do it unless y'all kept hanging out and showing up whenever we hit the little button that goes live.
Absolutely. It's
Yeah, man.
really so fun and so it's just a joy to be able to bring this stuff to people around the world. And you know, we get a lot of support from y'all, and that's the only reason we're able to do it. But truth be told, it's not like we're some massive conglomerate. We're basically a startup still. We're a very scrappy organization. We make do with what we can, and we do our very best. We try to bring you information, and when we speculate on things, we try to label that, and we take that trust, Das, that you're mentioning. We take
Yeah.
that trust very seriously.
Mhm.
And
Oh.
just hats. I see hats.
Are they closing doors and enclosures over here?
I
Look
swear
at the
they just
reflection. Maybe the reflection is gone, and that means there might be something close that sparked it earlier.
Yeah.
if they see their shadow, it's 2 more weeks until static.
Oh, no.
Okay, I'll-
Don't
4
say
hours
that.
of static fire delay.
They say static fire 3 times in a mirror. And wait,
What? No, that's totally
Well,
different.
Fellas,
EJ,
we
will
did
Go
see
ahead.
the one of the vents come on. It was when people were walking around. It's when we were talking about the super chats, probably about 5 minutes ago. One of the vents, the Pope vent, did turn on, and
Yep.
we did see the grass vent turn on too. So, I mean, I think it's pretty reasonable to say that they're testing systems to make sure that they fixed whatever
Oh.
was wrong with the fueling system.
Yeah.
they're locking doors.
Look at that
Yep.
hustle. I like to see that hustle.
Yeah, they're
Good
locking doors.
deal.
That's we can check locking doors on the checklist.
I
Because-
don't remember ever having views like this previously. What's different today? Says the guy who helped set up the cameras. But still, I'm kind of baffled. This is amazing.
So in the past we've had like one camera over on this sort of side, and now we've got 3 cameras over on this side. So we can we've talked about it in the past. It's like, oh, we don't want to zoom in because if something happens to the wide shot, then we miss it, and so we have to leave this wide shot just to make sure everything's covered, right? And now we have like a dedicated camera that's a wide shot, and then we have another dedicated camera that can be like a mid shot, and we have a third like tracking camera that's a close in shot. I think that's what we're watching right now.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now. This is like an actual one of our tracking cameras. This is like a rapid deployable one, so we can move it around really quickly. It's not a big crazy thing with a bunch of wiring or anything. It is one of the things we labeled a deployable. and we can move it from place to place so that we can capture things. So the places that we're in here today, two things happening. One, we have more cameras, so we're not scared to zoom in and lose the wide shot coverage in case something happens over on one side, right? We also have it at a slightly different angle so we can see up the road. We didn't go tuck it way in off one side. This area here allows us a little bit more visibility in terms of what we're doing. The tripod's a little bit taller, so we can look sort of, I'm not going to say over the wall, because clearly there's a wall in the way and we can't see everything in there. But really, we've been moving these deployable cameras around, trying to find a more opportune place where we can capture more stuff, better signal, easier accessibility, like all this sort of stuff, right?
Right.
So this
Yeah,
is part
and-
of what y'all have been doing.
Yeah, it's been a blast the last week or two out here in particular, just because it hasn't been just me. It's also been Sean out here shooting the daily video stuff and shooting some awesome photos. So if you remember, you have access to the really cool shots that Sean's been making. And also, got a shout out to Andrew. Andrew, thank you so much for just absolutely busting your butt and getting these robot setups up.
Oh,
The idea to put the second camera underneath the first camera so that we could have the wide and the tight like Das is talking about, just love it. I love it. It's awesome. Thanks, buddy. And just going back, just to tie things up with a nice little bow, like we talked about, we're a team. We're a scrappy little startup, and we're doing what we can with what we got, and just it takes a village, or I don't know. Somebody else talk. I think I might be getting heat stroke.
No, Jack, you said we do what we can with what we got, but we have what we have because chat keeps showing up. And they support us, and they vote with their likes, and they vote with their eyeballs, and they vote with their dollars, right? And the biggest thing for me is like when we're turning those dollars around, it's like, how can we make the experience better for people? We're not sitting here putting Ferraris in our Ferrari account or whatever, right? It's not even close, honestly. We're trying to see, okay.
Have you seen my Land Rover? Parts are still held on with tape and literal string.
Yeah, exactly. It really is like we want to take that support and turn it back around into keeping the views coming, improving the views, all that sort of stuff. So it really is. You were telling the story earlier about, we were so excited when IFT was happening, when the orbital flight was supposed to be happening, or the integrated flight was supposed to be happening. I was out there setting stuff up, and we're such a small team. It's not like we have a team of 20 people there in the field that are all, okay, you go do this one thing, and you go to this other thing. So we were running, and it's like, all right, got to set this, go do this, go do this, go do this. Now over to here, now we're going to go here. And I think we caught like a 2-hour nap or an hour nap or something like that, because it was straight from setting up the cameras. All right, now they're deployed with SpaceX. Okay, now we have to go over here and finish this. All right, now we're finishing this new screen. All right, now let's drive all the way across the channel and go pick this stuff up and go to the hotel and set up the command center. Like, so much stuff that we did. You don't even really remember it. It was just a whirlwind of adrenaline.
Yeah. I remember that I was one of the first on the second one to head off on commentary, and while I was commentating, you and I think Michael and a lot of others were still building everything around me that we needed. So I was just sitting there commentating while we were still working on getting the setup and like the trackers and everything ready. That was like insane experience, and again, I think these time in Boca were like the best days ever.
Yeah, and it really is different when it's a team, right? Even if it's not just you there, Jack. Like, sometimes you've been out there and it's just you. I know for a long time Nick was out there and it was just Nick. And it is a total different thing when it's 2 people, 3 people, and you got folks to hang out with while you're doing this stuff, as opposed to being like the one old man in the lighthouse, you know?
Yeah, I drove out here after the last Virgin Galactic flight. For like a month and a half, it was just me, and then friends showed up, and more things could be done. And so that was really nice. And I gotta say it, for a long time out here, it was literally just Mary. So, that's how it goes sometimes. And when we're able to have the team come out in force, it's really a luxury.
It really is.
Good deal. Man, this is a fun one. I know we're waiting for this hold to be lifted, but it's a good day today. We're all having fun. We're doing a classic NSF marathon stream, so thanks y'all for coming out for this one.
Yeah.
I hope everybody enjoys these, because there were some people were wishing these could come back, where we go a bit live a bit earlier, start a bit more about and we just hope people like them because we saw comments about them that people liked them, and here we are doing marathon streams for cool events.
Nice.
Yes, indeed. EJ, buddy, if you have any questions here in the panel that pique your interest, feel free to grab some because let me just say I've been enjoying your answers. So,
My question thing isn't currently working right now, dude. Feed me. Feed me.
okay,
What do you got?
okay, hang on a second. Well, I
We're
will
almost-
just a moment. I'm not
yeah.
going to feed you gas station tacos though because we are almost at
Wait, wasn't that the
800,000
plan?
subs.
They're delicious.
I mean, the viewers said for the tacos. I mean,
Okay, well I guess maybe I'll fine feed you
we
gas
have to do
station
it.
tacos.
I mean, we have to do what they say. I mean,
It's contractually obligated.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
You know the rules.
No, don't do it.
Okay.
Don't
Let's
do it.
see. Kavita is asking, a bit unrelated, but if Integrated Flight Test 2 is successful, would Integrated Flight Test 3 be a full orbital test with a payload, in parentheses, maybe a Cybertruck lol? I mean, you can't really fit a Cybertruck in the payload bay because of the door and the nose cone being welded on, but gosh, that'd be fun to think about. But what
First,
do you
they'd
think?
have to have a Cybertruck. Cough, cough.
Hey,
sorry.
Come on.
They're
Shots
working on it.
fired.
No, they're spooling it up. I follow along. They've been spooling them up there in Austin. So
Yeah, speaking of the busted Land Rover that I drive and love, gosh, I would love an electric vehicle so much, especially a Cybertruck, but that's neither here nor there. EJ,
hmm
what do you think? If IFT2 goes well, do you think IFT3 will involve a payload? Perhaps maybe Starlinks?
I don't mean to sound vague, but it really depends on how well IFT2 goes. You can have partial success, especially with the spiral development that SpaceX is using. Like, by a lot of accounts, IFT1 was a pretty good test. You learned a lot from it, but I mean, we saw how that ended, right? It really depends on how well the test goes. So with the way SpaceX tests stuff, which is it's spiral based, meaning it's not like NASA where you do all the math out, you make sure all your T's are crossed, make sure all your I's are dotted, right? And go do the test and make sure that your test fits the analytical data. SpaceX does a little bit of analytics. They do, I mean, I'm going to say a little bit, but they actually do a lot. They do a lot of simulation and testing, and then they send it. And if the result can be more divergent from what their expected success is. But hey, 799,000 right there.
Whoa, just less than
less than
100 to
Nice.
go.
1,000 to go.
Nice.
Yeah.
We might actually do it here.
So, I mean, yeah, I hope so. That would be really nice. So, I think that it really depends on how well IFT2 is going to go. And that has to do a lot with no matter what you're doing, whether you're doing spiral development with rockets or waterfall style development, so kind of like NASA, it really depends on analyzing the data. Everyone throws that around. Every press conference you go to, how did this work? Well, we got to look. So, often with these test flights, there's a lot of developmental instrumentation. All right, so you have test sensors all over the spacecraft, right? They're going to have test sensors up and down. They had DFI test sensors or developmental flight instrumentation sensors all over SLS when they launched it. And they made it a thing to note in the press conferences that those DFI sensors that was the cause for one of the scrubs, but the DFI sensor was actually feeding anomalous data comparatively to the operational sensors. So it's
Right.
not just, sending it and then being like, okay, this test was good enough. You have to verify that these developmental sensors are basically, they're giving you the same readout as the operational sensors. And then from there, you can kind of figure out how well this test went. And that really depends on what they're really looking for. I mean, I'm pretty sure they're looking for staging per what Elon said. So, it's possible, depending on how well that test goes and depending on how well that this IFT2 test goes, you could see a payload on there. And yes, it would be really funny if it was a Cybertruck. I kind of want that to happen.
I feel like it needs to happen. I don't know how it could possibly happen at this stage of Starship's development, given that the only sort of payload door we've seen is that little tiny Pez dispenser payload door. But, I mean, undeniably, one of the things that made Falcon Heavy demo flight as cool as it was, and still to this day one of my very favorite moments of all time as a space nerd, was the fact that they just yeeted a car into heliocentric Mars orbit, crossing orbit, whatever you want to call it. Like, absolutely amazing. And when the fairings came off and they were playing David Bowie and Starman sitting there hurtling through space, like, what a moment. So
Yep,
yeah, I think
absolutely.
we would all love to see something similar with Starship and a Cybertruck. So, maybe
I
someday.
mean, I
A
don't,
guy
I
can
don't,
dream.
I don't know about you, but if they do make it to orbit, hopefully we see some type of hypersonic entry test with the vehicle. I mean, if it has tiles, it has it. If it doesn't, oh well. But it would be cool to get that truck back down. Talking full scope. Like if on
Yeah.
IFT3, if they send one with tiles, bringing it back down and landing it, and that truck will join one of the very small amount of spaceflight hardware that has actually come back, from
Now I'm
orbit.
now I'm like trying to visualize how a Cybertruck in the nose cone of a Starship would affect CG of the entire stack, if at all. I don't know. The whole thing's so massive, it'd probably be fine.
The header tanks could compensate for it, if I'm understanding how they work correctly.
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. More questions. Here's an interesting one. Oh, actually, before we do this next question, Adrian, do you want to give us a brief overview of where we're at for people who might have just joined?
Yeah, so we were looking at SpaceX preparing to static fire Booster 9 for the first time, and maybe last time. Right now we are in a hold as they aborted the pre-fueling sequence where they chilled down the tank farm, and we are now in a situation where we had 3 cars going to the launch site, and we already saw them working on a generator on the oxygen side of the tank farm, where there appears to be an issue. And yeah,
You're going hard on Loxygen, huh? You're trying to make
it's
fetch a thing.
implemented. It's implemented in my normal speaking now. And at this point, we are just waiting for them to finish up that work, and it looks like they're about to. They already closed some doors, and once that happens, we hope these cars depart. And once that happens, we hope to see the tank farm going into full force again. And with that, they resume the attempt to static fire Booster 9. Was that a good overview?
Yeah, great, thank you. Once again, the test window today goes until 8 p.m. local. We are 34 minutes shy of noon local, so 8 hours, 34 minutes, plenty of time left in the window to get this static fire done. And Adrian, near the start of the stream, you asked me how the temperature was, if it was hot. I am going to now report that yes, we have achieved hot. It is very, very hot. But
And now to Jack with the weather.
It's hot.
Thanks, Jack.
This has been a so fun stream. I cannot stretch it enough. It's just so fun. It's a very, really cool stream.
Good lineup.
In contrast to the tank farm, by the way, which apparently is not cool.
But you know what? Wow. But as hot as it is, you know what? If testing takes a little bit longer and we get a little bit of evening or late afternoon lighting, I mean, I'm not gonna complain. That's gonna be a pretty beautiful thing. Remember, in the good old times when they would static fire at night? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Good talk.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, yes, I do remember that.
Let's see. Just Some Canuck is asking, do you think hot staging has a higher risk of causing tiles to fall off the Starship? EJ, go.
That's a good question. That's actually a really good question, a very fair question. Okay, so why would tiles fall off from a rocket engine firing? Well, if we cast our mind back, guess what? There's another shuttle reference coming. Oh yeah!
Ding, ding, ding,
We
ding.
cast our mind back to STS-1. With STS-1, they didn't spray the pad down with enough water. That coupled with the booster overperformance, the boosters worked a little bit better than what they expected. That actually caused reverberations off of the ground. And those compounding reverberations of the rocket noise reverbing off of the ground, off of the deck of the pad, actually caused some tiles to fall off. Now, I think the question here is like, what is it going to do it during hot staging? Well, that really depends on, it depends on your staging velocity. It depends on how fast you're going. It's not, I mean, obviously you're going to fire the rocket engines when the thing's in the air, and the hot staging is going to shoot gases out to the side. Now the real question is, what are those gases coming out going to interact with that's going to cause reverberations of tiles? We've seen them static fire Starship a couple of times on the suborbital test stand, and tiles do fall off, but that's when it's reverberating off the ground. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean, because the ground isn't near you when you're staging, I mean, hopefully, right? It's not near you. That doesn't necessarily mean that tiles won't come off. You can get reflections from the overpressure of those engines bouncing off the supersonic boundary layer or hypersonic boundary layer, depends on the staging velocity. It will reverberate off of that. Rockets, when they fly at high speed, they leave a wake somewhat similar to a boat in kind of in visual only, not water is not air, but they're both fluid mediums that it can fly through. But you could get reverberation off that, and that could cause some tiles to come off. But by and large, the main reason that tiles or tile-based rockets have tiles falling off is from reverberation off of the ground. Now, once again, whether it's going to reverberate off something, some aerodynamic effect at staging, really depends on how fast you're going, and also the shape of the vehicle. You know, it has to be pointy. Has to be more pointy. But it's really kind of hard to say.
More pointy, more rigid.
Yep.
Let's see here.
We have people getting in a truck.
Here we go.
Heck yes,
And
the window's rolling
going up.
up. The
Yep,
AC
windows-
is turning on.
That's serious science here.
I just noticed that we have the subscription counter in the bottom right. That's awesome. So close. But yes, they're leaving! They're leaving!
Nice. Okay, chat. Now we learn to count with Adrian. We need to count 3 cars passing the roadblock. If they are 3 cars passing the roadblock, the pad is clear again. So we are now learning counting.
Alright,
Ein Auto. Zwei
this is-
Auto.
Yes,
Wow.
perfect. Good German.
wow.
Zwei Auto. Ah.
This is like German, the Count from Sesame Street.
Yes, it's basically
Yep.
basically we're now. How is he called? Is he called count numbers in English?
He's just called the Count.
Okay. Oh yeah, that works because it's the count. Oh, that's a good one.
Sawyer would be proud.
Yeah, I just
All
realized
right.
that's a good one. Sorry.
Well, as we watch this team leave the pad, which is awesome because it means we're going to get back into the testing flow here, I am going to eat a snack, so I will be right back. Adrian, I'm leaving the questions with you, buddy. Feed EJ questions while I feed myself horrible food.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
EJ, let's take over the show here.
Hit me with those laser beams.
Yeah, we can talk about this question a bit, and it's about a program we talked about a bit before. How long do you guys think till they launch HLS after the test flights? And
Oof.
that's an interesting, like, in general discussion about like how really tight this timeline is to support the Artemis program here with the HLS lander, right? Like it's kind of
Yeah. I mean, we were talking a little bit earlier. I honestly, I mean, some people were disagreeing with me with chat, but I think SpaceX is kind of focused on getting to orbit so they can move towards HLS design. Bill Nelson, the administrator of NASA, has stated that, you know, an Artemis 3 landing with HLS, or with a Starship-derived lander, is going to happen sometime. I think they're shooting for 2026. Landers are one of the hardest things to make in any spacecraft design. Anybody that's played Kerbal knows that. No, landers seriously are a very, very long, what's called a long lead item in spaceflight. It's something that takes a long time to make. I mean, how do you test it? How are you going to test it? You got to send one. I mean, SpaceX is going to supposedly do not supposedly, it's on contract to do an uncrewed landing to support the real landing, right? So I think that 2026 is very, 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 very close in lander development timelines. So I think that's what they'll focus on. In terms of when we were going to see one, I think it's going to be sooner rather than later. I do think that they are prioritizing HLS development, and right now that's hence the big push for going orbital. But I think it's a fair point to also say that Starlink is something that's driving the orbital flight test as well. I think the lander is a lot closer in terms of needing to get that done, because right now there's nothing to put that lander in space. There's nothing.
Yeah.
There's nothing. They definitely have a system in place right now to put Starlink satellites up there. I mean, the V2 minis on Falcon 9 is definitely pushing Falcon 9 to its limits. in terms of like operational cadence, but there's nothing to put that lander up there right now. And SpaceX really has to get those fueling operations down as well. And once again, 2026 is very, very close. If you cast your mind back to the Apollo program, remember Apollo 8? Apollo 8 launched without a lander in there. The reason why Apollo 8 launched with no lander wasn't because of incremental testing, but because Grumman wasn't finished with the lander. They weren't ready to go. That's why they launched Apollo 8 with no lander in it. And they went and did a circumlunar navigation and came back. So landers are a long lead item. It's right up there with propulsion. And ironically, landers have propulsion too. So it's something to take into account. I think we'll see an HLS test sooner rather than later, but also sooner rather than later might probably like next year. I mean, it's hard to say. It really depends on how well these tests go.
It's
okay.
Really, it's
like
it's
we're
crazy
leaving.
that we are. I'm really excited right now for 3 cars to leave. That's the weird thing of Boca Chica. You suddenly watch cars leaving and get excited. It's that's an interesting world we live in. And yes, I agree. It's really a tight, and they're leaving. We saw the 1 car turning around.
Yep.
That's 2, and that's 3. So if we see 3 cars here leaving, I'm sorry I interrupted this question now, but
No, it's all good.
I think this is more important. And there we go, 1, 2, and I think the last one is a security car, making sure that the pad is clear again. So that will probably, yes, leave. And there we go, 3 cars departing the pad now, which probably means we are moving into the direction of a pad clear situation again.
All right, here we go. I think an important thing to understand is that, Jack talked about it before he went off into snack mode. I mean, if we look at pictures, we were looking at pictures of these guys working on the generator. It's important to look. I mean, the Boca Chica pad has not been there very long, but there's a lot of stuff that's rusty on that thing. It looks like it's been there for years. Well, that's what happens when you make a pad close to the ocean. You get that saltwater air, and that saltwater air can change the pad. So, you could fuel it one day, right? And then, wait a month and then fuel it again in a month, and you might have something that changed because of corrosion or oxidization.
Yeah, it's this whole topic with like HLS and everything. It's such a interesting situation because you're no longer only in this SpaceX corner where they can develop how they want. They're tied to basically the biggest contract of modern space.
Yep.
And they're crucial for the fulfillment and for getting humans back to the moon. So
it's a bottleneck item. Landers are always long lead. You have to build around the lander. That's really, really important. I mean, the engineers for the Saturn V were constantly in a struggle to balance the rocket's dry mass over the lander, over the payload. Because if your rocket can't get the payload into space, your payload isn't going to space. I mean, I don't mean to, it's like, oh, thanks for that insight, EJ. That's very apt. Yeah, I know, but that's a lot harder to do than you might think.
Absolutely, also, I just realized I cannot shake this head out of my head right now. Starship is basically everybody's first Kerbal moonlander because it's just an upper stage with legs attached.
Right. I mean, I think it's fair to call Starship more of a reusable upper stage than anything. I mean, it's definitely not a dedicated, like, reusable vehicle like the shuttle was jettisoning the external tank, but it might end up that way, which is kind of weird. We're kind of at a crossroads here to, like, what you should call it. Is it an orbiting vehicle like the shuttle? Is it a reusable upper stage? I'm kind of moving more towards reusable upper stage. And we got cars moving to the security checkpoint now.
It's a reusable upper stage with an attached permanent ferry.
Yeah, pretty much.
And with that, by the way, we can now confirm again, the pad is clear again for 33 engines.
Let's go.
Or a bit less. We will see.
Did I miss anything? I just suddenly show up again.
The pad is clear.
The pad is clear. Did they close up the generators and drive off? It looks like
we may have saw Bigfoot in the background there, Das. But
was he blurry?
Yeah. I couldn't see it.
And also the
and a nuclear strike in the background of that camera.
Whoa!
It happens.
Get the sunscreen on. Get the sunscreen. Don't stare at it.
What else was it, Adrian?
Sorry, I was thinking about other good Oppenheimer references I could now bring. Because I have seen that movie. But
Yes.
the tank farm is kicking into gear here right away. Like, it's really instantly going again. So let's hope they really fix this problem now, and we are into a flow. I mean, but it looks promising. Looks promising.
So
Based on the spreadsheets, like in terms of the flow, if they've just packed everything up, like what's the, and this is a really loaded question, what's the minimum amount of time between folks driving away and them really getting into it here?
Well, based on what I see here, it looks pretty instant, right? Like the lock side is already venting again, the pulp vent is active. It looks like they basically went like, okay, clear, punch it. And,
Nice.
But I mean, it probably is pretty instant because they never need to, like, they don't need to verify again that everything is clear. And they don't need to, like, probably do some very early check items if they're lucky, and they can just go forward again with whatever was fixed. And again, we suspect it was a generator issue based on
Yeah,
what
my question was non-specific. When I said like really get into it, I mean, where do we get to within where, you know, we're within 30 minutes of a static fire or something like that? Because we don't have an exact time, but are we looking at, oh wow, they all left, it could be 10 minutes from now? Or are we looking at, all right, now it's still 2 hours to chill things down and tank things up and condition lines again and that sort of stuff? Like, where are we at on that scale, I guess?
Yes. We are probably... that was me beginning the thought process.
Yes.
They usually need about 1.5 to 2... I'm right now going to steps in my head. Like, probably 1 hour to OLM vent, then 1 other hour off OLM vent, and then, like, still fueling and then getting to static fire. So about 2.5 to 3 hours.
Okay, all right, gotcha. Plenty of time in the window, though. The window goes all day, basically.
But right now, I would say if somebody would tell me for like, hey, they're targeting 3 p.m., I would be like, yeah, that sounds like a realistic window.
Gotcha.
So,
Thank you.
It's hard to predict these timelines. I mean, I don't think anybody was going to predict the generator running out of fuel today, right? Or,
Right.
you know, you cast your mind back to Artemis 1. I don't think anybody was going to predict a bolt coming loose. But, you know,
Yeah.
you'd be surprised how easy it is to look over the minutia with these projects. Like, it's really, really simple to be like, oh, I forgot to fill up the generator with gasoline. Oops, or diesel fuel, right?
Yep.
That can delay your timeline. So the timeline is always in flux, and that's not just with SpaceX. That's with everyone.
and there's another vent popping up in front of the orbital tank farm. Yes, it's. I always think about it more as a time, like a milestone-based countdown where you just go down a checklist, and the goal is more to understand the checklist items, because that is like, I think, the most complicated part of it actually, because there's millions of events here. There's millions of different events. So the first thing you need to find is what is meaningful. What can you actually look at in a sequence to understand where they are right now? And based on that, we can now then go from, okay, we need the OLM vent to start, we need to stop, we need fueling to happen, yada yada yada. And basically, that is the only way we can look at it right now, because, as you said, we cannot predict a generator not working. We cannot predict any gaseous leaks. That's not in our ability. We can just predict the status quo.
Yep. I mean, heck, during one of the SLS attempts, I think it was the attempt that they ended up launching, an Ethernet switch went out on the range, and they said, no, you're not launching today.
Oh,
and they're
yeah,
like, wait,
I remember
can,
that.
can you fix that switch so we can actually launch it? And they're like, okay, maybe. All right, cool.
It's such a weird thing.
Right?
But it also really, I think, puts in perspective how many things need to go right for a rocket to launch. It's
And
what's the
Go ahead.
saying? It's like the army was lost for the want of a shoe or something. Like, I don't know if it's shoe or what it is specifically, but there's some saying where like the one little thing stops the whole big thing from happening, right? Chat, help me out with that one.
Yeah. It's sometimes people. There's also this Twitter saying of like, I think Joe Bernard at some point said it being like once a month the gang finds out that vents are actually not trivial, like something like that. And,
Yep.
and it's always that when people are like, oh, there we go. By the way, the subcoolers.
Look at that.
Here we go.
That's some subcooling going on. So
And that's, Adrian, on the side of our cameras over here, that is the lock side, correct?
yes.
Yes.
Yes, and that's the top of the lock subcoolers, where once basically there's a nice nitrogen bath inside of these subcoolers where
Yep.
they flow oxygen through to cool it down. And of course, with the heat exchange, that means that the nitrogen starts to boil and become gaseous, and that gaseous nitrogen then escapes the subcoolers through the top. So this is basically signs of something is getting subcooled here, because
Gotcha.
otherwise there wouldn't be something coming out.
And that's what we see. The actual exchangers are down below the wall, behind the wall, below the railing here. And these little things we see, this sort of manifold we see sticking up, that is I don't know if exhaust would be the exact right terminology, but that's where that nitrogen that has been used to subcool the cryogenic liquid, the oxygen in this case, right, Adrian? Like, tell me if I get it
Yes.
wrong. That's where we see those vents come from, because that process has started. When nothing's happening here, we know those things are not active, but when we see the venting from this specific location, that's how we know that they're doing that specific step in the process.
Yes, basically, of course, this is still not really significant venting. This is just a bit of boil off at the top. Oh, sorry.
There you
sorry,
go.
subcoolers.
Suddenly significant venting.
Yeah, how could I say that?
Dude, you have terrible timing. You're the timing guy. The heck, Adrian?
And of course, we can see a static fire right now. Damn. Almost worked. But yeah, this is now proper something. This is now going on some subcooling.
Okay,
this is
so Adrian. Okay, so in DOS, maybe you guys can chime in. Why are we subcooling the locks? Isn't it already cold? Why are we doing this?
Adrian?
They're cryocooling it to even colder, to my knowledge. Like
So, the plumbing that goes to the pad, right? If you just start flowing locks at minus 293 F, I know that's units that some of you don't understand. I get it. It's really cold. Just go with that. If you start flowing that into a warm pipe, it's going to evaporate. You're going to geyser it. You can overpressurize the lines because too much of your propellant can evaporate. So we saw that subcooler go, it was kind of working, and then you said something and it went, yo, right? That indicates flowing. They're flowing more fuel. So we should start to see the lines start to chill down now.
Yes, this is basically everything as. Oh, this is actually more significant than I think we saw even before today. But yeah, this is subcooling of lines, the vents, everything, because basically everything that has contact with the oxygen or the methane needs to be cooled down. Like everything. It's because, as I said before, stuff usually doesn't like to come in contact with minus 200 degrees liquids all of a sudden. Usually materials don't like that.
Mm-hmm. You can get two-phase flow with that. That's what that's called. You don't want to flow gas and liquid through a liquid fuel pipe.
It sounds like something that could break the pipe.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot of people don't understand, like, you want to fill up a bucket with water from your garden hose or whatever, right? You're like, oh yeah, you just go turn on the hose and you fill it up. And rockets are slightly more complicated than that. Imagine that if you wanted to fill up a bucket with water, if you didn't do it just right and you didn't condition the bucket correctly first, the bucket may crack, fall apart, or explode when you start putting water in it, right? And that's the deal with the rockets here. You don't just get to like turn on the valve and let things start to flow. You got to make sure that everything is ready to accept the flow. It's a kitchen thing. I don't know, I hope nobody's ever done this, but you've seen if you take boiling water and you put it into like a glass container that is not rated for boiling water, the glass can crack, right? The glass can shatter, actually. And that's the same sort of thing that rockets have to deal with in the other direction, where you have to condition everything. You have to make sure the lines are ready. You don't just run over there and be like, all right, hit the button to start the liquid oxygen flow. Like, that's not how it works. So when we say that it takes some amount of time, minutes, hours to get ready to condition the pad, to condition the lines, it's not just, all right, fill the rockets, bam, and it starts to go. You have to make sure everything is ready to start accepting that so that your bucket doesn't explode when you turn on the valve. Does that make any
you're-
sense?
Yeah, you're changing the material properties of the pipe here. Well, not necessarily material properties. You're changing the temperature, and that's going to
Yep.
cause the pipe to contract. And if you do that too fast, the pipe won't seal. Once again, they ran into that problem during one of the wet dress rehearsals with SLS, flowing hydrogen too quickly. Blowing
Yep.
hydrogen too quickly caused an unacceptable leak rate. Now, with hydrogen, because it's, gaseous hydrogen is so small, it's really easy to get a leak rate. Methane being a little more stable because of that carbon that's in the methane makes it not leak as much, but it's still something you got to consider with any cryogenic propellant. It'll geyser if you flow too fast and you could break something.
Yep, you got it.
Oh, look at that. That's what we want to see. Like, I'm really getting optimistic based on this. And this is actually kind of comparable to the Booster 7 situation, because they had similar issues on the Booster 7. Like they had to abort the initial attempt and then had to send somebody out, and this is comparable.
Mhm.
So, and it makes sense, right? Because especially on a day like this, you want to be very careful. Everything should be right.
Yeah, the wind's working in our favor here too. The way that the venting is going, it is keeping those views clear. It looks like a wind from the south blowing up from Mexico right now, keeping those vapors out of our way. Because sometimes when the wind is not right, it blows the vapors right over the sort of field of view, and you can't see anything. So we'll see if the wind sticks this way. But this is good wind for static fire viewing right now.
Absolutely. We had worse views during a static fire so far.
Yeah.
So
The one thing we
definitely.
are going to struggle with, we're coming up on noon Central Time here, and y'all already know we get this turbulence, right? The heat actually roiling above the ground and causing the views to become a little turbulent, or they look fuzzy. Not as sharp as they are, and as we get through the day here, they get fuzzy like this. So that's the trade-off with. It's wonderful, like first thing in the morning when the land hasn't heated up yet, heated up, head up, whatever it is. You get these nice clear views, and then as it gets a little hotter, the views get a little bit turbulent. So
Yeah. I think I once called it haze on air, and
oh yes,
there was a significant lecture of why it was not haze.
I got an email from somebody at NASA explaining the difference. Like an optics person from NASA took the time, which I appreciate, to send me an email explaining the difference between haze and turbulence, the atmospheric distortion, and all this sort of stuff. So then we always try to get it right going forward after that. It's like it's not haze, it's not particulate matter in the air, it's the wave, the light being bent by the differences in temperature in the atmosphere. You can see it in the low there, right? The low in this shot, where that sandy area is sort of like wavering a little bit, almost like a mirage. So that is turbulence caused by the heat moving the air and causing the light to bend. Head up. Yeah, it's head up, not heated up. It's head up.
Another question we got here from Son of the Lion. Chances for 2 static fires today. Low. But
Two
not
static
0.
fires?
2
Yeah.
static fires in one day.
You never know, like what SpaceX
Yeah.
is going to do, but probably unlikely they would do 2 static fires. But you never know. One way to find out.
I could
Depends on how
actually
much data they get.
Yeah.
I could actually start to dismantle this based on timelines, I think. Because we already are in a territory where they need 2 or 3 hours to do one. And if we
Yeah.
assume, since we know from the flight that they have a window how long they can fire, so it sounds like they would have to do a full recycle, so they had to need to detank. So we are suddenly in a 3-4 p.m. area, which just leaves them with about 4 more hours in the window for
Yeah.
a full reflow, retank, detank. So even from a timeline perspective, 2 static fires are unlikely for today.
Yeah. As much as we'd love to
So-
see it.
Yes. Oh, that's an interesting one because it's kind of connected to a question we get a lot. Could they land on the grid fins instead of the pins?
That's a hard question to answer. I mean, the reason why it's a hard question to answer is because it would be kind of prudent to understand how much aerodynamic load is exerted on those grid fins during the booster's flight regime. Basically, the grid fins, because they're a control surface, they inherently make drag. They'll have pressure built up on the fins. Now, does the dynamic pressure on those fins exceed the static pressure of gravity pushing down on the vehicle on the chopsticks? I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say because it's kind of comparing load to pressure, but it's still a force being applied to the vehicle. I mean, my guess, I think it could do it. I don't think you should do that every time. Probably shouldn't do that every time. But maybe. I mean, those grid fins are a lot stronger than people think because they have to cut through the air at a really, really high rate of speed.
What's your thinking, Das?
Wait. What? Sorry, I was looking at technical stuff. Again, I'm like running technical stuff in the background too, so I'm not always paying 100% attention. What was the question?
Then I will. The question was basically, could they land on the grid fins instead of the pins if worse came to worse?
Oh, I don't think so. I know the grid fins look beefy, but the force of the air moving through them, because remember, they're edge on, they're feathered probably isn't the right terminology, but they do have to take some force, but I don't think they can take the force, the momentum of the entire rocket, even if it's empty, being held up by only the grid fins. Remember, they even have to turn. So it's not like there's a massive structure they're just bolted directly to. There has to be a big, not gear, but you know what I mean. Like there has to be a big pivot point in there, and they have to be able to turn. I think those things would get ripped right off, unless it was so close, right? And the booster comes almost to a perfectly just halt right as they catch, and it just misses the little pin, but it just barely catches the grid fin, but there's almost zero momentum. Maybe there could be like a really unstable circumstance, but I think the grid fins would get ripped off if it was anything other than just almost the perfect, not storm, the perfect situation.
I mean, yeah.
Sorry, I was looking at graphs in the background.
Oh, good, man. What I was talking about is, the grid fins are under high aerodynamic load, but I think you bring up a good point. It's important to understand that aerodynamic load doesn't just happen. It gradually builds up as your ambient pressure goes up. So basically, as the booster gets closer to the ground, there's more air. There's more air in the way. You're going to get more pressure built up. I think with the grid fins here, like if it misses and it's coming down at a really low rate of speed, maybe, yeah, you might be able to hold it up. It really depends. But if you shock loaded those things, I don't think it's going to get you very far up. You're probably going to, they'll probably snap right off.
Yeah.
It depends on how well you
never
ramp
know.
up the load.
Yep.
It's also, there's probably some very smart person that can, based on the shape and the looking of these grid fins and the expected speed, calculate how much weight they carry in aerodynamic loads, right? But I'm not smart enough to do that. But in the end, they would have to carry 200 tons of booster, or 150 or so tons of booster, maybe even more with a bit more propellant in there. So
yeah. It's not even that. Easy. It's the momentum of that, right? Because 100 tons moving 0.1 meters per second is X amount of energy, and 100 tons moving 3 meters per second is a lot more energy, right? So it's not just about the weight, which would nominally be accelerated down 9.8 meters per second squared because of gravity. You may have more than that because you have momentum of the booster falling out of the sky. It's probably the right way to say it, right?
Mm-hmm. It's how quickly you load them up.
Yep.
That really has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, dude, you're right, because they could even maybe take that if you put it on gradually, but if it's
exactly.
0 to bam, the booster's on it all of a sudden and still moving, that's different even if they could maintain. Is that like a static load versus dynamic load? I don't know if that's the right way to say it.
I mean, let's say I could come up with a good analogy here. It's like, Darcy, I don't know if you have any experience pulling a tree stump out of the ground with a truck, right?
Oh yeah.
You don't just chain up the tree stump and then hit the gas. That's gonna snap the chain. Yeah, exactly. You don't do that. You kind of load it up and then you pull gradually. It's just really how much punch are those grid fins gonna take if the pins fail and it slams right into the chopsticks.
Yeah.
So
your mileage may vary on exactly what it does, but for sure we'll be here to watch whatever it is.
Oh yeah. Either way, we're all gonna have a lot of fun, right?
Yeah.
I think
Hi,
there's
friends.
also one. Hey, Jack.
Snack
Hello.
load is complete.
Nice.
Do you want a quick update?
Yes, please.
Pad is clear again, and we see We saw some tank farm activity. No, we still see it. Not from here, but there's still tank farm activity.
Jack prop
And-
loading is complete.
Yep. No.
No? No.
Prop loading.
Jack prop loading
Jack.
is complete.
Oh.
The Jack,
okay.
not the booster.
It's actually it's not complete because I have some big red here that I'm about to chug. So then it will be complete.
Did you
I had to do it, Adrian.
cool it?
I did. That's a tasty snap right there. I don't know if you could hear it.
That's no, we couldn't, but I envy you. I want that. So Jack, you want to take over the questionnaire again?
Sure, let me bring up the old question Q-areno.
Yes, that's the technical term here. We call it
Yeah.
like that.
We're all rocket scientists and we use rocket terminology, and question
Yes.
Q-areno is nothing but the most technical of terms. Let's see here. I mean, I don't know if you guys already hit this one recently. We did a while ago, but it's been a bit of a marathon stream, so we'll just hit it again. Joe is asking, I thought weekends were off limits for road closures. What gives?
They they can do it on so many days. I think it was 5 total, and they've used up 2. If I remember what Adrian's explanation was.
Correct?
Yes. And
There you go.
that's it. They have a bit of wiggle room, probably in the way how they negotiated with the county and people that want make sure that on weekends the access to the beach is given, because that's also part of this. There's a public beach behind this, and you want to give the public the opportunity to go to the beach on Sundays. So that's why there's a limited amount of weekend closures, because yeah, you cannot close the beach every weekend. So that's the reason.
Yeah, and there was, just anecdotally, there was a whole bunch of people out on the beach yesterday evening. Everyone getting in their beach time. It's a very popular spot for locals to come and hang out, have a little fire, do a little barbecuing. So definitely nice that they limit the amount of the weekend closures, because it's a popular spot. Let's see here, and thank you, Joe, for the support.
Oh, we have a new pope again.
We do. New pope. There's a lot of new popes today. Look at those frosty subcoolers. Well, one of them's frosty, one of them's getting frosty.
It's getting there.
Excellent. Adrian, do you have like a spreadsheet and like a T0 estimate based on what we're looking at and everything? Even if it's like very rough? There could
I
be
think-
holes, caveat, weasel words, etc.
I have to say that at this point also Alex is very much observing this, so Alex is also very good at just predicting times, and here he said, and I agree with that, 2:30 to 3-ish, maybe, somewhere in that range. So I think that like around 2:30, give or take, is probably the estimation right now.
Good deal. All right. Let's do some more questions. Anonymous grabbed something from the store and asked, do you think Starship will have landing legs like the Falcon 9, or the landing legs we used on the hop tests to land on Starship? Well, I mean, I think the answer for standard Starships is no, right? They're going to be caught by the chopsticks. But, famously, there is no launch tower or chopsticks on Mars, at least not yet. So the Martian variant and the lunar variant will need to have legs of some kind. What those will look like, I don't feel qualified to speculate, but I don't know. EJ, talk to me about some legs. What do you think's going to happen leg-wise here?
Well, the landing legs that are on HLS, at least, I mean, we've only seen a couple of renders. So, knowing SpaceX, the design is super in flux. They'll release a render, and that design will probably become outdated within like a week, knowing how fast they go. I'm not sure if it's going to have Falcon 9 style. The strict reason is because it's the moon. It's not Earth. The lunar landing legs on the LEM from the Apollo program don't look like planes landing gear. You know what I mean? Now, keep in mind, I think more apt would be to compare it to something that vertically takes off and lands, like the landing legs on, let's say, DCX or like a helicopter or something. They don't look exactly the same. because the moon isn't Earth. So the design is always in flux, but I guarantee you it probably won't be something like Falcon 9. I don't think so.
Yeah.
Don't
Makes
skip
sense.
leg day, by the way.
Do not skip leg day, because then you'll just be some kind of weird, like, Trogdor looking thing with a giant arm and tiny little legs.
And winglings.
Beefy
Classic.
Little winglings. Looks good. Coming out of the back of his neck there.
Classic. Let's see here. Johan is asking, do we think that the hot staging ring will not be welded to the booster and thus become a consumable instead of being reused? I kind of feel like it's just going to be expended. I mean, it's a single ring. I don't know how SpaceX is going to feel about saying it's a fully and rapidly reusable vehicle if they have a little expendable guy there, but
I
I
mean,
don't know.
that would add a lot to the processing flow. Like, if Super Heavy's going to land back on the pad, you got to take the ring off. That's an additional thing that you have to do. I think that's kind of at odds with what SpaceX is trying to do or trying to achieve with Starship. But maybe.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe
if-
during testing, they're probably going to try a couple different designs, so we might see it quick detach. You don't know.
If Starship is entirely reusable except for a single 6-foot, 4mm thick ring of steel with a bunch of cutouts in it, I mean, so what? It's at that point, it's basically insignificant. Adrian, talk.
But I'm not sure, like, why would they even do that? Because I think it is detachable here because it was, like, applied late to the design. But if this works, I see no reason why they just would weld it on in future designs and just modify this design based on the needs. I don't think it will be an issue in future design. I think this will just be part of the welding process of a booster down the line. It's just coming down to the fact that they are right now. This is more like a fix for the imminent future, and I think it will be changed. That's
Just
my
like the landing legs that we were talking about a second ago. SpaceX's designs are always in flux. They're always changing things to try and achieve an optimal outcome for whatever they're trying to do. So, Adrian, I think that's right. I think it'll probably stay detachable until they kind of freeze that design on that ring, make sure that that it works to their liking with like the dynamic tests from Massey or during an integrated stack. But I think it'll be integrated into the final design.
Good deal. And I would agree. Let's see here. Beep, 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 beep. More questions. Huh. Paul Adams is asking, how long is prop loading based on past static fires? We talked about this a little bit, but Adrian, why don't you run us through it again?
yeah, it's since that also involves the recycle, it's a bit of a wonky data point. But overall, we are thinking from here on out about 2 to 3 hours. That's the thinking. So that
Look at that.
based on yeah. Oh
Yeah.
A lot of flow.
Which vent is this?
that's can we? I think that's one of the
Alex says recondenser.
That's a
Yeah,
recondenser.
that's huh.
It's like the stack between those two vertical white
Yeah.
tanks that we see from the south side. There you go. Thanks. Can we zoom out a little bit?
Yeah, a lot of tanks. It's yeah. I'm not sure. If I recall correctly, that wasn't always the best sign for these tests, but it's also there. Sometimes it just happened and went on, and then and it's like a different set. We spotted some different setups the last few days and how they do it. So yeah, that's the recondenser system where they, as the name says, recondense things and make sure they're liquid again.
Specifically methane, right? Or is it?
Yes. Basically, they do it a lot with methane because, well, methane is a gas you don't want to emit into the atmosphere that much. It's a how is it called? Like, how's the permanence
Greenhouse
again?
gas? It's
Yeah,
a very
greenhouse gas.
bad-
Thank
It's
you.
a really bad greenhouse gas. In fact, one of the worst, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So there's like two ways how you can dispose methane. You either or like handle it. You either recondense it, or you burn it off, so it becomes CO2 and water. So they choose the former because that also means they get a lot of that. But yeah, overall, this is the way how they get it back into the tanks.
Yeah, long time tank watchers will remember the days of the flare stack, and then the flare stack went away and was replaced by the recondenser, which at the time felt so fun and novel and futuristic. And now we're just like, oh yeah, that's the recondenser, no big deal. But definitely a lot better to recapture that methane than flare it off or let it just escape into the atmosphere willy-nilly. Again with the rocket terminology, I'm sorry. I know willy-nilly, it's very technical, but let's see. Stanketh is asking, why not test a booster on a flight up to 10,000 feet? I mean, I think, and I'll throw this to y'all here in a second. I think SpaceX basically proved they can get a vehicle, even though it started with Starship and not booster. They can get a vehicle up to 10,000 feet and return it safely, and that is no longer something that they care to do or could really gather super important data from. Right now, the data they need is on sending a booster in a full stack uphill, getting it to stage SEP, getting through stage SEP, and hopefully getting to orbital velocity. That's where all the precious, delicious data is right now. But I don't know, EJ. I mean, it would
Yes,
sure
sir.
look cool. It would look cool, right? Like,
Oh
what do
yeah,
you?
absolutely.
I don't think that's in the cards. I mean, what do you?
I think they're
What do
shooting
you?
for orbital. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, I would really that would be really cool to see the booster leave the pad by itself and then come back down and get caught, just like what you were saying. But I think they're shooting for orbital because if you're gonna send the booster off the pad, that's such a complicated thing to do. I mean, 20 hold down points, 33 engines. If you're gonna do that, might as well put a Starship up on top and do a hop test integrated with your flight test, right? Hence integrated flight test.
Indeed. I mean, and it goes back to like test as you fly. We're not ever going to fly a booster by itself. We'll never say never, but it is highly unlikely that a booster ever flies by itself without a ship on top. So, you know, you want to basically test the entire vehicle in the same manner that you intend it to operate once operation. And a lone booster shooting through the stratosphere. What level does the stratosphere start? Shooting through the atmosphere is not necessarily representative of that kind of test. Anyways, good question though. I don't
Yeah,
want to just be
absolutely.
like, nah, no. But yeah, it's just probably not in the cards, unfortunately. I mean, trust me, I'm sure along with everybody watching here wishes they had done more Starship test flights. It felt like we got
Yeah.
to SN15 and it was like, all right, let's do like 2 or 3 more of these and just really nail it down. And nope, that was that. But so be it. At least now we're moving on to the entire vehicle going full stack and having a fully integrated vehicle. And, you know, ultimately those sorts of tests, be it a lone booster or the Starship low altitude hops, those tied up the launch site. And if they had done more of those after SN15, it would have taken them longer to get the tower up and running. It would have taken
Yep.
them longer to get the mount built and fully kitted out and the tank farm built. Like, a lot of work was done, and you need to free up the launch site. That's part of the reason, going back to where we were at before, why the Massey test site coming online is such a big deal. I mean, I think it's understated. I don't know if people really appreciate the significance of that, but all of these proof tests that used to take place at the launch site no longer have to. And so they're able to continue working on the infrastructure there at the launch site without interruption and do these sorts of tests that are necessary and require the launch site
I mean,
without,
that's called
go ahead.
parallel testing, man. You can test more than one thing at once. There's a lot of parts on this rocket to test. So having more places
Absolutely.
to test means that you can test faster.
Yeah, more testing, more better.
I like that. Sounds good to me.
Let's see here. Joe saying moon, 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 moon. I like it.
Yep.
Fan, and the crowd softly chants moon, moon. Jeffrey got the retro Starship shirt or something from the Starship collection. Says, yes, I love 8-bit stuff. Hooray, we're glad you like it. I think the design is awesome. Anonymous, also loving the new merch. Thank you, Anonymous. They say, I'm a SpaceX employee and I really love your guys' channel. Thank you for all your passion and support. It's my pleasure to reciprocate. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. Thank you for supporting. We really appreciate it.
Wear the merch to work, and maybe you'll show up in a daily video with the merch on, and that would just make, I think, all of our days. And it would make the daily video. Ha ha! I'm so clever. Aren't I clever?
Your name isn't Sawyer by any chance, is it?
Let's see here. Jake, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Jeff, gifting Red Team membership. Ryan, thanks for grabbing something from the store. They say, watching with my 8-year-old daughter who's been asking since 420, when is the next launch attempt? Hopefully soon. Love that y'all are watching together, though. That's awesome. Yep. Blake Alexander, gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's another one of those names we see pop up a whole bunch. Just trying to run through these so we don't get too far behind, and we'll get back to y'all's questions. Let's see. Tom Dalton, thank you.
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, we go to the OLM. Because
Here we go. Here we go.
I think if we go to, there's at least some venting coming from the OLM vent that we want to see. Like that's the Pope vent in front of it, but I think behind that there's also you can see the bit behind that.
That's indicating low flow.
Yeah, so we have chill down off the lines going to the booster now, which is progress. We are progressing in a timeline. That's a very, very good sign.
Excellent. So the next thing that we would see after they are done chilling down the lines to the orbital launch itself, right, is that vent shut off. Well, I guess first it'll increase in volume from this, and then it will full on stop. Right, Adrian?
Yes, it's basically, it will become heavier and heavier, and it will sometimes enter a mode that we call waterfall mode. That sometimes happens, sometimes based on humidity and other factors and when not. And once that happens, it then suddenly stops, and that's the beginning of propellant loading.
Dude, did you snap your fingers?
Yes, did you hear that?
We did.
Yeah.
Sometimes So there should I do a lot of hand movement during my commentary. So yes.
Nice. I mean, it added. It was good for dramatic effect. I'm a big fan.
Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Good deal. EJ, Stephen Kingsley is asking, I think that the grid fins could support the weight of the entire booster as observed by Falcon 9's, slowing down after entry, burn before landing. This feels, maybe it's counterintuitive and I'm completely wrong, but I feel like no. But I don't know. What are your thoughts? Give me some thought. Give me some hot EJ thoughts right off the press.
Were you here when we were talking about this before, Jack?
No, I must have been gone. Or at least the hours are blurring together.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good. It really depends. It really depends on what aerodynamic load is going to be encountered by those boosters. I mean, or by the grid fins, excuse me. Specifically the grid fins. So, is that aerodynamic load that's exerted on it from the grid fin basically being introduced to a lot of air coming up that side of the booster because the booster's falling towards the ground, right? Is that load equal to the load that it would be exerted by gravity pushing down on the grid fins, pushing down on the chopsticks? I mean, you also got to take into account the surface area of the grid fins. Like, the grid fins have those points. They're like a waffle iron on the bottom side. That's designed to cut air at hypersonic flow, or at hypersonic speeds. It's designed to cut it in a very certain way so the grid fin can actually work. That's why it's a hypersonic control surface as opposed to just basically an airfoil up there that can pivot like a fighter jet or something. So the points of load would be very different, from up in the air than they'd be down on the chopsticks. I mean, rough napkin math, it would probably hold it once. I wouldn't do it again. Probably do it once, maybe, but I wouldn't like, oh, let's land on the grid fins every time. Let's just take the pins out of the equation. I wouldn't do that.
Hashtag napkin math. Thanks for
Yep.
that. Let's see here. Tom Dalton, thanks for the super chat. They say, having not tuned in for a while, I see a difference in the stream. Yes, indeed. We're constantly trying to make things better, up our game, and bring y'all even better views. James, thanks for the super chat. They say, Godspeed Booster 9. Chris Thompson, thank you. Chris Dibbs, 50 Red Team memberships. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you, Chris. That is very generous of you. Vintage Vet Gal, that like Corvette, becoming a Capcom member. Pop into Discord and say hey. Thank you for that. Also, Mark W. becoming a Capcom member. Definitely love to see that. Always love to see shining bright new faces in the member Discord. Let's see here. Zishan is asking, do we have the exact number of engines that will be in the static fire? We don't officially, but we're all kind of thinking 33 is what they're going to attempt, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
I don't know. Based on the fact that they are so eager to get this off the ground as fast as they can, and like they're really pushing this campaign so far, I would be surprised if it's not 33. Like,
I mean,
attempting.
They already have pretty good data of firing multiple engines on the pad, doing different static fires. I mean, Adrian, I think you're right. I think them going right to a spin prime test right off the bat with what looked to be all the engines, I think is a pretty good indicator that they know what's going to happen when you fire 1, 2, 3, 4 engines, or however many. I think they're going to go right for 33 because they tested prior boosters and sent them before. So you already have some data there. You already have some given information. So going right to 33 would be pretty good because you already have that. You know, if it was the first booster, like 7, it probably, you'd probably not want to do that right away. Right?
And that's
So,
exactly what they did. They incrementally increased the number of engines over time.
exactly.
Part of that was probably just because it was a new vehicle, and probably part of that was because they wanted to see how the pad would hold up, right?
Yeah, I mean, the pad held up to the static fire. And
It did.
not so much some other stuff. But,
To me, yeah, right. To me, I mean, maybe I'm just taking 33 engines for granted, but to me, the more interesting question is not, is today going to be 33 engines? Because I think it just is. But again, maybe I'm assuming too much. To me, the more interesting question is, given the assumption that they're going to test 33 engines today, do they actually get all 33? Because the Booster 7 33 engine static fire ended up only being 31. So if they actually manage to fire 33 Raptors at once today, that will be a significant milestone. And for some commentary on this and some other thoughts, I'm going to throw it now to Mr. NASA Spaceflight Actual, Chris Bergen, founder of NASA Spaceflight, shuttle fan extraordinaire, lover of horses, amazing person. Chris, what do you think? You think they're going to hit 33 engines today?
I have a good answer for that, but I'm just blown by the introduction. I'm like, halfway through that, I was thinking, there's a question somewhere, but I can't think about it. Yeah, thank you, Jack. I do think they'll go for the full set. Will it be all 33? That depends if all 33 lights up. We can allow them some leeway, shall we say, because it is still a big ask to have all 33 fire up. Everyone's happy. We all go home waiting for a launch date. There's a long way to go yet. I wouldn't be too shocked if they did one static fire today. They had, say, most of the engines fire up and great. They then find a few engines that aren't too brilliant. They swap them out and do another static fire test. That's where I think they may go with this. If all 33 fire up, Elon does a tweet saying, good chamber pressures on all 33 engines, then wow, that will be something else. That'll be really impressive. So, yeah, I think they're going to go for full set. If they actually fire them all up, that's the question.
Yeah, I think it's kind of a foregone conclusion that they're going to go for 33. I'm just dying to know, do they manage to pull it off? All right.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, awesome to have you in. I think EJ's going to get a quick break in. And, yeah, now we get some of the Burgonator. Can I call you the Burgonator? Am I going to get fired if I do that?
No, you can. I'll take any nickname that's not derogatory.
Ooh, okay.
So I got a few of those.
On record. You're on record now. I mean, you've said it, so I can just name you things as long as it's not derogatory.
I just like
Sir-
the attention.
Sir Horse himself,
Yay!
Mr. Chris Bergen. Anyways, let's see here. Here's one. Cooking with tea. This is just for you, Chris, because
Wow.
you're British. I know you like tea.
Yep.
Cooking with tea is asking, can we expect, or when can we expect, a full stack static fire? Do you think they'll ever do
Ooh.
that?
No, I don't think they'll ever do that. I think they'll go with a booster, they'll go with a ship. They've done the ship already. They're going to try and do the booster today. The fun fact is that they may get a full stack static fire for free if they get to launch day and it fires up. Now remember, they're going to do not 6 seconds before liftoff, they're going to do 3 seconds now. They're going to reduce the time by half. Elon said that. Now if they fire up for 3 seconds and suddenly the parameters aren't good and the vehicle aborts, there's your full stack static fire test. By default, because they've aborted it and they've had a static fire test and the vehicle's not launched. So I think they don't need to do that separately. I think they just take one for free if there's a scrub actually during T0.
Yeah, no, that's a very good point. It's like like you said, it's like for free. It's a bonus. Oh man, Adrian, what do you think? You have any thoughts, good buddy?
Yeah, basically what they will just separately test both stages, and they will. The only thing that both stages ever do together is the wet dress rehearsal. That's all. There won't be a static fire with a ship on top, I think.
Yeah, makes sense. Let's see here. I'm gonna do a couple more questions before we have a special message from the Bergenator, Mr. Horse himself.
I've got 2 actually, you lucky people.
Ooh. Is that a pun, or you actually have?
No, I've
2?
actually got 2 things that I want to bring up.
All right, well, we'll do that here in a minute when we're good and ready. We gotta tease the viewers a little bit. Let's see here. Now is saying the subscription counter is stuck. Is it stuck?
I think we've exhausted everybody who's been in here saying, please subscribe.
If you haven't done it, maybe hit subscribe just to make sure the counter isn't stuck. It might be stuck.
Can I do a little story, Jack?
Story it up, my good chum.
Right. 799,483 subscribers. Remember how we started this channel? We didn't start this channel with some master plan of like, I think we should start a channel with this site because we'll get to X number of subscribers. It'd be a great idea and we'll do so well. We didn't start a channel because of that at all. Remember, the site started in 2005. I know because I was there. We then went through years and years and years. It's just been a new site and a forum. Years and years and years. And then Mary turned up on the forum and started uploading. Local to Starbase Mary started uploading videos and photographs to the forum. And of course, Starbase and Starship was all like the rage straight from the start. It kicked off immediately. It was like a massive explosion of fandom. So everyone started downloading the videos and the photos from the forum, and like our server costs went through the roof. We're like, well, we know why. So we said to Mary, I said, Mary,
I remember you saying, like, in Discord at the time, like, the server hamsters, the poor server hamsters. Anyway, sorry, continue.
So actually, it's quite good because it follows into something else later on. But anyway, the idea was that we put the videos onto YouTube so that when we put them in the forum, Mary could, like, we'd have the videos there and YouTube would take the server cost because they're playing in the forum, but they're from YouTube servers. So that was the whole idea of putting them on YouTube. And it was like, basically Mary would send me her clips and send me a little written note with the order of the clips, and I would bandicam them together. Go back to the early days of the channel. You'll see the videos. They're edited by me on bandicam. God help us all.
Yeah,
Right?
that's exactly how I went from being a photographer, just like photographer only for NASA Spaceflight, to being whatever it is that I am now. Is you were bandicamming Mary's clips together. And it was right around the time of the pandemic, and I was like, as a video editor by trade, I was like, we can't be doing this. I love you, Chris, but we can't be doing this. We need to do this footage that Mary is painstakingly collecting day in and day out, justice. And so for like, I don't even know, like 2.5 years, something like that.
Yeah,
I
would
was
take
the
me
editor
hours.
of those videos, and
It
that
would-
way you didn't have to sit there and fast forward videos and screen record.
It took me hours because what you do is it's a screen recorder. I had no idea about Premiere and all this business, all those video editing tools. I've never video edited in my life. So I was bandicamming these clips together, and of course, you get about 3 minutes in, and suddenly your email will pop off, and of course, it records the sound as well. So you go, oh, gotta start again. Gotta start over all of again. So I was like desperately turning things off so it wouldn't record external sounds on these clips. Anyway, long story short, these videos are popular, as you'd expect, because it's Starbase and it's Starship and it was Mary's content. Always great photographs and videos. And basically, that's how the channel grew. And it grew to the point that we could start getting some revenue out of it. And that's where we could start affording what we're doing. And that's where all this came about. You'd be able to get, you know, basically have bots in our plots around Starbase doing 24/7 coverage. And the irony is that we're on the big screens at the production site in Hawthorne with our stream on. It's like come full circle. It's absolutely crazy. So yeah, long story short, to get from just something to relieve the NSF forum from server costs to 800,000 subscribers is crazy.
Yeah,
It's not 800,000 yet.
We're
Nearly.
close. We're less than 300 away. Which
You know
is
what's going to
really-
happen? You know what's going to
it's
happen, don't
fitting.
you? 800,000 people start. Well, people go.
Yeah.
I know what I'll do now. So it'll go backwards and forwards, backwards. I remember Mr. Beast got to like 10 million or something, and he goes 10 million, and he went down to like 9,900,000 within a second because everyone thought, I know what we'll do now.
It happens. It's like the stock market. There's fluctuations, but the fact that we broke the milestone is the big deal. So, and it'll go back up in like probably very rapidly. Either way, pretty silly. But yeah, just the way all of this kind of came together, Chris, is pretty remarkable. Between you bandicamming Mary's clips, Mary's just absolutely unrivaled dedication to shooting day in and day out down here. Das reaching out and saying, "Hey, y'all want to live stream some stuff?" Like it all just sort of fell into place, and day in and day out, y'all have been turning up and consuming our content and contributing your comments and just fueling us with your enthusiasm as we express our enthusiasm. It's been great. So I can't think of a more fitting discussion to have while we watch this counter tick up and while we watch this booster get ready for propellant loading. So definitely thanks for that.
I've got a backup point to that and something to say. So first of all, yeah, that was a great point bringing up Daz, because the talent we've got, the people who come, I couldn't, if I was a millionaire, won a lottery, something like that, and go, right, I want to start a site, I want to start a channel, I'm going to hire the best people. I think I could have easily spent that million and not got a better team than I've got right now. Seriously, I'm not even joking. I am not even joking about that. So we have got an amazing team, but you know what? We're always expanding. We're crazy that the ones we've lost are to SpaceX.
Yeah,
that's an incredible thing, right? So we, you know, Chris G, Thomas, and Michael, brilliant people, and they did the years with us. It was not like they were there for a few months. They did years and years and years with us, and their talent's been spotted on SpaceX. If you want to join our team, we do have a wish list of people we would like. Now, it's a very specific point here for this particular promotion from me, and that is writers who have got experience writing news content. Now look at our news site on the site, that's Spaceflight. Look at the news site, look how we do our news, because various sites do different ways, like opinion and things like that. We do pure news, like facts, maybe quotes, facts, pictures, for, you know, like that order. So by first thing you want to do is click on our news site, look through the articles and go, hey, you know what, I can do that. Or more to the point, I've got experience doing that maybe with other sites. And we actually pay people when they write content for us. So if you want to join, I'm going to spam this link like a crazy person when I realise I've just not got it in copy and paste. Let me go back and find it. One second. There it is. I found it. No, yeah, that was silly. I thought I had it really ready to go. And there it is. Okay, right. So I'm going to spam this link. This is a form to fill in. If you have got some experience writing news content, that's the point. We've had a lot of people saying I do poems and TikTok video scripts. No. We're after news content. So I'm going to spam this link. By all means, hit that up. Now, we're not going to take everybody on, obviously. We'll just find the best ones out of it. But if you think you've got some confidence in joining the team, we do pay for content. We do pay for the news articles. So that's one way of getting yourself into our team and getting a bit of money for writing about Starship. Imagine that, because we do think that, as you may have guessed, Starship is the big deal going forward. We're covering Starship, SLS, Artemis, Orion, European space flight, SpaceX, Relativity Space, new companies like everyone like that. We're covering all these rockets, but Starbase is something that's going to be obviously launching a lot of time, so we want to really get a good writer pool in for that. So I'm going to spam it one more time. There we go. Spam, spam, spam. Nightbot can't do anything about me at all. Hit that link, and by all means, luckily, you never know. At some point, you might be writing articles. We might even have you on commentary. You never know. So by all means, click that link and put your name forward. Thank you.
Yes, spam, spam, spam. Do spam that, because that is something that we get asked a bit about a lot. You know, people saying, "Oh, I love NASA spaceflight. How can I, contribute, or how can I be part of the team?" And I mean, Adrian, you basically, I mean, your Twitter handle is Boca Chica Car Counters, because you started out as a viewer of our streams and counting the cars, and then you started a spreadsheet for testing. And I mean, I don't want to talk, put words in your mouth, but here you are. You're one of the key members of the team here, and humble beginnings. But whenever you see Chris B post looking for qualified people, don't hesitate to reach out if you're qualified. I mean, that's how it happened for me as well. I saw a post on L2 from Bergen himself.
That's coming up soon, Jack.
The Horseinator. Yeah, I saw you post saying, looking for more photographers and whatnot, and I think I sent you a message along the lines of like, I live in California and I want to take a picture of every NASA jet or something like that, because at the time I was a giant, well, I mean, I still am a giant aerospace nerd, but yeah, and it all kind of spiraled from there, so.
Yeah, but the thing is, go on, Adrian, you say your thing and I'll go back to it.
We have an update, huh?
I have not so great news, to phrase it like that.
Wah, wah, wah.
The all-embed has stopped and it's way too early for propellant loading. So,
might be
another hold.
All right. Dang it.
Yeah.
Well,
we are. Okay. Just to quickly say this, it could be a bit different this time. Like, it's sometimes there's some, like, it's weird. It's going a bit. It's certainly weird. I would call it. I would call it a bit weird. And
I wonder, because we've talked about how different weather conditions can result in that vent that we're looking at right there, exhibiting different behaviors. I wonder if it could be weather related or what. I'm trying to be optimistic here. Either way, the testing window goes till 8 p.m. tonight, so plenty of time. And there's of course a backup day tomorrow as well. So we'll keep watching and waiting to see what happens next. Huh.
Yeah. It's
Kinda...
Sorry, Chris, I didn't want to interrupt you. It's just a breaking news moment.
No, absolutely interrupt me, because I'm just babbling on. So whenever something happens, you've got to do what like Alex used to do, just basically, Chris, there's something happening. We're going to talk about what we're looking at, because I'll just go off on a tangent otherwise. But no, yeah, I want to just go back to that point about bringing people into the team and the way we've got an amazing team. Jack was talking about how he said he was, I'm a photographer. Jack's on this stream, and Jack's one of our absolute best ever commentators. And I know a lot of people who do commentary from my previous life, right, who are amazing people getting paid a lot of money to do these things, and he's better than them. So
I don't take praise.
I know you don't like. I know, but I'm saying it anyway. So tough.
But for real, all that is to say, hit that link if you're qualified. I should note, if you're qualified, hit that link in chat. And if we often get the question if people want to be part of the team, how can they do it? That is a way. So you never know where you'll start and where you will end up. But thank you for the kind words, Chris. I really appreciate it. I can't really think of much else I'd rather be doing. So just thank you to you for trusting me way back when and giving me a chance. And thank you to all of our viewers for just constantly helping us mash the gas and do even better every single day. Oh man, we're getting so close. Look at that. About 150 to go to hit 800,000 subs.
Which is,
you'll love to see it.
That's just amazing. Also, the all-embed is back. Like,
hey.
it's back. So It
Would you
was
like to
just,
retract your previously pessimistic statements?
Yeah, always when I'm so it feels like always when I'm optimistic, SpaceX proves me wrong, and then then I'm going pessimistic, and then SpaceX proves me wrong because when I'm saying they launch 5 times a year in 2022, they didn't. But when I said they will not launch again in 2023 after this damage, well, apparently they now will do. So.
You know what, Adrian? The thing is, Elon did. Now we know Elon's very optimistic with his timelines and his goals and objectives, but Elon did say on that Spaces, and his Spaces was less kind of like, oh, we'll launch in 2 weeks. He was quite sensible. Everything he said was kind of level. It felt a lot easier than some of his tweets and or X's as they call them now, and some of his presentations.
I'm sorry, they're tweets.
I know. Yeah, I can't get it out of my head, but he was quite level-headed on that, and he did say in the post-flight talk of Boost 7 and Boost 7's launch, he said, I want to do 2 or 3 more launches this year. Now, I don't think they'll do 3. I think that's asking way too much. I think they might get 2, though. That depends on how Booster 9 and the launch site react. I know that Booster 9 and Ship 25, I don't think they'll complete the mission. I think they'll get a good first stage, and that'll be a win. And he said that himself. But the turnaround to Booster 10 and Ship 28, I think it'll be, both those 2 vehicles are deep into testing now. I think there's a good chance they'll get 2 more launches off this year.
Yeah, I agree. Of course, depending on how things go with 9 and 25 and the hot staging ring and the launch site and all of that. But yeah, it's very plausible to me that they would be able to get this launch to happen and then get another one before the end of the year. Wouldn't that be great? Going from no Starship launches in a year to 3?
Yes.
Yeah.
It sets a timeline out because I think they are limited, aren't they? To is it 6 at the current time per year from Starbase?
I think it's 5.
Oh yeah, it is very limited to what SpaceX wants to launch as a cadence. So that kind of puts a pressure on to start finishing off 39A, which we want to see happen because that is, I say it all the time, it is the most historical launch site in the world as far as I'm concerned. I think it's hard to argue against that from the missions it's launched from there. So when 39A is completed, with the lessons learned from Starbase, so I'm sure they'll get a lot of modifications to their launch site infrastructure before they launch from 39A, then you've got 2 sites in, and they've got the potential of LC-49 and maybe other pads in the East Coast as well. You never know, Jack. They might actually have that Vandenberg Slick 6 option, not just for Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, but they might go Starship.
I can't even, if we end up getting a Starship at Slick 6, I'll just say it, I'll die a happy man.
Yeah.
I mean,
I love that. I love that site. I do love that site.
It's such a historic launch site. It's such a beautiful launch site. And it's, when Delta 4 Heavy was wrapping up, I probably said it on stream multiple times even, what is it going to end up as? Please, for the love of Space Pope, let Slick 6's legacy move on to something awesome, and don't let it just sit there as a disused launch site for years and years and years. And the fact that SpaceX leased Slick 6, and they've said they're going to use it for Falcon 9 and maybe Falcon Heavy, I believe. They have not said anything about using Slick 6 for Starship, but it's come on. Come on. It's perfect for it. It's perfect. So, anyways.
The funny thing is that SpaceX has still not yet said anything about this. That's what's fascinating to me. The release was from the U.S. Air Force or Space Force.
Yep.
They revealed it. It was official. It's not like a rumor. They officially sent a press release out, and SpaceX didn't. I think SpaceX are waiting till they announce what they've got to do with it, and that gives a kind of a leeway for it to not just be for Falcon launches. It could also be, and it is a perfect area for it. It's a massive site. It's a real massive area. They were going to launch short from there at one point. So it would be a perfect West Coast site for Starship if they so choose.
It would be such a cool thing, not only for all the West Coast space fans, but in general having every area of states on every coast covered with potential Starship launch site. It would be the second coolest rocket to launch from Slick 6, so that's really impressive. And
Delta 4 fan.
Yep. And
Orange rocket, good.
it's a good rocket. It's definitely a good rocket. But yeah, I think it also makes sense. Like, we see that SpaceX right now with the Falcon program has a demand for West Coast. Yes, it's less than they have with the Cape, but they still have a demand for it. They need it for some launches. So it absolutely makes sense for them to maintain that possibility. So yeah, why not?
What, Adrian? Would you call this vent from the OLM? Would you say this is waterfall mode or no? I know it's not a black and white distinction, but Alex in the back channel saying not even close.
Yeah,
Thank you, Alex.
It's I feel like Alex and I are becoming more and more the bringer of bad news of NSF. It's like we are here to just tell you that it's not as good.
Just to be clear, sometimes I know the answers to things, and I ask anyways, because if I just said things, it would be a stream of me talking only, and nobody wants that. Oh, we're less than 50 subs away from 800. I think I just went a little bit Christopher Walken first. We're less than 800. Okay, anyways, I do a bad Walken. Oh, man.
You're running instead of walking.
Wow. That was good. That was really good.
Thank you.
Oh, but it's a shame that we're not there when we're just past Hopper, because Hopper started it all.
Hopper is a legend. I swear, after they scrapped SN15, I'm like, they better not ever touch Star. No. I will chain myself to Star Hopper. I'll go full.
No.
I'll go full like Forest Defender mode. On Star.
No.
Like, I will.
The legal issues.
Right. NASA spaceflight not responsible. Let's go. Less than 20. We got 20. Yep, less than 20. Come on, y'all. Thank you so much for supporting what we do and for coming out and for doing the YouTube things, hitting the like button, doing the super chats, hitting the subscribe button as we get to 10. Oh, 7, 6 to go. It's like a countdown. There's no launch or anything. 100,000. Look at that. And I just have to say, thank you to everybody, not just everybody watching, but everybody that's part of the NASA spaceflight team. Whether you're a chat mod, whether you're an SBL operator, whether you are just someone hanging out in the members Discord. It's a whole entire group of extremely dedicated people that makes this stuff happen. And just, wow, to be able to hit 800,000. Maybe now we can finally get our 100,000 sub plaque from YouTube, because we still haven't gotten that. YouTube. Oh man! But for real, this is extremely humbling and extremely awesome. And just once again, not to belabor the point, but it's amazing that we get to do this, and I'm so happy. As someone who lived through shuttle and then the end of the shuttle era, and then that horrible years-long lull where seemingly nothing was happening. It's just so nice to live in a future where there's a new space race. It's a new era of spaceflight. So much is happening. So many companies are getting in on it. It's just awesome. And the fact that we can experience this with y'all and share in the excitement is absolutely outstanding. So just once again, y'all are the best. This is so fun. Woohoo! I don't even know what else to say. Go ahead, Adrian.
It speaks for our community that our community is not even trolling. They're just like, the counter's just going up.
Yeah.
It's like, we're not trolling you. We're just keep pushing.
Y'all are the best.
Jack brings up a good point there. We very nearly at the end of Space Shuttle, there was a period. I mean, I was covering the final shuttle missions, and there was that point of, there was a shuttle extension study. There was plenty of studies and plenty of pushes politically and from the contractors to extend the Space Shuttle for another 10 flights. And my heart was saying yes, but my brain was saying no, because they were finishing strong, and it was just a matter of time before something else was going to go wrong. It's just the way it was designed. You can do all the mitigation and safety improvements as you wish. You can't play with the design, and that's where I was thinking, please just retire intact, strong, without issues, and it did. But then we went into a period of like, what's next? The vision of space exploration. Ares rockets, my goodness me. We nearly had single stick SRBs launching crew with just the minimal capability of lifting a crew capsule to the point that it was like a boilerplate Orion. And thankfully, NASA decided to go on a commercial path and say, let's do a partnership with commercial companies and make this competition. Let's try and get some options going. And that's what saved SpaceX. Remember, SpaceX were like, Flight 3 failed, and they were like, we've just got enough parts to do a 4th flight, and then we go bust. And luckily, after that 4th flight worked, they already had the COTS contract from NASA. So SpaceX had a future. I remember Elon doing a speech to the workforce after the 4th flight worked, saying, now we go to Falcon 9. And look where we've gone since then. It's amazing what could have gone wrong, and we could have been nowhere near what we're looking at right now. But thankfully, NASA and commercial companies such as SpaceX have come together, and now we've got a proper future, and we probably now have a realistic chance of getting humans to Mars, which was always 20 years away during the space shuttle and during the early days of the space shuttle retirement. Now it's got a good chance of being less than 20 years away.
During the space shuttle and during the early days. A little bit of an echo there.
Space shuttle retirement. Now it's got a good chance of being less than 20
Where's that coming from? Somebody's got an echo.
I don't know. It's not me. It is me talking, but it doesn't sound like me.
Max. Max just muted and deafened himself.
Oh, right.
Good stuff. What better discussion for us to have as we tick over 800,000 than a discussion about shuttle?
By the way, in the back channel, since you mentioned Ares 1,
Chaos.
all of the Ares 1 fans, because there's a team of Ares 1 fans in the NSF team, like a resistance group, and
Yes.
they all came in full force here, and yeah, there's full on resistance going on.
There was like, we ticked over 800,000, and there was like some light partying in the Discord chat, and then it quickly derailed into Ares 1.
Yeah.
Like rivalry.
Have you seen Ian's gift? He says there are dozens of us, literally dozens of us.
Adrian doesn't get that reference though.
That's correct.
Oh man. Good stuff. Let's see here. Thank you all.
By the way,
for hitting the sub
booster
button.
testing.
Yeah, what the booster doing?
Booster doing not fueling yet, but close to fueling. I think we are seeing a very, it's increasing more and more. Like, that's what we want to see. We definitely see a progress. What I'm always watching for during this test is something changing? Because the biggest red flag in testing is if you enter a consistent pattern for a longer period of time. Because that always is feeling like a halt. So things changing, things increasing, that's the good signs. That's what we want to see. And we see that. We see the OLM event increasing, getting more intense. And the next thing, the counterintuitive thing, is that it will stop. And once it stops, we are golden. Once that stops, we are in a world where we will hopefully see the booster being tanked, and then hopefully static firing.
Fingers crossed. Oh my goodness. Now I'm just like, I have so many emotions. I am a basket of emotions. Oh man, good stuff, good stuff. Hopefully we see this booster start to get frosty here soon. Fingers crossed.
Let's just for people who are just joining us just right now, probably thinking, "Wow, we're just chatting away." It's because we've been watching this for a while now. We will, as soon as things start picking up big time, we'll always note the events. We'll always note things, and we'll get into a business side of things once the thing starts getting frosty, and then we know we're getting close. Until then, we're just gonna be along with the rest of you, just watching and enjoying this, because I think that's the important thing. You can be too serious, and that's not our style. We don't want to be too serious. We don't want to be too silly either. So we're just basically following along. As soon as things get serious, we'll be noting them straight away.
And also, on updating things here, apparently we see some frost forming on the methane side, on the methane subcoolers. At least in some conditions. Like, there's a bit. Yes, there's a bit. So that's good. They're definitely also preparing now subcooling of the methane side. So everything good. We are moving. That's good.
Excellent. Good deal. I'm running through some of the support in the banner here. There's so much coming through. Y'all are just the absolute best. There's no way we could hit them all. But TJ Magento becoming a Capcom member, thank you for that, TJ. Pop into Discord. Say hey, because now you have access to Discord. And Methane Man, holy cow. Methane Man gifting 50 Red Team memberships.
Wow.
I don't even... How many gifted memberships have we had on this stream alone? It's been insane. Y'all are the best.
I don't know about this stream, but I'll tell you one thing. Methane Man, or Methane Man, depends where you're from. I recognise these names straight away now because they are regulars. It's not like a one-off. I just did 50, which would be incredible on its own anyway. I think the subtotal of all the support from the people like Ali. Ali's crazy. Super Steph. She's done so many. Tracy's done so many. These are people who are not just done it a massive one-off. They do it all the time and during even during the night when nothing is going on.
Right.
And I just find that incredible because it's not only great support for us, but it's letting people who may be massive fans of our channel but don't have disposable income to go buy memberships, and I completely understand that, they could get a free membership from that. So I think it's one of the rare wonderful things YouTube's allowed, but without the support we got from our amazing members, it wouldn't mean anything. So thanks again to everybody. We genuinely mean it. It's absolutely amazing.
Absolutely. All right, well, we are seeing the booster on the mount. Not yet Frosty, but hopefully Frosty soon. We had a little bit of a hold earlier. Some teams went out to the pad. 3 cars, right, Adrian?
Yes, 3. 1, 2, and then 3. Yes,
Much like the thrust, there was 3 cars, and they went out to the pad. They did some work, seemingly on the electrical systems or something around the orbital tank farm. We're there only briefly, left, and things have since spooled back up. Now we are looking at the orbital launch mount doing its venting as the propellant lines to and from the orbital launch mount and tank farm are chilled down, and the next step, correct me if I'm wrong, would be hopefully the ceasing of that vent or the increasing of the vent before it ceased, one of the two, depending on atmospheric conditions, and then prop loading. So ideally, we get into prop loading here soon.
Yes. And I cannot say this enough, like, shoutouts to Kevin for finding the people going to the places before where we could actually see where they were troubleshooting the problem. That was such a cool thing to see, and I really think that that's a really, really interesting insight, that we knew they were working on the generators, on the lock side. Like, that's interesting and shows us why they are going out there. So, shoutouts to Kevin again.
Yeah, that was a killer series of shots there. Let's see here. Yeah, so that is the state of play. If you are just joining or wondering what we're expecting to see today, there was an overpressure notice delivered to Mary. Thank you again to Mary for just 1, being the legend that she is, and 2, tweeting out that overpressure notice so we all knew about the plans for today's test. So the overpressure notice does mean that we can expect a static fire test of some kind today. We did not get an official word from SpaceX how many engines they plan to test, but through wheedling around and waffling and talking back and forth with each other on this stream, we have sort of come to the conclusion, or perhaps expectation, or perhaps just deluded hope, that today will in fact be a 33 engine static fire. Now, again, I mean, I'm going to keep hitting on this over the course of the stream. There is 2 separate ifs here. The first if is, are they going to go for 33 engines as the attempt for the static fire? And the second part of this is, if we take that as an assumption that they're going for 33 engines, will they actually achieve 33? Because with the Booster 7 33 engine static fire, they only hit 31. Adrian, what are you seeing? You're seeing something, huh?
There's venting on the left side. Is that like there's a vent on the that's the like a fill and drain line on the OLM.
Is that venting or is that a cold pipe? Well, let's take a look at that.
It's hard to see for me right now, but it's coming from the left side. But I think it's a cold pipe. But it's just interesting to see because we saw some venting, like because of the wind going over the screen, and like Alex and I were a bit in the back channel, be like, hey, go to the left, because we are always looking at why it's venting something. But you can see basically that's just a piece of pipe that is like not really venting, but producing condensation because it's so cold on the surface.
Yeah.
But it just it's just something that we observe, because just to point out again, and Alex also saying in the back channel, this is the thing they're chilling down right now. This is the pipe that goes into the booster and like fuels everything. This is the things they're chilling down. So, well, you can now verify this is getting chilled.
Good deal. Well, as we watch this GSE get ready for propellant flowing, how about we do a couple more questions? Why not?
Yes.
Here's one for you, Mr. Bergenator.
Ooh.
Let's see. Where did it go? Here we go. Matt Ickard is asking, and with a very generous super chat, I might add. Thank you for that, Matt. Thanks for all your info, and always appreciate it. Does anyone know if there's any way to take a booster and ship to Florida and launch from there?
Yep. Now, it was a big area of contention to start with, because we're all thinking, why has Roberts Road not got its big mega bay built yet? And that led to the questions, well, they need to build them at Florida because they can't ship them. And then we asked Elon, because we heard they can, so we asked Elon, because it's no good me saying they can. Who's going to believe me? And that's fair enough. But Elon Musk, who knows about these things, would you believe? I asked him on Twitter, and luckily he replied saying, yes, we plan to barge ships and boosters from Brownsville, Port of Brownsville, to the Cape. Now, what he means by that is Port of Brownsville, which we've seen on some of our long-distance cameras. You can see that the estuary, or whatever it is, the river leading out, and they'll go around the bottom of the States and come up the Banana River into the Turn Basin at KSC, just like the external tanks of the Space Shuttle used to do, and the core stage for SLS does. And then we'll see them arrive on Space Coast Live. That's the amazing thing. They'll be barged there and maybe taken into the VAB. That's their backup for basically where they're going to put them, and then take them out to the launch site and then stack them, as we've seen with the chopsticks at 39A. So the general answer to that is yes, they will build them. That's why there's so many being built at Starbase, by the way. They're not all going to launch from Starbase. They are planning to send some of these to the KSC once that pad is ready, and they'll do it by barge.
Neat. Thank you for that, Chris. I somehow knew you would be the right person to answer that one, and thank you again to Matt for the generous support. Adrian, is this waterfall mode?
Not yet, but very. Oh, this is like very close. Look at that. That's a lot. Yeah, we are definitely close here. This is based on conditions and everything. This could already be it. That's waterfall.
Alex says waterfall. Adrian says
yeah,
waterfall.
look at that.
Excellent. So explain what is going to happen next, we hope.
Well, this will stop. But, like, usually we panic when vents stop. But this is the one vent that we want to see stopping. Once this stops, they are moving into propellant loading. And this might happen very, very soon from now. And, yeah, I mean, then it's action time. That's the good thing here.
If it stops, it's not bad. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Stick to the boosters and ships you're used to.
Jackie beat me. I was going to do that.
I hope I'm not fired. Let's see here. Let's do some more questions as we wait for the waterfall mode to stop, because we don't want no scrubs. I'm stealing that from EJ. We're just referencing 90s music at nonstop at this point. I'm saying I stole it. I said I stole it so I can steal it without feeling bad. Don't yell at me in chat. Annette grabbing something from the store says Bideford is getting this for Steven.
I'm sorry, I have to point this out. This is probably one of the most significant waterfall modes we've ever. Look at this. It's going over the encasement of the wrench for the tower, like the what is it called?
The base of the tower?
Yeah, basically.
Is that what we're talking about?
Oh, and I think it's starting to fill out a bit here.
Oh, buddy. Oh, man, come on.
This looks like we should. I'm just saying this to Kevin out loud. Just get some camera on the lower side of the booster at this point, because I think Booster 9 for its first static fire is moving into propellant loading.
Oh.
This is it. This is what we expect. This is moving into propellant loading. Yes.
Excellent. Holy cow, things are getting real. And Adrian, in the past, we've seen him take about, what, an hour and a half or so, somewhere in there for prop loading for this sort of thing?
Yeah, like somewhere around 90 minutes or so, depending on how high the LOX load is, between 60 and 90.
Here we go. A little bit higher.
Good deal. Good deal. This is exactly what we want to see. Oh, are we getting frost?
Oh.
Yes,
yeah,
I think
mean,
we
it's
are, so
basically...
we need to get that camera up a little bit more.
Yeah, that's the
Excellent.
methane side now. So now you see the methane side also
Here we go.
completely going crazy. That's basically because the methane is now flowing through the subcoolers as it's getting prepared, and that instantly brings the nitrogen to boiling, and it just escapes out of the subcoolers. So that's good.
Holy cow, I just got the most ridiculous surge of adrenaline. I can't even...
Yeah, I'm very much awake now.
This is awesome. Exactly what we were hoping to see. Now, we will watch the frost line on the booster slowly rise, and we'll see this thing get fueled up and get ready for a static fire. It's amazing. Hang on a second. Give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
Okay. While we do this, we will now see a frost line basically almost instantly usually. We're just waiting for it to appear like any second now.
I've got my tweet ready. Booster 9 prop load for static fire attempt ready, but I'm not going to do it until I see some frosty.
Yep.
Excellent.
Basically what will first of course happen is there's the thrust section is curved a bit. So that will first fill, and at the moment it touches the outer tank walls, that's when we see a frost ring. So yeah, I mean, it's happening. This is happening.
Excellent. Not yet, but pretty soon here I am going to have to leave and start operating a camera. But I will hang out with y'all for a little bit longer, and we can keep answering some questions as we wait for this frost ring to rise. Right off the bat, I don't think I see a question about it in the queue yet, but I do want to talk
from
about
the engines. I'm sorry.
No, that's excellent.
That's venting from the Raptor engines.
So the engines are now chilling down, much like earlier how we talked about them chilling down the propellant lines so you don't thermal shock them. Same deal goes for the Raptor engines. You're going to want to flow cryogens through them so that you don't shock them thermally once you start actually flowing propellants in there for real.
Yes.
Look at this. This is just what a gorgeous day for testing. Sorry, Adrian, go ahead.
And we will also soon see pipes at the OLM being frosty, because there's also like two parts of engine chill. There's like chilling down the LOX and the methane side of the engine chill. Like that's a whole thing. And we will also soon see these big pipes that is held by these frames there, these gray frames, you can see them there. They hold a big pipe. And this pipe should get like frosty very, very soon. And that's also an indicator for more chilling down here. So yeah, I mean, everything. The big one, yeah. Basically, Alex also saying it. There's like three pipes. You can see two brighter ones, and then above there's a bit of a brown one. That is the pipe we are now looking for to get very, very frosty.
Oh, and now he's saying it's the middle one.
I also thought it's the top one. Don't worry, Alex. So
we have a cloud
it's
report
frosty.
from Kevin. He's saying it's very cloudy. Thank you, Kevin.
Look at. Sorry, Kevin. Can we go back to it? You can see it getting frosty. There. Look at the middle one. You can see how it gets brighter, and now it starts to form condensation.
That's neat. All right. Well, we have gone from a fueling attempt, a hold, And now we are in fueling in earnest. Well, at least as soon as we see frost, I guess we can say that. But I'm saying it. This is awesome. This is exactly what we wanted to see today. Oh, look, those new vents are venting.
Yes.
Do we want to talk about what those are, we think? Well, we don't know for sure right now, but I've seen some pretty informed speculation about what those might be. Adrian?
Yeah, they're probably, so they start up right at engine chill, so they're probably related in some sort to like chilling or like
frost.
purging. Yeah. Oh yeah,
Frost
there's
frosting.
frost. Oh my god, everything is happening.
You can see it moving. Like,
Wow.
Yeah, you can literally see it climbing up the tank wall. That's beautiful. Anyway,
sorry, I had to jump in all of a sudden.
Hi, Das.
Hi, how's it going?
What's up?
This is impressive. Like, I love how just everything happens right now. It's just happening like step by step by step, and everything looks good. Like, this is what we want to see. It's what we are waiting for. So let's hope this goes. And you can see also how fast this fill is.
Look
Like,
at how
yeah.
quickly the frost line is climbing right there. You can
Yeah.
see where it's got condensation on the outside. Look at that line. You can see where there's condensation, where it's not quite cold enough, but it's traveling up the stainless steel, right? And it's just enough to condense the atmosphere, the humidity in the atmosphere on it. And then you have the frost line, where it's actually cold enough to freeze into ice on the outside of the booster. That's what you're seeing, people. That is the humidity in South Texas freezing onto the side of the booster right there. And you can see it moving.
You love to see it.
Sorry.
You'll love to see it. In
Yeah.
fact, chat, watch the chine. We previously, on the spin prime test, observed the chines wrinkling as the cryogenic propellants in the cold tanks changed the...
I'm awake. I'm awake.
All right, P ears.
I'm awake.
But yes, watch them chines, because they're crinkling. Oh lord, they're crinkling.
They're also
All right.
very shiny.
Oh, and the engine chill pit. They are dumping. Was that liquid oxygen, nitrogen goes to the engine chill pit?
They usually should chill it with
Excellent.
the same things
Oxygen.
they're using. Like, this is in this case oxygen, because they're chilling the oxygen.
Amazing. All right, I officially have the pre-static fire jitters. I am essentially useless as a commentator at this point, and so I am going to take off my headset, set up my camera, drink a whole bunch more Topo Chico, the stream not sponsored by Topo Chico, and get ready for what should be some awesome fireworks from these Raptor engines. Y'all are the best. I'm going to leave the stream in the capable hands of Adrian, Chris, and EJ, are you back?
I'm here. I'm going to tap in for you, man.
Heck yeah, and we also got Das occasionally popping in when he's not
you know how it is.
photosynthesizing. All right, I'm out of here. I love y'all. I'll see you after the thing. Oh my gosh, it's happening.
See you on the other side, Ray.
Thanks,
Good
Jack.
job. Good luck, Jack. Hydrate out there.
Don't tell me what to do, but yes,
Oh, okay.
I will.
Fine. Shrivel up like a prune and whichever.
I mean, Das, what would you know about Texas, right? You only live there.
Yeah, right.
I grew up there.
Oh, jeez. It is going, though. There we go. We moved to the lower third so we can see it. Look at the frost. It's going to be really interesting to see how high the line actually goes. We've talked about this a little bit earlier, right? Where if you want to fire up all 33 engines and you want to run them to full thrust or something near full thrust, right? You have to make sure the rocket's not going to try to take off. And they've got the clamps and stuff like that. But one of the ways they do that is they make the rocket heavier. And one way you can make the rocket heavier is by putting a Starship on top of it. Another way you can make the rocket heavier is you can fill it completely full of cryogenic propellants as opposed to just a little bit. We see sometimes when it's a static fire, they just put a little bit in the bottom, right? Just enough to actually prime all the pumps and make sure everything flows, and they're just going for a little bit of thrust or not all the engines or whatever. But if you're going for a lot of engines at a lot of thrust, you need to make sure the rocket's not going to take off. So I'm really curious as to how high this frost line is going to go today. I'm also curious, when did you turn that vent down some? The mic.
Yeah, so there's two tempos in which they fill, like SLS, they have slow fill and fast fill for these tanks, and fast fill usually is about 5 minutes per ring. so they can fill the LOX tank in like 5 minutes per rig if they really let the orbital tank farm going strong.
Adrian, I'm not sure if you're keeping track of this. Does this seem faster than what we've seen in the past? I mean, that waterfall was something. That was very, very quickly. That fast fill seems to be a higher flow rate, or am I just kind of hoping that I'm seeing something different, you know?
It can always be a bit different based on the fact that we have seen a recycle, and recycles tend to mess a bit with timings because, of course, things start at a different temperature and things might be already progressed a bit more. Like recycles make tracking fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
So
yeah, we saw the frost accumulate on that pipe and on the booster. Like I don't remember in recent memory enough to be able to like visibly see the change. It's just you kind of watch it for a little bit and then you know it's like, oh, the frost is building. No, we saw the frost just accumulate.
And I also want to explain something here that is, I think, really cool about this chill down sequence, because you see one of these pipes that getting frosty around the tank, around the pad and everything. That comes down to the fact that, as we see, there is a pit where they dump the chilled, the used for chill oxygen. Well, for methane, since they don't want to dump methane, they reclaim it. So they also use methane to chill down parts of the engine, but it's reclaimed. And that's why it's being flown through some of these pipes instead of being dumped in the pit, because, as Alex said so eloquently in the back channel, dumping methane into a pit is a bad idea.
That makes Captain Planet not happy.
I'm working on the mics. Y'all keep talking. I'm working on the mics
then
right
I
now
will.
because the mics are pretty loud. So I'm working on it, y'all. Don't worry. We don't get to schedule when SpaceX makes loud noises, so we're reacting to the loudness of the audio. I'm on it though.
Let's quickly recap. We talked about the deluge system before, but since then so many people joined. So, EJ, do we expect the deluge system today?
I think so. I think, yeah, we're definitely going to see it. I mean, I'm not sure what would be the use case to not have it going, you know?
Yeah, I mean, like, why wouldn't they use it? It's there, it's working. Why wouldn't they?
Those steel plates aren't going to last very long without the water spraying out of them. I mean, the concrete didn't last very long. Concrete, last time I checked, is a little harder than steel.
Yeah, definitely. And again, it's also another test, right? Because it's kind of a bonus test. You get an additional way to test it, and I still think it's one of the biggest things they would test today. Like, I still think that's the main thing they want to look at next to the Raptor engine. Also, we can see now how some of these Raptor engines in the chill down, like you really eject a lot of gas and everything. Sometimes it's a really interesting process here that we can see while they are preparing this booster for chilling down, for getting ready.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have a question, Adrian. Like, you're the timings guy, so I mean, forgive me if I'm putting you on the spot. Are those engines actually being chilled down, or are we just seeing residual frost come out of them? Because normally you don't. I mean, I'm not familiar with like fuel timings, right? Like, but I always thought you put the propellant in the tanks first and then chill the engines. Is it possible that SpaceX is doing both of those things?
Yes, So for Starships they do it later. For the upper stage they do it like 15 minutes. But the booster tends to start the chill down process very, very early. Why ever they decide to do that, I'm like I'm a bit out of question. But yes, this is definitely part of them starting to chill down at least the area of the engines. I don't know if it's like exactly the pre burners or anything, but there's some chill down going on in the engine section.
I mean, those purge vents we know those are connected into the engine somewhere, but yeah, we don't know if it's north or south of the engines in the plumbing. I mean, there's not much that's south of the engines in the plumbing, you know, going up to down, right? Like, except for fire when the engine turns on.
Oh, I think we go to the methane tank, the upper tank, because there it appears to be the thing we all want to see. Because yes, LOX is good, LOX is nice, but I'm trying to bridge some time here. But appears to be some methane being present now. There we go. We have methane. Nice.
Oh yeah.
That's
Look at that.
let's remind people how we know, right? Because we know the layout of the tanks inside of Starship here. When we see frost forming on the bottom of the booster, we know that that's liquid oxygen because the liquid oxygen tank is on the bottom. And this tank here is near the top. The frost is actually forming near the middle, but the tank is the tank that's on top of the two in the stack, right? So when we see ice there, it's possible that SpaceX could put something else in there if they're doing like a cryo test or whatever. But if they're going for static fire, that should be methane that is causing that form to ice right there if they're going for a static fire, right? Did I sum that up correctly?
Yep.
Yes. And just to back up the chances that, for example, they sometimes use nitrogen there and put nitrogen in there for other tests. But we have seen the recondenser spooling up completely, which indicates methane, and the whole methane side is going crazy. So that's all indications this is methane. And of course, they need methane because nitrogen has the tendency to burn very, very bad.
Very, very bad, or not at all. I don't think we have any great inert gas engine designs.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
it's
there's electric
not there.
propulsion, but chemicals, yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah. If even SpaceX cannot make a nitrogen engine work yet.
If I
nice.
can just interject, by the way, something about the water deluge system. There is another mitigation in play, and I think it often gets overlooked because Elon's only mentioned it once in the Spaces. The problem with Booster 7's launch is it was on the pad, firing up and ramping up to full thrust over a 6-second period before liftoff. That was before first motion. Elon believes that it was the last second or so that it cracked the concrete, and that's why it went flying. And he thinks that is part of the problem, the fact that it was firing up to full thrust for 6 seconds into a concrete surface. So now they're going to fire up for 3 seconds, get to full thrust, and launch. So that might have mitigated, with Boost 7, it might have mitigated the problem. It might not have been such a bad concrete or rock tornado, as he called it, had they gone for 3 seconds, not 6 seconds. But with the water deluge system in play as well, I think we've got a lot more confidence this time around.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I want to quickly show something here that we have bring up from the graphic that we have here from Ryan, made by Ryan, which shows you very good where these pits are that we're talking about. You see Booster 9 there, and the engine chill pit where the LOX goes once it has started to boil is the lower one, and the upper one is for deluge runoff. So as soon as the deluge fires, there's a lot of water there, and to give that water an area to run off, that's the upper basin. So just to give you a quick overview when we talk about these are the two basins right next to the orbital launch pad. So yeah, it's sorry, it's going a bit crazy here. So we have a lot of talk about a lot of things we want to hit here, and I want to do. Oh, look at that tank farm! Look at that, like everything.
We have a lot of very important stuff to talk. Oh, look at the tank farm!
I mean, it's the star of the show, right?
Truly, it's like the squirrel of venting. Like all of a sudden, that looks like a spaceship that's about to do something. All the like vapors and stuff sort of breezing by. That looks like something's about to happen. Look at that, y'all.
And the crazy thing is, the tank farm will get even crazier at T0, because then the deluge part will also go crazy. So there's like multiple things that will go on here. And just to point out as well, we have said it before, but we don't expect the methane ring to rise as high today as the LOX ring, because methane is is in the end flammable and is the explosive here. So you don't want to load too much in there if you don't have to and you don't need it. On the other side, LOX is a perfect way to make your booster heavier, while 33 Raptor engines fire below it.
Yeah, with slightly less danger than you want to minimize the total energy you pump into the system, right? Because that's how rockets work. They're storing the energy that they need to get into space / orbit / whatever in the chemicals that they use. The chemical bonds are where they get that energy from. And if you don't put as much methane in the rocket, then you don't have as much energy stored in the rocket. So we've seen that before. There's that vent going too. We've seen that before where they'll put some LOX in it, but they don't need as much methane because they're just mitigating. There's no reason to load that extra energy to make that, quite literally, right, EJ, bomb bigger by putting more methane than you need in, right?
Yeah, you'd want to use oxidizer as the You'd want to use the oxidizer as your mass here. I mean, it's not like they can load one of these tanks with liquid nitrogen. They need the methane and the the LOX tank to make the engines go. So yeah, I would loading more LOX definitely.
And you can see it right there. Like, look at the size of the ice on the bottom of the rocket.
Yep.
Look at the size of the ice on the top. You can really see. Imagine that's like 2 cups that are stacked on top of each other right now. And the bottom cup has the liquid oxygen in it, and the top cup has the methane in it. And there's just a little bit. The ice is freezing where the level of the oxygen or methane is. It's just 2 cups stacked on top of each other, and you can see where the liquid is. It's just that simple. 2 cups. Thank you, weather guy.
Yeah, it's like so simple, and SpaceX being like designing this very sophisticated rocket and being like, well, is it? Is it simple?
It's simple to explain and it's simple to understand. I always tell people that rocket science is anybody can understand it. It's pretty straightforward stuff. It's hard to do. Yeah. Hard to do. Very hard to do.
Yeah. It's the rocket science isn't that hard. It's the rocket engineering, like making it happen in the real world. That's the real
That's
trick.
the hard part.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like the designing materials for the temperatures, right? And designing the pumps and making sure everything can withstand basically almost the most hostile conditions humanity can create. And designing systems to do that.
Look at that.
And it's not just the most hostile things that we can create. The atmosphere, the environment around the rocket, the environment at which it works changes in less than 8 minutes. Where the rocket ends up and where it takes off from, not the same place.
Yep.
I know. Yeah. See, simple concept, hard to understand.
It's in a way, by the way, a fully like these bigger frost rings just hit different. Because there's a difference between like having a bit of LOX at the bottom and seeing like a smaller test and seeing like a huge amount of frost on a rocket. That's just different.
No, Adrian, the way we've heard it, right? Because we've had astronauts on the show and that sort of stuff, and the astronauts like say there's sort of the vehicle, and it's this really big thing we've made, and that's amazing. When it's just there, it's not fueled, it's not active. But when the rocket starts to get fueled, whether it's shuttle or this rocket or whatever, like when that vehicle starts to come alive, it looks alive. The venting and the vapors and everything coming off of it, just so much activity around it, it becomes almost a living, breathing sort of thing, as opposed to we built a tall tower that's sitting there right now, right? And that's really where we are in this. This rocket is coming alive because we want to see some flames come out the bottom of it.
By the way, Daz, that's so true. I've actually got quotes from astronauts who say that when they go out to the pad for a shuttle launch, remember it was been fueled days before. It literally is a long 40-hour process to fuel a space shuttle external tank. They'd go out there fully loaded. The vehicle was fully prop loaded when they arrived at the pad, and they said it was awe-inspiring because it's creaking, it's belching, it's groaning. He says, I knew then the vehicle was alive. And I've got quotes from astronauts saying that, so it really is quite impressive what they get, a sight they come to when they get to the pad.
I mean, Chris, doesn't the aft SRB hold down struts on the external tank and on the SLS core stage are designed for contraction? They cannot, the rocket won't move unless it's got a full tank of gas. They won't structurally be sound. It has to be fully fueled because the rocket actually gets shorter. SLS core stage, shuttle external tank, they get shorter because they contract because they're full of cold propellants.
Yep.
So it is living and breathing. It moves.
We saw that. Oh, go ahead.
There's also pictures of, I think we have that both on SLS and Starship, where we have pictures of that before and during fueling, where you can see how the body of the rocket changes.
Yep.
Based on the temperatures.
We have this shot here, we're not touching. It may be a little wide, but this shot is not going to move the entire time. So if there's any discernible contraction of the stainless steel or expansion or whatever happens as it changes temperatures or gets heavier, maybe we'll be able to see it when we time-lapse this.
Yeah, it's I'm looking forward to all of these views that we will get of this, because I'm quite optimistic there will be some amazing views of this.
Hey, I gotta say, massive thanks to the folks that were out there actually getting these cameras deployed and stuff like that. We had Jack out there, Andrew was out there. He was there for a week cleaning up a ton of wiring and stuff like that. and Sean was out there shooting as well. And it's the teamwork of their work out there that allowed us to get these other camera views ready to go for the big event here. So massive thanks to them. Even if you don't hear the voices on the stream, sometimes remember, you hear a couple voices on the stream, but for every one voice you hear, there are 3 or 4 more people in the background supporting and working together to make all this stuff happen. So one more time, massive thanks to the Boca team that's been out there making all these things physically get wired together in the right positions, et cetera, et cetera.
I'd like to give a shout out to Sean's Jeep as well, and Jack's
Nice.
Land Rover. Just saying, transportation that gets him there.
Since we are also thanking people that help with Boca coverage, I want to thank our SPL ops, because they're watching this not only on test, they're watching this every single day, every single second, and make sure the cameras are like pointed correctly and everything. So thanks you all SPL ops, you're amazing.
Yep. Absolutely. I can't say it enough. Like, for every one voice you hear, there are many more people behind the scenes who you will never hear that make these things happen. So massive thanks to the folks that are making all these things happen across the board.
Absolutely.
How we
I have
looking
a.
here? Go
Okay.
ahead.
I was asking some questions, so you go first.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, how's the frost line looking? Like, I have to A/B test to see if it's stopped or if it's going up and down. Look at the waves sort of coming down off the sky.
There is a
think this-
life hack to see if they stop propellant loading.
A
Yeah.
live
OLM
hack.
The OLM vent will start again.
Ah, the
There
OLM
you go.
vent. Gotcha.
Yeah, so I'm looking at that, and I also Alex is already typing in the back channel. The OLM vent is basically stopping for LOX load, so that's when they would start LOX loading. And this huge methane subcooler thing where everything is just clouded from the beach views. As soon as that stops, that's methane stopping. So these are the two indicators that we are looking for. And Alex saying that these subcoolers are stopping now. Methane subcoolers apparently have stopped the heavy, like we don't have this really like stream of gas anymore. It's just a condensation now. So yes, methane load has now, at least for the moment, stopped. So
Gotcha.
that should be. This is about what we would expect in methane load. So this fits. This is probably all the methane they will load for this test. LOX is still ongoing though.
No kidding. Hey, folks, let me do this real quick. Sometimes when we really get going, we sort of put a moratorium. We don't read out a lot of super chats or anything like that. I still see super chats and tips coming to tips.nsspacelight.com. Thank you so much for folks that are doing this. Arbitrary Hubris joining a Camp Cop member on the Capcom membership program, on the member program on YouTube. We've got some questions and stuff that are coming in. There's Mike Brown joining the Capcom membership. We're not grabbing so many of these. Paul McFadden doing 5 gifted memberships. I do see all these coming in. I can't read them all. There's no way, even if I were to speed run them, that I could catch up with all of them. There's still things in there from when we ticked over 800K, which was like 30 minutes ago now. So across the board, y'all, thank you for all the support. We're going to get the big ones that come in and try to speed run as many as we can. But now we're really getting into the business end of this. So we're going to hold off on a lot of those. Thank you so much for sending it. That's this another store message that's come in, like across the board. Thank you for the help.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you all so much. Actually, I have a question here from Super Chat, Plutonium239 with a $10 Super Chat asking, when is this going to launch? Early September? October? Who wants to start?
One way to find out, we catch that all the time, but
Yeah.
we're not tomorrow, not today is probably the most important thing. But there's still a little bit of work left before they're going to get this thing fly. We need to see a full stack first, right? We need to see the heat ring, the hot staging ring installed, and make a full stack with a hot staging ring in there. Like, there's still some steps to be done. So let's get this one thing at a time, step through the fiery bits here. Let's get 33 engines running, and then we'll go on to the next step. How's that sound?
I think that sounds very reasonable. And let's like this is still a not super how to frame this. Something can go wrong during a static fire. Like, it shouldn't happen, and SpaceX is probably being very careful about this, but a static fire test is not without any issues or without any risks. So they probably hope that this will all work. And once then this worked, then they're happy and move on. But it's still a static fire. They still ignite 33 Raptor engines below a booster. That's quite a thing to do. So, I mean, this is still, if they ignite all 33, this will still be probably the second biggest rocket firing in history of humans after the launch.
Yeah, I mean,
Which
Adrian,
was
even if these engines are at 50%, that's still more than the Saturn V at full bore, like full blast. That's still an insane amount of power. It's like 7-8 million pounds of thrust. That's crazy. I mean, SLS has 8.8 million pounds of thrust, like 35 meganewtons, somewhere in there. This thing at half power is that powerful, which is pretty dang impressive.
Yep. It's completely crazy how much force this has.
I mean, and the fact that I believe Chris B was saying that they're gonna try to light 33 in 3 seconds. That's
Just to clarify,
Yeah.
the point about 3 seconds is that they're going to change the launch itself from boost 7, 6 seconds of firing up the engines for 6 seconds and then first motion. They're going to reduce that down to 3 seconds for boost 9 to launch.
Yep.
And then lift off with first motion after 3 seconds. That is to mitigate the amount of thrust that's hitting the pad surface. And hopefully with the water deluge system, that means it'll be nice and clean, very steamy, but nice and clean, no rock tornadoes.
Yeah. Now, boss, do you think they're going to do that with a static fire today? A 3-second firing?
That wouldn't be beyond the thought process of what basically, I'll put my teeth back in. Basically, I think they do try and use a static fire to mirror a proper startup to get the data they require to validate the rocket for a launch. So that might be something to look out for. Let's see how long they fire it for, because that would probably match the parameters of what they expect from the Raptors, and they'll get the data to say, well, if this was a launch day, yes, we would have got first motion out of that thrust we got out of the static fire test. So yeah, I don't know, but I think that's probably a good educated guess that they may try and mirror it.
I
Absolutely.
mean, like an FRF with the shuttle, right? You'd want to mimic the launch sequence right up until SRB ignition, but then no happy ignition.
No happy
ignition.
That's
very
the happy
eloquent.
part.
That's the happy part.
I
of
use
the
technical
rocket.
terms around here, guys. Come on.
Nice.
Yeah, that's true. We lost the technical terms there for a moment.
Oh yeah.
How long does it take to fuel the booster, and would they fully fuel it? Who wants to tackle that? Or
right now?
Yeah.
I mean, do we think that they're going to try to? What I'm saying is, do we think they're going to try to fully fuel the booster right now, or how long does it normally take? Because those are two different things. We don't think they're going to try to fully fuel everything today for this test.
Yeah,
right?
that's the methane load has wrapped. So this is all the methane you will see, although they're still loading LOX. And I wouldn't be surprised if LOX will go all the way. Like, that's probably like close to all the way.
Yeah, we were talking about a little bit earlier that they're using liquid oxygen as a mass simulator. If you fired this booster with like 5% fuel and 5% oxidizer, you're gonna bend some things. There's a lot of thrust coming out of the bottom of that thing. Lot of force coming out. You need the LOX to kind of weigh down the booster so you don't strain any other part of the pad.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop on this real quick, y'all. This is getting real because apparently we've got an official countdown happening from SpaceX coming up right now on about 31 minutes here, and I have a feeling that SpaceX is going to give us a little bit of warning here when this actually happens. So right now, if you add 31 minutes to 1:37 p.m., what is that? 07:08. I mean, that's coming out at about 2:08 p.m. local time, just around 30 minutes since I talk. I tend to ramble on. But that is an official count that's happening from SpaceX. It may not be the static fire itself. It can always go a little bit beyond that, right? But we are watching that too. And It may be 30 minutes now, or I'm going to guess probably just over 30 minutes. But remember, there are no promises here. There's no guarantee that it's going to happen, but SpaceX has enough confidence in this process now that they have released a public timer now. So
Never seen them do that before.
yeah, I guess I got to say X now. Like over on x.com. So confusing.
I like
over
calling it
on
Twix.
yeah, formerly known as Twitter. They had a tweet out as well. So we are definitely watching that. I see it in chat too. And that official confirmation shows, if anything, it shows a very high level of confidence that things are going well here. Enough that they would tweet about it, and they put out this timer, and we are now under 30 minutes from the timer that they've given us.
Yes.
Whew. That's cool. Thanks,
And-
SpaceX. We appreciate you.
And just to give like some additional about holds and everything, they have hold countdowns of static fires in the past, and they can hold it for multiple minutes. And we also know from the orbital attempt that they can hold, or orbital integrated flight test attempt, that they can hold it for like up to 15 minutes or so before they recycle. So there's always a possibility that they hold in the countdown. They have built-in holds. They might just move a bit. They can do this. It's not locked into specific timing.
Right. Just expect that there may be a hold or something like that. But for them to put that information out shows a high level of confidence that they think they're doing well right now. Anything could happen.
Absolutely. It's just there's so much stuff happening here. It's
Hey, real quick, a $50 tip from Justin Davenport. Justin, you write for us. What are you doing tipping? It's like throwing it back into the pool. Thank you so much for the $50 tip. Here's some bucks for Jack's Bacon Taco Fund. What am I? Chopped liver? I want bacon tacos. EJ, you down for bacon tacos?
Oh,
Adrian?
I'm in, man. Please.
I'm game. Yeah, let's do that.
Nice. Thank you so much for the tip there, y'all. It's tips.nasaspaceflight.com. I'd like to give people options on how they can support us. If you don't want to go through YouTube, you don't have to. We have that direct link at tips.nasaspaceflight.com. Anywho, still ticking. Oh, wait, we put a timer on screen.
Oh yeah. Like okay.
Very nice.
Wait, what is that timer though? Talk about it.
Won't be accurate, will it?
It's a time that apparently might be the time where this will go, but no, we cannot completely say like, oh, this is the for sure second. We just want to acknowledge it. We want to point it out, and rockets, it might change. Just as a caveat here.
Let's call it no earlier than.
Yeah.
That is going to be a no earlier than timer. SpaceX giving us the timer, and it will not be before that. It will be after that. But that is a no earlier than timer. Is that a good way to explain it?
Yes.
All right, good.
Which also, like, we are still in the window where Alex and I, where kind of like everything looks to be progressive. Like, based on when they started fueling, this is about the area a bit earlier actually than we expected, a bit faster. But we're still in the area where we would expect this as well. So just to provide this as an additional just additional data point.
Yeah, additional data. And we, like our backend that we use for the overlays, it'll be like T- for a launch, and then if it's a different launch provider, it may be L-, or we can show a clock up there, like the time of day, like AM, PM clock, right? But we don't have anything that's like no earlier than. I wish I could scribble a little N and an E in front of the T, but we wanted to put something on the screen. We just had to fit it within our existing backend. And again, it is not a T- for the actual fire. It is a no earlier than, where we don't expect anything's going to happen before that, but SpaceX, again, giving us a high degree of confidence because they tweeted about it, and they hardly ever do that. Test minus. Well, it's not even test minus. It's no earlier than. It really should say NET up there.
Also, hi to Tim Don in chat. Hi, Tim.
Oh, hey, Tim.
Hey, Tim. I love the suggestion in the back channel of T-, and instead of the minus, have like a wavy line.
Yeah, tilde. Like T tilde or something.
Yeah. They're like, maybe.
Yeah, again, y'all, that's an artifact of our back-end systems, and we want to display something, but we didn't have something that fit this exactly because we've never really been in this exact position before. So it really should be no earlier than that. It is not the time where we expect the fire to come out. Again, we're excited. We want to put it on the screen, but it's like, oh, we don't have the exact label that we need. So
Quite
Oh,
tough, actually. It is quite tough because I remember even SpaceX's own official countdown was off for the Booster 7 static fire test. It is quite a vehicle that is not immune from like last second holds just for a few seconds, and that can knock any timer that they may be working to off by a few seconds as well. So I think the fun thing about this one is we get more indicators, not just the Fire X, but also the water deluge system that will fire up. So we'll really know when they're going to go for it. That's the great thing about the water deluge adding to the mix.
yeah. I mean, we could very much see like the whole thing. We could see of course, we have frost all over the booster, but we could see the Fire X go. We could see the deluge system come on. Like it may be an all-up test, just missing the ship on top of it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what I would expect is the Fire X to fire first because the deluge fires up, like at least kind of up, not directly in the engine, but up. And the
Yeah,
purpose
an
of
angle.
the Fire X, yeah, and the purpose of the Fire X is to push out the gas. Like one of the main purpose of the Fire X is to push out methane gas below the booster to make sure there's nothing there and you don't ignite it in a big kaboom. So. I would expect the Fire X to go first, push out that gas, and then the deluge to spool up and make sure the deluge is deluging.
Right. It's almost like a dilution sort of thing. The Fire X just changes the ambient environment underneath the bottom of the booster, and if there is methane that is sort of collecting or cascading through that area, they put other things there that are less flammable. They put the nitrogen and the water in there with the little spray system, and they're controlling that environment underneath. So you expect that to go get that environment in a, I guess, maybe not completely controlled, but a more known state, just diluting that methane out before they actually create an ignition source, which would be, the engines. You don't want, if you got a big cloud of methane hanging around, it to find an unintended ignition source. So, anyways.
And
I
it will
have a
find
cough
it if you're
booster
not
step.
careful.
Cough, booster 7 spin prime.
Yeah.
By the way, I've just seen numerous people asking, and it's a very good question because I want to ask it myself. If they're in a countdown and it's like 3 seconds to go and they fire up the water deluge system and they have an abort, how long will it take them to recycle the water tanks for a next because the water deluge system is working off only a finite amount of water in those tanks. I wonder if they've got the recycle capability in those tanks to go for like 2 or 3 attempts.
Well, there's two things that I think are pacing here. A, how much water is in these tanks, and B, how long does the system need to spool up?
Yeah.
And the problem for the second one is we don't have a good view on that because the tanks don't really give a clue. We just suddenly hear a whooshing sound and then it's there. That's I think that's hard to answer. In terms of water, I think it's actually very limited based on the size of these tanks. I wouldn't be surprised if they can maybe support a second attempt, but I would be very surprised if we are talking about like 3, 4, 5 attempts based on the tanks of this deluge system. Yeah.
Now sorry, Adrian, I didn't mean to interrupt, but now the real question is, can they refuel that water system, the deluge system, with the water tank that's in the stack on the right side of the screen? Is that tapped into it? If it is, I'm sure you could get more water, right? There's a water tank over there, if memory serves me right.
Yeah, I'm right now thinking about if there is a ground line between that, but I don't remember it.
It is a water tank. They've got water tanks there. That's correct because they were going for a methane tank, but they couldn't certify it, so they decided to make a water tank out of it. And people were talking about tank farm getting battered by the rock tornado from Boost 7, which is correct. It did get battered, but it was mainly the cryo shells, not the internal tanks. That's why we luckily got away with not any kind of big replacements. They've brought hot dog tanks in since, but Elon said that was always a plan for the forward path for the launch site. But yeah, luckily the issues with the rock tornado, because Elon called it a rock tornado, so I'm going to call it a rock tornado.
That's
for
fair.
Booster 7's launch, didn't cause a bigger problem of really taking out a tank farm, which would have been a serious problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those tanks on the left side of the screen, guys, they're vacuum insulated tanks. The actual thing that's holding commodities in there is not the outside of the tank. There's a good gap in between. So I've seen people say, "Oh, the tanks are dented. What are they doing?" The rock tornado just dented the outside of the tanks.
Yeah.
So it's not as big of a deal. You probably don't want your tanks dented from your rocket. I'm pretty sure that's anomalous behavior, but it's not too bad.
We actually saw during the previous few weeks just people working on crane lifts, just basically just pulling out some of the dents to make it look a little bit better. They've not got rid of all the dents; you can still see them, but it's
Yep.
almost like let's get them cosmetically better than they are right now. So just like pulling the dents out, and it actually kind of worked. So fair play to the guys on the telehandlers for getting up on those tanks and just doing a little bit of pulling because that'll buff out.
Yeah,
the
it'll
old
buff out.
saying goes, yeah.
Buff out.
Be
Nice.
fine. Let's get the slide hammer. We're good.
Look
Oh,
at that
we got some
vent.
venting.
Yeah.
Don't panic about it. So I saw some people for the earlier time advented panic about it. Basically, if you fill something up and there's boiling off at the top of these logs, at some point you need to release that boil off. That's that vent.
They try to keep
I
the
don't-
pressure the same.
I don't know if it's the official name for it, but I call that sort of like a maintenance vent, where it's
Yeah.
like let off a little pressure and stop, and then let off a little
Yeah.
pressure and then stop. You know, it sort of duty cycles on and off because it's just sort of maintaining the pressure in that tank, as opposed to geez, unload everything, just let it vent, a big depressurization vent that goes on for a long time, right? So it's not an official name. I refer to those as like maintenance vents, where they're just trying to maintain the environment inside the tank.
Yeah, you don't want high pressure deltas inside of those tanks. The pressure should stay the same. It should
Yeah.
stay the same until it presses for flight, and then during flight, it should stay the same. Now, that's a hard problem to solve. It might be a little more complicated than you might think. You know, the fuel drains out, just have a vent. Well, if you're venting the tank into vacuum when the rocket's way up in the air, or lack thereof, what are you venting to, right? So
Yep.
those pressures got to stay the same in order for the propellants to feed correctly. That gas that's in there is called ullage gases. And the ullage gases basically keep the tanks nice and structurally rigid. You don't want that pressure to change because that could affect, structurally, it could affect the rocket.
No kidding. There's that methane ice. I mean, not methane ice, sorry. It's ice that is formed because the cold methane on the other side of the stainless steel has frozen the humidity. Normally makes you uncomfortable out there at the beach. Here we see it in ice form on the outside of the stainless. But that is the methane tank, the bottom of the methane tank. You can see those vertical lines. You see all those vertical lines that sort of go into the ice? Those are structural reinforcements in between the two tanks. That's the bottom of the methane tank and the top of the... Are we still saying Loxygen? Sorry,
Yes.
the LOX tank on the bottom. So you can see them here in this shot as well at the very bottom of the LOX tank. Those are just structural reinforcements down there, y'all.
I think they're called longitudinal stringers. I think they're
Thank you.
basically stitching the tanks together.
I like it. They're like
Yeah.
struts that are just attached to the... Not really struts, I guess. I was doing a Kerbal thing, but they are definitely not like Kerbal, because these probably actually work.
And also, there's... Oh, wow.
I laughed.
Plus, you can see them. Anyways, moving right along.
Hi.
I want to point out, by the way, that just for the amount of methane that is in there, this is not only this amount of methane we can see, it's also the common bulkhead that is completely filled on the methane side, and it's the downcomer, which goes all the way through the LOX tank, that is also filled with methane. So there's quite a lot of methane here, it's just they don't need it... Oh, sorry, the transfer tube.
The transfer tube. Thank you, Adrian.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
in
sorry.
trouble.
Sorry, I mix these very, very different terminologies.
I'm just checking in to say, all right, bye.
Nice. You good, Jack?
Yeah, expect my feet here momentarily.
And now to
Another
Jack for the
feed from
weather.
Jack. Nice.
It's hot.
Thanks, Jack.
Nice.
We just record that on a loop and play it back.
It would be so accurate. Yeah, but like, this is really the final step here. The LOX tank is all, I would say 2/3. I think we call it just 2/3 full already. It's still going. They will fill this up probably quite a lot. And yeah, I mean, basically at this point we are very much on track to see probably 33 engine static fire here very, very soon, which is quite exciting. Adrenaline
Yeah.
is kicking in.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Remember our T minus in the upper left? That is a no earlier than clock. We just don't want to try to reprogram the overlay and risk breaking everything in the middle of the stream. That is a no earlier than clock. That is not when we expect the fire to happen. That's going to go to 0, and then we are probably within minutes of the fire coming out of the bottom. I'm going to repeat that on occasion. I know you'll have heard it over again, but it's important to me that people know that that is a no earlier than clock via official information from SpaceX.
Yeah, and I love how everything is alive here. Like, I love how every single vent is ongoing, and like you said earlier, the vehicle is alive, and so is like the launch side. It's not only the vehicle; it's like the tanks and the tank side. Everything. It's just working on this one goal here. It's such a like an orchestra of mechanical devices working together to make this happen. It's kind of beautiful.
Absolutely. And y'all, we still see super chats and stuff like that coming in. I do not know how many cows would need to burp to fill up this thing. Maybe somebody can
At
do the
least
math.
3.
At least 3. Nice. It's like, for how long? Like 1 cow burping for 1 million years? 1 million cows burping for 1 year? Like, I don't know. Somebody do the math.
I mean, we'd have to. Well, the cow's farting, so it's gas. So you're gonna have to put that through an additional recondenser process there, or just condensed process. I mean, we'd have to process the fuel. So
Well, I don't
mean,
wanna-
it really depends on cow flow rate.
What cow flow
Cow
rate?
flow rate.
Yep. Yep. We'll call it CFR.
CFR, cow flow rate. Nice.
Yeah, I will make sure to get the shop team on that. I'm sorry.
Somebody.
No, me too.
We just need a cow standing in front of like an illustration of the cow standing in front of the full stack in the background, and it's like, see you in 1 million years or something. Like, that's how long it would take one cow continuously processing methane to fill the booster.
I mean, the cows also is flowing gas, so we'd have to measure that in CFM. So cow flow rate would be measured in CFM.
Nice.
This is hilarious.
Yeah,
You said do the math. All right.
I've worked with horses. I know it wouldn't take that long.
It wouldn't take that long. Nice. Hey, if anybody was confused as to whether or not this is an official NASA stream, you should be clear that this is not an official NASA stream at this point. They can't say that on television. We can. Anyways.
Do we expect a siren before the static fire? I'm just speed running questions here.
We do. We did get that overpressure notice. Mary over in the village got that paper delivered that warned about the overpressure, which may occur. For people that don't know what the overpressure notice is, originally when there were more private individuals living in the Boca Chica village right there, just about 2 miles away from the launch pad, they would warn them, we're doing a test and it may not go perfectly, right? So they wanted people originally to actually get out of their houses and stand in the yard so that if there was a huge blast wave, like a pressure wave, not fire like in Terminator hanging on a chain link fence or anything, right? But if there was a big pressure wave from something that happened at the launch site, it could break out the windows or something. And if you're sitting on your couch and the window's behind you and it shatters glass on you, that's sort of a deal. So they would give these notices to the residents that were these overpressure notices, and they originally said, you may want to go outside for safety. They still deliver those. There's not very many private residents. Mary's one of the very few people still left there living in the village. Everybody else is a SpaceX employee, right? But they still give these notices, so residents have this warning, this notification that something big may happen, be advised. So that notice was delivered yesterday. Mary tweeted about it. We got that tweet out so everybody would know. And that's one of the biggest confirmations that they're going for an energetic event here today, right? Adrian?
Yeah, it's certainly the most hype-creating PDF ever. Because it's just a letter printed out, and once it gets posted, people know, oh yeah, it's on. That's I always love, like, I think it's really the moment when everybody gets excited for the static fighter, because as soon as it's posted, we're like getting ready. We know, okay, this is happening.
Yeah, serious business.
It's the best indicator, because it's not done for spin primes. We know this is a static or a wet dress rehearsal. It's something serious.
Yep.
So it's always good to.
It's a courtesy to the residents as well, right? It's not
Yeah.
just about, oh, we're doing this. Like, they want the residents to know that something's going on. And so they don't just hand them out willy-nilly. It's not like every day they put another notice on the door and they're like, we're SpaceX, we may test today, too bad, right? That's not what they do. As a courtesy to the residents, they just put it out when it's serious business. It doesn't mean absolutely positively that everything's going to go perfectly today and they'll get to that point, but it is serious when they hand over that notice. It means that they really are going for something.
The big engine chill has started. So
boy.
basically, they're now like very seriously counting down these Raptors, which happened around 12 minutes from T0. So this clock up top there might not be that wrong. I'm not saying it's completely like by second accurate, but based on what we see right now, it's not far off.
Let's listen for the siren. Like, I am really curious. Hopefully we get ears on the siren. We probably won't hear it from our pad mic because it's almost 2 miles away and the rocket is loud. The orbital tank farm is loud, right? But that 10-minute siren is really going to be one more brick in the wall of confirmation. How about that? Like, one more thing that corroborates what we're hearing.
All in all,
Thank you.
The problem, just a quick add to that, the problem with the siren is it's human steered. So
Human steered.
there's a problem with, there's probably a communication at some point to the sheriff to now make the siren sound.
Yeah.
And the question is like, is he like by the minute accurate? Like, is it at 10? Does it happen at 6? Does it happen at 12? Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see, definitely. But we are getting close to here. The LOX tank is almost done here as well. The next indicator we would see, based on a pad perspective, would be the return of the pad vent, because that would mean LOX has been completely loaded.
Yeah.
And just to point out, since Sawyer asking in the back channel, we saw sirens as late as 4 minutes before T0.
As late as 4 minutes before
Yes.
T0, huh?
We had one in the B9 age, where it was like 4 minutes before T0.
Yeah. No kidding. Again, folks, if you're just joining us, because the number keeps going up and up, the closer we get to this, everybody's like, what's going on? It's like a crowd sort of gathers, right? We are expecting SpaceX to do a large number of engines static fire, potentially all 33 engines onto the bottom of this booster. We've got Booster 9 on the orbital launch mount down here at Starbase. This is happening right now. You can see the orbital launch mount on the left-hand side, the bottom of the booster, see the ice formed on it there. The right-hand side is that full shot, the American flag waving up at the top, the chopsticks spread open, and look at all of the ice on the LOX tank of the booster. But we may potentially be maybe less than 10 minutes away from fire coming out the bottom of the engines. This is a critical step in getting this vehicle, this booster, tested before it can actually fly. We may see it today. And this is going to be a first, because if everything goes, if we get the static fire and the deluge system works as expected, this may be the first time that we see the fire and water fight it out underneath the OLM. A huge spraying system that puts high pressure water from the bottom of the OLM, spraying water sort of up at an angle. And then the rocket, the Raptor engines in the rocket pointing down, firing ridiculous amounts of thrust and heat, let's just leave it at that, down at the water. We've never seen it happen before. And this may be the first time we ever see this occur in less than 10 minutes now.
I still go with my opinion. If we see significant damage today, that would be bad, because I don't think this will be a full thrust static fire. That would be like very surprising to me. And again, to point out, the concrete held up pretty well during the static fire of Booster 7. It was only on the launch at like 90% thrust where it broke. So,
yep.
Today should look good. Like, the expectation definitely is, if the deluge kicks off and they fire these engines, it should look good. That's the expectation, and that's what we hope for.
Yep. No kidding. Again, folks, we don't have the exact time. Little dangly bit's gonna live through a static fire? I wonder.
Probably not.
It looks like insulation or something. Somebody left their t-shirt hanging underneath there. But some ice even falling off. Look at this. Y'all see the ice that's on that one line? There's like a silvery sort of line that goes across the screen, right? There's a silvery line, then there's an icy line. There's another big dark line above it. Look at the ice on that one line.
That's I think the line that reclaims the methane from the methane part of the engine shell, if I recall correctly.
I think we have a
LOX,
drone
sorry,
up,
Alex saying LOX.
Yeah,
I
we got
hear
a
a
drone
drone.
going over.
Oh yeah. You could hear it for a moment there. Huh. But we are getting close for sure here. Still not have heard anything about a siren. So that's still one item we hope to see very soon. But we are certainly very, very close here in seeing this booster hopefully attempt a static fire.
Yep.
We have some math being done in the back in my back channel over on the Twitch side. Basically it says that it would take 8,182 cows a year to fill Booster 9's methane tank. There you go. There you go.
I'm impressed.
They did the math.
It's not an official number, y'all.
It is
I bet
now.
it's pretty close to accurate, though.
Yeah. It remembers me when somebody calculated how much corn you would get in the fairing of a Starship.
Oh no. All right, so static fire may be less than 5 minutes away now. Staying on topic here. We have a bunch of different cameras pointed at this, y'all. Remember, we're trying to manage the audio levels here. It's likely going to be very loud. Also, there's a lot of energy. Some of our cameras may flicker or not come back. One way to find out. I'm really curious to see what we're going to see here. Are we going to see the bubbles coming from the new deluge system? Are we going to see the Fire-X go off? Like, what is the exact order of operations? Be looking for new things to happen underneath that booster, because there are going to be some signs that happen. If you see a mist, like a big, consistent mist, not a little waft happening, but a big mist happening underneath the OLM, there right in the middle of the screen, that's probably the Fire-X system going off. That is a really good, it's not those little teeny tiny things. Now, you'll know it when it's the Fire-X system. Down below, if we see water sort of spraying up like an upside down shower head or a water sprinkler on your lawn or something like that, that's going to be the deluge system. That is what they're trying to use to manage some of that energy that comes out of the bottom. And then, of course, if you see fire, well, that's the Raptors coming out the bottom. The Raptors don't come out the bottom. The fire from the Raptors comes out the bottom of the rocket.
I think we have
But-
thermal conditioning on the engine, Stas.
Yeah, look at that. Really, like, you can see every engine almost perfect. That's beautiful. That's really, really beautiful. So, still no siren apparently, but we are certainly getting close here.
And again, we'll see. It's a test process. It's the first time they've done it. They want to get a static fire done, but if part of this is getting the deluge system tested with the static fire, if they're having a problem with the deluge system, they may decide not to do it. There's a big vent.
LOX load wrapped up. That's it. Both tanks are now full. Like, to the level they need to. This
Look
is
at that.
LOX load is wrapped up. So both tanks are at the level they need probably for the fire. Next up, Delusion go.
All right.
Whew.
Again, we don't have the exact timing here. We just know they're shooting for stuff. And I was sort of giving the disclaimer there that SpaceX did tweet about it, that they had a high level. It seemed like they had a high level of confidence, but no exact timing. There could be a hold we don't know about. It could go at any point. So coming up on 2 minutes, still don't think we've heard the siren. I don't see any reports from our folks that are over there that they actually heard that siren. We have had some communication problems on occasion where the siren is just like real fast. It used to be they would drive all the way around the village and make sure everybody knew, everybody heard the siren, right? But sometimes that doesn't happen. So
Yeah, I mean,
All right, with that LOX purge out the OLM vent, should be good to go.
just waiting with bated breath now.
Yep.
yeah, we are. We don't want to talk upward, so it's short sentence time.
Yep.
Yeah. It may be less than a minute now. It looks like SpaceX is in fact targeting 4:08 local time That's what we set our timer to, because that's when sort of their timer was counting down towards, but I was saying that was no earlier than. That may be very close to the actual T0.
It's
Yeah, we might
pretty
be
close, man. Yeah.
seconds away from deluge firing here, I think.
All right, well, watch for this. Watch for the Fire X. Watch for the deluge. Watch for
There's
the
this Fire
engines.
X.
Here we go.
Ah. So
A lot of steam.
that we still see the plate running here. That's what we saw on the test as well. It's kind of like fizzling out, but that looked to be like a short static, like a short one.
I think
Yeah.
that was in line with what Chris was saying, about 3 seconds. Maybe even shorter.
Yeah, that was like 2 seconds or so. That was definitely like very short. But now we of course await confirmation from SpaceX about the success of this test. But at least like the plate is still running. That's a good sign, right?
It's a good
I think
sign.
so.
I should be back now, because we still see water coming out of the plate. We didn't see like the plate go flying, or the steam inside the plate is going to blow the plate apart, or whatever all the armchair engineers thought they were saying. But there's still water flowing out of that plate right now. Sort
Yeah.
of like we saw with the test at McGregor. Remember the video that SpaceX released at McGregor, and they fired it, and there was still water coming out after the engine shut down.
Yeah, like this looks also very close to the test. Like also we don't have the loud vent, I think, from the deluge system this time, but like from what we can see, okay, this is very very rough and we don't have any confirmation. But from what we see so far, everything looks in first impression very okay.
I mean, the booster's still there. I like that
Okay,
there was still water flowing out, right? Go ahead.
we have some information here from SpaceX saying the test was 2.74 seconds with 4 early Raptor shutdowns.
4 early Raptor shutdowns. Okay.
So that means we had 29 firing.
If it was early shutdowns, I mean, if the exact terminology was early shutdowns, that sounds like they fired and then shut down, not that they failed to fire in the first place. Does that sound like a fair assessment?
Yep.
I mean, with a 2-second static fire, 2.6 second static fire, if you're early shutdowning, you didn't fire that much at least, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Like, we're sort of mincing the words there exactly. But
Yeah,
does that
of course.
mean that they started and then they turned off earlier than expected? Or does that mean they early shut down before they actually lit?
I do
Yeah,
believe during the IFT, during the flight test, they did commit to shutting some off before ignition. So
Yeah.
it could be one or the other.
They did. They shipped it with, I think, based on Elon's space, I think he said it was 2. It was a little unclear if it was 2 or 3, but
Yep.
it seemed like he said that they decided to go with 2 that they didn't even try to fire for the actual flight. Because that is getting all this stuff to work in concert is critical. You need all the engines to work, you need all the pumps to work, all the lines, like everything. That's part of why it's called the integrated flight test, right? So getting these engines to fire is one of the things that they're testing. Not just testing, like, okay, we did it once, success, we're good. Gaining experience, doing the process over and over again, managing the flow of all the conditioning of the lines and the flows of the propellants, and then everything happening in the way that it needs to actually happen. That is another thing they're doing. So good data, hopefully, either way, right?
Yep.
Yeah, it's certainly
Oh yeah, the dangly bit is still there. Look,
It survived.
either that's like a
And we have more information from SpaceX that will put it a bit in perspective. So apparently the test was targeted for 5 seconds.
what a deep breath sounds like, Joel. What?
What?
When you're done with your test, that's what the deep breath vent sounds like.
Yeah, that sounds like one.
What?
What?
We'll back it off just a bit there, but as we try to turn that down just a hair when we say that oh, that's a maintenance vent, that's a depress vent. That one there was the depress vent. Again, we don't get to schedule exactly when those things happen, so we don't know in advance what SpaceX is going to do. We do have maximum volume levels that are going to cut that volume from going above a certain amount, and it's still ridiculously loud. Just listening to like the drips of water and the spinning of valves and stuff, and then all of a sudden, depress vent right in your ear. So, all right, we have a little bit of a wrap up, don't we, Adrian? Do we have some official information that
Yeah.
was released by SpaceX? Let's make sure that we repeat that.
Yeah, I think it's not actually that great of information, like in terms of news. The test was targeted for 5 seconds, or close to 5 seconds. So they had a shutdown after about half the test duration, with 4 engines shutting down earlier. So, So, yeah.
That's not the result they were expecting. We had talked earlier. People had said, "Oh, what are they going to launch on the next Starship one after this if this one is successful? What are they going to do if this works? What are they going to do if this doesn't work?" Well, this is what I mean. It depends. What are you trying to do? If you're trying to hit the booster for 5 seconds with the engines on and it only goes to 2.7, well, that's not a favorable result. Now you got to figure out why. I mean, obviously we have some given information that 4 Raptors shut down, but that could be anything. If the computer's going to shut the thing down after they lose 4, that's obviously not the result that they wanted, right? So now you got to figure out why, and that could lead to more testing. It could lead to an extended timeline. There's a lot of stuff going on there, a lot of data that needs to be crunched.
Yeah. And the other thing, part of this test is getting experience and getting data, right? So it's not that, oh gosh, we dealt with this with the IFT. Oh, it's a total failure. Oh, 4 engines shut down. Oh, it's a huge problem. Like, the whole deal here is getting information, getting data. When all the systems come together, how are they going to perform? What do we need to figure out? What do we need to improve? What do we need to learn about and mitigate, or whatever it needs to be done, right? So I guarantee you that SpaceX got data from that.
Absolutely.
And you could say it's a successful test because they got data. It's not like, oh, geez, we just ignored all this data that came in. It wasn't perfect, so what a waste of time. Like, that's really not how it works.
Exactly.
The test is not a failure if you learn something from it, right, EJ? I know, I'm on my soapbox.
Absolutely. Just because it didn't do what they wanted it to do doesn't mean that it's lost data. I mean, getting 29 engines to light is a pretty dang good accomplishment. But now you got to go and figure out why did that? Why did it stop almost a little over halfway through?
Yep.
But that basically could be mitigating a problem that you encounter during launch. If you guys recall, during the last IFT, a lot of engines shut off. So this is something learned. It's some information to pick through. It's something to understand. Absolutely.
Pretty good.
Is that Jack?
There he is.
Hi.
Hello,
Jack, how you doing?
I have some Anik data for you.
Data.
That was pretty quiet.
Really?
I mean, I don't know how it was for y'all on stream with the Loudy McLeod mic, but from my perspective, Das, how far away am I?
You are just under 4 miles away if you're at the river.
Yeah, just under 4 miles
about 4
away.
miles away.
Pretty quiet. A lot quieter than I expected, honestly, and I don't know if that's me expecting the sounds of launch, which was utterly earth-shattering from this location, but yeah, that was seemingly relatively quiet. I wonder to what extent the water deluge played a role in me hearing it less or what have you, but it was like, I mean, I heard it. It was barely a whisper though from here. Maybe it was the wind going a different direction. Unsure, but either way, listening to you guys recap the information that I had no idea was really satisfying. So thank you for that. I am going to edit some photos and video and get them to you here shortly.
Cool. We're also working on
So-
pulling replays, y'all. So we'll have replays from a couple different angles, even angles you didn't see live. Because we had like 14 or 15 cameras pointed at this, and we only have so much screen real estate on the live video. If you were watching on Starbase Live, the 24/7 stream, we had 4 cameras over there. And if you were watching the members stream, we had a special stream for members only that had 9 of the cameras on it. But even the members stream with a 3x3 grid, we did do a 3x3 grid, didn't we? I think we did. Even it couldn't show all of the cameras that we had. So we're pulling those replays right now, and we're going to see if we can't play some replays back. I specifically want to see how the size of it wasn't a dust cloud this time, right? How the size of the cloud that was formed during the international test flight. I guess technically it went out of international waters, but the integrated test flight, we had that massive plume, and it was digging up sand from underneath the launch pad. If you saw the results of that study, it was actually sand, right? That was kicked up into the atmosphere and then floated away all the way over to Port Isabel and points beyond. This time, of course, we didn't take off, but I'm really curious how the deluge system impacted the size of the cloud that resulted. Because here you had the energy of the rocket going down and meeting the water, and it takes energy to basically turn the water from liquid water into steam, right? Gaseous form of water, I guess. It takes energy to do that, and that may be another explanation as to why it didn't sound so loud to Jack. Because instead of that sound energy reaching Jack, the sound energy was being taken to make that physical phase transformation from liquid water into steam. So, EJ,
I always tell people, there's a reason why they don't use radar underwater. They use sonar because water's really good at absorbing sound.
Yep. Oh, jeez.
So there's 2 reasons why it could have seemed like from what we see so far, the deluge system looked to have worked pretty well, right? The flags have some pretty toasty, but it's not that toasty compared to the booster 7 static fire. Of course, we not know how much of that is because of early engine shutdowns and how much is because of the deluge, but at least indication could also be, and also the fact that it's quieter, it could be that the deluge just worked very well.
Yeah. Well, also, it didn't take off, right? We're not looking at 15 seconds. All right, we fired it, then we ramped up, and then we took off. And as we took off, the flames are just bathing. The huge plasma torch that is the rocket is just bathing everything in fire and energy, right? We didn't get any of that. So I think that it's not. I don't even think that was full power, right?
No, definitely not.
Yeah. Look at this.
Oh, there we go.
In case you were wondering where the deluge runoff goes, that pond, the closer pond there, it just takes the runoff from the concrete pad. They got like a lip or a curb, I guess you could say, and water that ends up on the concrete is supposed to sort of go in that direction or just evaporate, right? But they do have that big runoff. You can see when Jack and Sean flew, there was some water in there. See how it's a different color than the dry concrete? That's the light gray color. It's sort of like the dark brown color that has water in it. And that is where the runoff, I guess, from the deluge system, or at least some large part of it, right? Because some of it got turned into steam and got blown downrange, and then it's going to become a little cloud that may rain on Brownsville later or whatever, probably further than Brownsville. That sort of stuff. Like, it's not the only place the water could go, but that is where some of the runoff would end up down on that one side. We may have more stuff we can show. Again, we have so many things coming in now. We're working on showing different things. We got some tweets that are happening. We'll see if we can show. We got a tweet from Mary here. We'll show in just a second. Jack is sending us stuff. We're working on replays. All of a sudden, just because the test happened doesn't mean that we're done with what we need to do. We're working on all those things right now.
Yeah, it's always there's also stuff like just looking at everything we can look at right now at like different angles and everything to understand it, because you of course also have the perspective of just wanting to understand what we just saw and looking at the perspective we have. It's so much information.
Yeah, we're working on that stuff right now, y'all.
It's,
I'm impressed. I mean, we saw that the water came out, right? And we saw the big spray of water, and then it was very much like, are we gonna see the fire? What happens? Because in the past there was just nothing there, right? You just look at it and you could
Yeah.
see the engine flames when they happen. But this time, between the water and the fire X, we really couldn't see the ignition of the engines themselves, right?
Yeah, I didn't see like a single flame.
Yeah.
I
A
couldn't.
glow
It's just
maybe is what you
steam.
could see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
Look at
is
this.
wow. Okay, there I
Yeah.
see flames.
Yeah, you can see the glow. Well, even this is the glow, right? It's the
Yeah.
light of the flames reflecting off the clouds of steam here. If that's steam at this point, I need to look at a little bit more. But this is a tweet from Mary. Mary out there catching the static fire. Booster 9 static fire looked and sounded great, getting to experience it in person out there today.
Look at the
Fantastic.
angle of the steam, because what we saw with the flight and with previous static fire is that we had a cloud that went more upwards a lot. Like we
Yeah.
had a lot of more upwards momentum. This cloud is more being pushed out. It's not really moving up. It's a different way how this cloud is moving, which is interesting, I think.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a lot of study, like going back frame by frame and looking at this to see sort of how it worked and how it differs. Because we could do it. We could put it side by side. Our same camera you just saw on the right-hand side, that was our south camera. We have the integrated test flight from that angle. We have static fires from that angle. We'll be able to do like a side by side between all the different tests we've captured and show what they look like. Here's one with 33 engines and deluge. Here's one with 33 engines and no deluge. It's going to be really interesting to compare those things. There's a tweet from Jack, too.
It's not the best photo, but it's a photo.
Hey, it's a photo of the first static fire against the upside-down showerhead deluge system, huh?
But there again, you can still see the upper half of the booster from the riverside. Like,
Yep.
that's not usual. We had clouds that went all the way up to like Starship height. That's interesting. That's for me like a really interesting data point right now. That of course it could come down to wind or any like, but it's at least different to what we saw before, which makes it interesting.
Yeah. I need to go back and pull the logs of our point-to-point radios. Some of the data that we move around is done via point-to-point dishes, right? And we knew in advance that some of our radios would be affected by the dust cloud when they were doing static fires in the launch, and we planned for all that. We actually did a dogleg around it to deal with it. And I'm very curious how the amount of steam and vapor and stuff that we saw in this test affected that. I don't see any huge drops in the network. I have my big dashboard up, and I'm not seeing any massive drops or anything like that occurred.
It looked very controlled. It looked very controlled to me from the initial impressions. Also, we saw less shake and everything. Like, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Kevin in the back channel confirming nothing dropped, as opposed to I don't have any cameras, which we've had uttered in the past. Like, where are all my cameras? They're all gone. They've all dropped after the static fire or whatever.
It's really, I mean, that's the difference, I guess, between having a bit of mist below the orbital launch mount or a proper big water supply that can suppress a lot of energy. Or like absorb, not like suppress, absorb.
Yep.
I think absorb's the right way, right?
Well, it's the state change. You have a lot of
Yeah.
things different going on, right? But the biggest thing that you're doing is you're taking that energy from the rocket and you're using it to turn liquid water into steam, right? It takes energy. You don't just put water on your stove and it starts boiling. You have to put energy into it by turning on the stove. And then that energy makes the water boil, comes into steam, tea's ready, right? Or whatever. I think you have to put tea in it, but I don't make a lot of tea, so there you go. You also get an effect with the cloud of steam where, like, sometimes, what's the right way to say it? I actually don't know if I know the right way to say this, because sometimes on foggy days when it's very, very humid at the Cape, we sometimes say that when it's going through a cloud or when it's going through like thicker fog, the launch sounds better, right? It's like that extra mass in the atmosphere helps transmit the noise to you a little bit better. Like EJ was saying, you send sonar pings through water because water is a good way to send those vibrations, as opposed to air also sends vibrations. That's why you can all hear me right now, right? But it's absolutely a thing that when it's foggy or when it's cloudy, the launches sound different and you get more sound from the rumble because it's transmitting it to you better. But don't confuse sound being transmitted by mass of water with energy being absorbed by mass of water, right? Those are two different things. I think there was a little confusion there in chat when people were talking about two different things. Water's great at transmitting energy, transmitting vibrations, but water is also great at absorbing some of the energy of the launch, and those are things that are in play here as steam and fire emanates from the bottom of the rocket. I guess fire from the rocket, steam from the boundary between the rocket fire and the water, which is coming out of the shower head, etc., etc. Does that make sense to people?
It explained a lot to me, so I guess that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. We almost have the replays. I think we're queuing up the replays, but before we get the replays, remember, y'all, we can't do this without your support. You like the close-in views. You want us to be live answering questions for hours before SpaceX goes live for 2 minutes. We appreciate that. We'll be here hanging out with you in the meantime. But if you want to keep on, if you want us to be able to keep on doing this, thank you so much for supporting what we do, whether that's via just showing up. I don't know how many likes we have. I'm not even going to go check and be like, oh, we have 5,000 likes or whatever. Asking questions in chat. You see a tweet come out and you retweet it. All the different ways that you can support what we do. We really do appreciate you. There's so many super chats in the queue here that I am not going to be able to read. So many people joining the membership program, getting access to the member-only multi-camera stream in our Discord, in early access to videos, and all this sort of stuff. Starship burped. Nice, cynical Texan. All of the different ways to support what we do. We really do appreciate you. Wait, here's another way. Okay. here's another way you can support us too. We have that new retro Starbase design. We just released this design. We got a special for the Static Fire here. If you like old school gaming, we have a design for you. You get it on mugs, get it on shirts. This is a hoodie you've got here. We actually have a light colored version as well, where it has like the old, rounded corners of the retro screen. There you go. Right, it looks like an old school
cool.
TV you may have played some retro game on. If you head over to shop.nasaspaceflight.com, that's another way that you can support what we do. It's a fantastic design. We sent Jack out to take a picture so we could make the design in the 8-bit drawing. Not exactly, but inspired by what you could see in real life out there at Starbase. There's the Rocket Garden, RIP SN15. There's the High Bay and the Mega Bay. There's a tent, an onion tent in there. There's Hopper down on the bottom. There we've got the orbital tank farm at sort of an angle. A full stack there. I don't know if that's light coming through a hot staging ring or the ship isn't actually all the way down yet. Have a couple different difficulty levels and stuff like that for you. So anyways, that is another way to support what we do here. And I believe, isn't there one more, like the oldest way to support what we do, Chris?
Yes, can you hear me okay? Because I managed to drop my microphone about 16 feet off the to the floor. So
Wait,
tell me if you can still hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. We got you.
Good. That's good. The microphone still works. Yes. Going back to when I was talking about when we started the site in 2005, we exploded quite fast in a massive popularity because there's nothing else around like us. It was really quite unique and unbelievably quite a lot of Shoal fans around. It was the early days of the internet. It was just a hobby. It was like a hobby in the evening, but then the server costs started going crazy with the amount of people because I started it with a forum, and forums, if anyone programmers on here know the SMF forums, PHP forums, they drank up server costs. So we said we're going to have to do some kind of subscription service here, just kind of, just some way of doing it. And with all the NASA folk and people like that on us because we were a specialized site. So we did a special area where we did special, just presentations and what have you, and that grew exponentially into this amazing L2 section. We've got 9 major sections, so much content. I think it's 9,000 gigabytes of content in total, and it's continually added to day by day with things like Starbase photographs from Jack and the gang and flyover videos, everything like that. So now we've moved that from just what was a PayPal support thing into the store. So you've got many other options now to purchase a subscription, but trust me, if you buy an L2 subscription, you're not going to run out of things to look at. It is a crazy amount of content in there, and that is the oldest way to support us, because that is what kept the site going. If it hadn't been for L2 in 2006, 2007, there'd be no NSF. We wouldn't have survived. We wouldn't be able to do it. So it was a thing that carried on. But today, it's still updated today greatly. I think a lot better than it was before. So yeah, by all means, I will put the link into chat. 1 second, if you're not aware of it. But we don't do reoccurring memberships, by the way. You don't have to cancel. You just do what the term you want to do, and that's all you'll pay for. There's no tricks that other people use where you have to cancel, otherwise it'll keep charging you. But here's a link to the main page, and that will take you through to all the resources, such as Q&A on forum and the shopping place, because it is now in the NSF store. That is a big thing, big change. You can now purchase it from the store, which is a lot more payment options compared to the old way, which is just a PayPal link. Thank you.
Yep. Nice, Chris. Again, folks, we can't stress it enough. Whichever way you support us, even if it's just by showing up. Like if you're not putting money in the hat or whatever the way you want to think about it is, right? Just showing up. You don't have to do anything financial or monetary or anything like that to be a part of the community here. That is definitely not how it is. But if you are able to kick in a couple bucks and help us keep doing what we do, there's lots of different options. The L2, the YouTube member programs, the merch shop, like whatever it is you want to do, right? But even if all you do is show up and you click a thumbs up on the video, you're just as much a part of the member of the community as somebody who comes in and gifts 5 subs or whatever. We appreciate everybody who supports us every which way that they can, because that's how we keep doing this for y'all. I think now we're ready with some replays, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yes, it says replay on the screen. We still show the live view on the right-hand side, but there is the deluge.
There's the fire. But look at it. It almost doesn't even reach the road.
Yeah. It's like it's not falling out. Look there, it's raining. I say it's not falling out, and then it starts raining right on the road right there.
Make it rain.
Really, that's like a moving rain cloud there.
It is. But that's the water that got kicked out there, and then instead of, I don't know, a chunk of concrete destroying something, I don't know, like a van, it's just rain. It would wash off the cameras for us. Nice. How convenient. So that would have been a replay from our northern view. That's the North Beach. You could tell because the tank farm's on the left-hand side, rockets in the middle. EJ, what do you think about that?
I think they're making it rain, dude. It looks like the Stennis tests, like their green run for SLS.
Nice. And look at how long the deluge goes. It creates a big arc of water, and the energy has to go through that entire arc of water, right? So look at how far that sprayed out, and for it to get anywhere, it hits the bottom, and then it comes out in all those directions just like it did with Orbital, but it has to make it through all that water that's been spread around. That's really cool to see.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know how many replays we have here, but, just hop in and talk. Oh, here's one. This is a wider shot from the north side. There's the deluge.
It's not really going high.
It doesn't.
Really stops that overpressure in its tracks, huh?
Look at that.
Look, it's almost not that you can see it on the orbital tank farm. It's mostly behind that.
Yeah, it's just sort of wafting in front of it here, but it's not completely covered it up or anything. Yeah, it will eventually.
Yeah,
no
and Kevin also saying it's clearing really fast because it is mostly water vapor.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's just going away pretty quickly and clearing very fast.
That's a great point, because if it was a particulate, like dust or sand or something like that, that hangs out. The dust doesn't become dust vapor, I guess, after it's sort of wafting away. It has to fall down, and the wind blows it and carries it and that sort of stuff. But you can see the steam dissipating here as the cloud sort of like blows to the side. Let's watch it one more time from the north angle and watch that steam dissipate. I don't know if that's the right terminology. I'm not a steamologist or anything like that. But it does clear up seemingly seemingly faster. Maybe there's a little placebo effect here because we know that it's different, right? We need to put it side by side, and we'll do an explainer or something and say, oh yeah, here's the without it and here's with it, right? But it feels like it clears up more quickly,
fast.
I guess.
Yep. It feels like for all the tests we had to wait for ages to see if the booster is still standing. With this, of course, we can instantly tell it's still standing because
Yep.
we can still see it.
You can still see it. Exactly.
Yeah. And
No,
also,
this is 50% speed, by the way.
yeah, you can see how it clears in the middle now. Like, there's almost no dust in there. It's mostly just water.
Uh-huh. Look at that. All right, I think we have a close-up shot here. I don't know what we'll be able to see, but let's see what we could see, I guess, from close in. That'll be the next thing we're going to bring up here. Okay. Wow. You want to see the Fire-X system go off? Let's see the Fire-X system go off here.
Yeah. I mean, that's all we will see here, right?
There's the Fire-X system. If I was a theme bark, I would be so refreshed and maybe asphyxiated from nitrogen, but that's a different thing.
God, I
Yeah.
would love not to be asphyxiated with nitrogen right now, but to be refreshed. I've never wanted to jump in a pool so bad in my life.
So badly. We need like an NSF pool over there. There's the
Water.
deluge.
Wow.
Oh, it looks so cool. And engines and whip. Well,
Oh. Look.
there's a
Kicking up some
particle
dust.
Yeah.
but it's not bad.
There were some little bits flying around there. Some ground that did get affected at all. I don't know that that was coming from the launch pad itself, right? That didn't look like molten steel flying at us, did it? But maybe
No.
the fence. Remember they had that fence in there? They did try to sort of scrape things up. Maybe there were some bigger chunks, like little rock-looking things or little pieces of concrete. Clearly nothing the size of a 200-pound chunk of concrete coming, but that almost looked. I really wonder what that was comprised of.
I mean, keep in mind, every rocket does that. Every rocket
Yeah.
does exactly that. You're gonna get little chunks of dirt and grass and stuff getting thrown around, and sand too. It does happen, but that is, like you said, significantly less than what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, this one's coming at 50% speed. EJ, I know I talk a lot.
It's all good, man.
Tell us what you see in this one, and I will keep my mouth shut whenever it
No.
starts to go.
It's no problem, dude. Dude, once you're on a roll, I let you go. You go, man. It's freaking sweet to hear.
Oh, it happens. So again, that's just the Fire-X system
Yep.
going.
Wow. And again, that was what we expected. This is purging the gas now.
I mean, it's interesting that some of the Fire-X is shooting outwards too. You know, Adrian, I think you talked about that a little earlier. Look at that.
Yeah. It's to really purge the gas everywhere there. You don't
Yep.
want any gas buildup, and here comes the fire.
Wow.
Man, that is violent.
Yeah.
It's a lot of energy getting put out there real quick.
That almost looks like turf or something, right? It's the way that it's falling and sort of the speed that it's moving. It doesn't look like big chunks of dense concrete. I mean, there's some chunky bits in there, right? But some of this just looks like grass pieces, doesn't it?
Yeah. It looks like just grass and dirt. I mean, once again,
Oh.
we're not like, I know because of all the debris that happened from IFT-1, where you're like, oh my god, there was some debris. Like, I want to point out that every rocket does that. There was a rocket that launched the other day out of Wallops, and it was kicking up dust anywhere. If you look at some of the remotes that people set up, there's always dust getting thrown in all directions. It's kind of inevitable. As long as there's not big concrete chunks that hit vans, I think you're okay.
Look at the fence, EJ. The fence is toast. Well, toast. It's leaning over.
As is tradition.
Yeah, it definitely is not up. Yep.
Yeah, it's certainly, we can confirm, fence not up.
The fence
We
is
can
not happy
also-
right now.
We can see the concrete in the background, though, and I'm not seeing chunks missing out of the side of that concrete. If we knew that this was the thing, that slab of concrete goes all the way to the edge, and there's that little dirt sort of slopey bit there that goes down at the base of the concrete before it gets to the fence and stuff like that. But the concrete on the pad itself looks good. Look at the drawworks in the background.
Yep.
doesn't look like Drawworks Swiss cheese this time.
Yeah, it's not even like a hit. Like there's not. I don't see any dent or anything, or like even a like scratch. It's just
I mean, the interesting thing is that if you look at the edge of the concrete right before the fence, it looks like some of the water is eroding the dirt from underneath the concrete. You see those kind of gaps right dead center of the screen.
Like an overhang
mean,
almost.
Yeah, it means the concrete's still there, but the dirt underneath
Also-
it is not.
also Texas at work. There's already no water anymore. Just gone.
The
Yeah, look
concrete's
at that.
dry. Nice.
Yeah, it dried out
look at
real
that,
fast.
EJ.
Yeah.
You could see the shadow, right? You could tell that that's a little bit of an overhang there, like a lip
Yep.
that's sticking over the dirt because of the shadow.
I wonder if they need to like reinforce that at some point. Like
They probably need to put a little retaining wall sort of thing in, you
Yeah.
know, so that it's concrete or something, or a slope. I don't know that you'd use bricks because bricks can be blown apart. I'm thinking of like a retaining wall in your yard or something, right? But
If you look
maybe
at,
they
like,
need to go ahead.
If you look at pads and like test stands, like if you look at the B2 test stand where SLS was green run, there's often a channel for the water to go into, and it goes into a reflecting pool or a retention pond, or it feeds back into the water table somehow. That 39A has something like that at the end of the flame trench. 39B obviously too. The Stennis test stands, 4670 at Marshall has something like that.
Yep. I don't think anybody had any hopes that fence would stay up though. Like
no. That fence is
Yeah.
more for pre-launch moments where you don't want people to go in there.
Yep.
But now it's not serving any purpose.
And this is back to, I think this is the replay again after the fact. You can tell because of the, I guess, haze here in front of the camera. Clearing up really quickly. Look at it blowing away, though.
By the way,
No
somebody in
kidding.
chat just asked if there will be an NSF live today. This is it. This is your NSF live.
This is your NSF live, yeah. And look at this. The critical thing here is that water is still coming out of the deluge system, the plate.
Yeah.
There's still a significant flow happening there, right?
And it doesn't look like interrupted. It doesn't look like something is like the big indicator for me here is there's no like that looks like off or like the pressure is imbalanced, because that would indicate maybe something was damaged, like something is not working properly. But this just looks like we saw it in the first test, which I think is a good thing to see.
Well, it almost looks like you have independent streams of water still going, right? Like it could be gushing if the engines had blown a hole in the steel plate. All right, cool. Yeah, there's a huge hole in the steel plate. The engine's melted it. Water's still going to come out. No kidding, right? Well, you don't see that. You still see sort of independent lines, like the holes that still exist in the steel plate, making independent streams of water. It's like an upside down shower head, right? Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to see an after photo or something like that and find some impact on the steel plate itself, but that's encouraging that there's still water coming out of there.
I like all of this.
I don't have any clue how many replays we have. Like when a new replay comes up, I'm just gonna like watch it again. I'm gonna guess that this is live.
Yeah, based on everything we've seen so far, I would say my TLDR of this is GSE did good, Pat did good, Booster not so hot right now. I think the booster
Interesting,
needs
really?
some tweaking. Yeah, I mean 4 engines aborted. Just
I
mean,
whenever
would you say
you're
this
using,
was would you
Go
say
ahead,
this
go
was a
ahead.
successful test from a booster perspective? Like EJ, just give your impression. Would you say this is a successful? If you target 5, and
yeah.
2.5.
You see, you'd have to see the parameters, whatever parameters they're using. I mean, we hear this term get thrown around all the time called out of family data, right? That usually is something isn't cool enough, or something's that not at the right pressure to work correctly. You often hear nominal thrown around, meaning there's a nominal window. This pipe has to be between X and X plus 5, plus or minus 5 degrees, right? Usually when you do testing regimes like this, especially with spiral development, you're using a very conservative testing criteria. So instead of like during a launch, you get gaps that are like 10 degrees, for instance, you're going to get a lot more conservative in your data. So it doesn't necessarily mean that there's something bad. The abort criteria for the booster is probably really conservatively set. If I had to guess, once again, I'm not SpaceX, don't know. So it's just a guess. But I wouldn't call it a failure. I wouldn't. It's data. It's something to understand. Whether it's a conservative, parameter set by SpaceX or not, I don't know. We'll probably never know that question, or that answer, excuse me.
Yeah, we'll be looking for a tweet. Like every now and then we'll get a tweet from either SpaceX or Elon, and then they're like, here's the drone footage we had. And they give us a little bit more information whenever they do those sorts of tweets. So we'll be looking for that. Can I say something very specifically here? Like I can't harp on this enough. The test is only a failure if you don't learn anything from it, right?
That's right.
So separate in your brain, does this test prove that it's ready for flight? And was this test a success? Meaning, did they get good information on how their systems performed? Right? Those are two different things. And if we were looking at this trying to say, did the test just confirm that they're ready to launch tomorrow? Like, that's one thing. And that's likely not what they were going for. The test absolutely would have been successful because it's going to have given them tons of experience and data that they can use to build this system. So, yes, successful test because they got data from it. How's that? Does that sound good?
I would like to rephrase my question. Do you think this test is sufficient to validate this booster for flight?
I think they need to do it again.
Yeah,
You're good.
That's also my thinking.
I
because
mean, don't lie.
get
You
your
just
point
want to
and
see
I
another
agree
static fire.
Yeah.
EJ's got me. I just want to see it happen again. EJ, I mean, I bet you we could all agree that they probably need to do it again.
I mean, it's very clear from the time we saw the 3 cars leave to a static fire. I mean, in rocket timelines, that was not a long period of time. It was a couple hours, but I mean, we even saw what seemed like faster fueling here. So I don't think it would hurt to go and test it again. I mean, you got to do fill up the water tanks, fill up the prop tanks. That's not that big of a deal to get more data and more static fire testing to make sure that it gets into space. You're improving your odds every time you test this.
Speaking of filling up those water tanks, I've seen numerous 18-wheeler water trucks go by all day today. I don't know where they're going, but they're going. I've seen, I would say, more than 5 go by, and I haven't been paying close attention. So maybe, I don't know. I don't have eyes on the production site right now. Maybe they're just staging a bunch of water trucks ready to refill things, one way or the other. Either, I mean, just
were they going towards the pad, Jack?
Yeah, they were headed towards the production site. I don't think, obviously, they went to the pad because the road was closed, but just noting that there have been movement of water trucks literally all day today heading to the production site. Pretty nifty.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And, I mean, just to point out, they still have a road closure tomorrow.
What?
Yep.
I mean, they still have a road closure tomorrow scheduled. There's one on Monday. And if nothing broke and they just want to test again after inspections, they could. It wouldn't be the first time we see back-to-back days of testing in Boca Chica.
Yeah.
Like, we had that before. And if the data review comes out as, it was just an off-normal sensor reading, everything's good, we can try again, I mean, why not?
Yep.
I think on that note, with the potential for more testing tomorrow, at least as far as we know right now, I'm going to let you guys continue to watch replays, and I am going to start packing up here. So, bon voyage.
Right, buddy.
Enjoy the rest of the replays. I can't wait to watch these on my own, and I think, have a rapid turnaround video of them coming out as well. So, enjoy. I will be listening in. Y'all rock. I don't really know what else to say. Y'all rock.
No, you.
Bye.
No, you. There we go.
Oh, so
He's gone.
What to expect here? Yeah, he's gone. He's probably still listening to us though.
Don't you dare talk about the polar launch corridor.
What about which coast is best? Today, the south coast is the best coast, Jack. Just for today only. Anyways, what to expect here, folks? We did see the test. We saw the static fire happen. For the first time ever, the Raptors firing into the new Deluge system design. So that is the first time you've seen that. In fact, that's probably what's going to be on the thumb when we ship the rapid turnaround video, where you can see on your own, like you could watch yourself, the different camera angles that we had. But this is also still going to be closed for a little while. Right now, we don't have any real clear indication that they're going to try another static fire. right? It's SpaceX. You never
No.
know. But there's no indication that is the current plan. That doesn't mean that there's not other testing that they may do while they have the road closed. There may be pipings or closeouts or conditioning or purging or other things that they want to test while they're here, sort of post-static fire, right? So we are going to continue watching and talking about some stuff here while we watch that, but we don't know of any concrete plan to continue any specific tests from here on out, right? We do have more replays, I think. Do we have more replays ready to go?
Replays.
I think we do. Yeah, here, we're going to get some more replays in just a second from other angles as well.
I like
Let's see what we
replays.
get. Oh, the mid shot.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Fire X.
There goes the gas.
Look at the fences up too. You can see the fence up down at the concrete.
And now comes the water deluge. There.
There's the deluge. Look at that.
It doesn't even reach the camera. Almost.
Don't jinx it. Good grief. Suddenly a piece of concrete goes pop, and like a molten piece of steel has fused to a piece of concrete, that this one part that came off, and it hits the camera directly just because you said that, Adrian.
It's the revenge of the launch pad. It's just like one directed hit.
The fence is gone. I don't know. There's no way we could just jump back and forth into an A/B test here, is there? Like, can we jump? Well, I guess it should just automatically loop and suddenly become a fence that is in place again at the end of the video. We can certainly do that where we show like the before and after. Oh, it's
There.
there's the fence. Okay, yeah, there we go.
And still fence. Fence. Fence gone.
I think the steam comes through the fence before the fence actually starts to fly, so it's not like we see the fence flying at us or anything there. So
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. That fence doesn't look like it's staked into the ground. I think it's just. I think sandbags are holding it down. So you and I could tip that thing over.
We probably could just walk up to that thing and push it over.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's not a rocket grade fence.
A rocket grade fence.
I mean, not to undermine the power that fence just absorbed, right? Like that. Rocket's a little more powerful than you and I.
It's the new energy management system. It's like, well, water's nice, but what if we just put a bunch of chain link fences in the way and create like it's like a labyrinth that the rocket exhaust has to go through, navigating all of the chain link fences, and that's what we use to absorb and mitigate the energy coming out the bottom of the rocket.
The fence deluge.
We just throw fences at the bottom of it.
Oh God.
Gonna need a lot of fences, man.
We're gonna need a lot of fences. Nice.
And fence companies around the world are endorsing this idea.
Yeah, right. Oh, I guess it's a little bit different if you turn the metal of the fence into a vapor. That takes slightly more energy, but it's not as easy to do. So
I think water's better.
Yeah, I think water's probably. It's easier to transport than fences, right? Like you can pump it around. It's really hard to pump fences around, as it turns out. I really think here that the debris that we see is coming from the area past the concrete. Because there's twigs and stuff like that. There are some chunky bits, but it looks more like dirt than... I don't see any rebar sticking out the side of the pieces that are flying through the air here, do y'all?
No. It just looks like grass and dirt being kicked up. Once again, which is the norm. I mean, that happens on every rocket launch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is a good sign here,
You cannot make this clean enough that there will not be anything flying around.
Yeah, yeah.
Not possible.
I'm kind of on the fence about it. Thank you.
Ow.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
Let's see what you know what I'm really curious on? We should be able to do, not right now, but like I'll look at it on Twitter and like fade back and forth between the two. We should be able to take a static shot of the concrete barrier, or the concrete interface with the dirt, you know, the little slope that we said got eroded by the water a little bit,
Yep.
before and after, and we can probably just fade back and forth between those. I'll see if I can do a tweet or something later and look at what the impact was there. I mean, the fence will disappear and reappear when you do that, but we left these cameras static for a reason, so that they were the same before and after the launch. So we got more replays.
Also, what I like about this is that in the sound of the fire, we didn't hear like a rain of rocks after that. Because in previous firings, we often had like suddenly sounds of just rock rain on the cameras, where
Yeah.
you can hear basically rocks and everything just going down on them. And we didn't have that.
Nope.
I remember the one time we had chunks of stainless steel falling around our microphone. It was like thump, 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 thump. And we're like, we lost a solar panel that day, chat.
Ship 11 was really trying.
Yeah.
That was nuts. That hard start, man. That thing was not in one piece after a very short period of time.
Oh,
I'm still mad about that because I think that was the best Starship explosion up to date, and we didn't see it.
That nobody saw, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
it probably looked amazing because it was like the engine starting and it probably ruptured from the engine section, and we didn't see it.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, hard start. It turns out firing a rocket engine sideways while you're flying is not an easy thing to do. It's really easy to have ingestion of stuff that you don't want in there, like ullage propellants or whatnot.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's see
Gas is
which
not propellants, but-
angle shows up. Oh, wait, we're ready to do a fade before and after? Oh, look at this.
Yeah, it's missing a little bit, but it was there. It's probably there from the deluge test the other day.
Yeah.
But it's definitely took some dirt with it.
But it's the only, like a bit of dirt in the fence. Like everything else is not like the infrastructure is not really changing.
Yeah,
Look
we've
at the OLM.
Slightly different lighting conditions. There's like a little bit of, I don't even know if I should call it charring on the side of the OLM, like, because it's just still wet, but it's not all the paint scoured off like we've seen in the past. From this shot, the light is pretty challenging there, but look at that.
The painters, the painters are right now very sad because they don't get to repaint this every 2 months now.
I mean, it's kind of interesting because if you look from the top of the OLM legs down to the bottom, it seems like there's a color gradient going on there.
Yeah.
Meaning like the bottom where the majority of water was flowing protected the paint a lot, but it seems like it got a little scorched on the way up.
Yeah. No kidding. Well, I didn't mean for Kevin to do that right now, but Kevin tossed together a little before and after fade for us. Look at that. You can even see in the foreground how some of the little vegetation changes height, right? Like it got scoured away or blown away. The vegetation is not as tall just on the other side of the fence. I wonder if that's because maybe the fence is laying on it now.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a fence.
Still a fence. It's like tamping down the vegetation now.
Yeah. Environmental violation right there.
What do we have next? Do we have another replay? This is back to live. Let me ask out loud what we may be able to see here next again. This is like the post event. We're just hanging out, looking at different stuff. We're working on getting that video out as well, the rapid turnaround video. But let's see if we have another angle here.
Oh. What do we have here?
Is that full screen? What?
I'm not sure.
It's like, is this live? When's now going to be live? Now? Then?
Soon.
Is then now?
Ah.
Okay. So this is the replay from the South Beach shot. This is the wide camera at South. There's the deluge. Look at that deluge system go.
That's a fountain right there.
That's a proper deluge.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at that.
That's a proper system. Wow. And I mean that's it. There, you can already see the booster again in the break of the.
Look, okay, this just struck me, but look at the clouds in the live camera on the right-hand side, and then look at the clouds in the replay on the left-hand side. There was a part where they were billowing out, and they just looked like clean white clouds. It
Yep.
wasn't like brown, oh, look at all this sand and stuff, this dust that's in there. It literally just looked like a billowing cloud going out from the side of the launch pad. That is cool.
In contrast to the orbit on the integrated flight test, where we could see the steam, the dust cloud like 4 minutes still after launch.
Yep. No kidding. And again, I see a couple people in chat that are like, oh, well, yeah, because it didn't take off. It's like, yeah, no kidding. We know that the rocket didn't take off. We know that it likely didn't go up to full power. And SpaceX said that some engines didn't come on, or some engines weren't there for the entire time. And it was a short test. It was less than 3 seconds instead of many more seconds. And then it takes off, and there's still fire coming down while the rocket takes off. Like, we get it, right? But that was the whole point, testing this out, firing the rocket engines at the water system. Why start that at full power for like, oh, let's run it for 20 seconds and see what happens?
Yeah.
Like, this is promising for the behavior and the eventual like success of this system. Seeing this sort of like initial success of, we put out a lot of water, we let the water be flying through the air, and then we hit it with rocket exhaust, and then we got plumes of steam bellowing everywhere. Like, it looks really, really promising. This replay this time is going to be a 50% speed, it looks like.
I always loved this shot because it shows the deluge system on the left, the fountains. There you go.
Yeah.
It looks so cool.
Ah.
I love this.
That's wild.
I'm right now starting to open up older replays of the Booster 7 static fire.
Yeah.
Because I want to see how that looked in similar
Nice.
angles.
That just, it looked really good. Honestly, it looked really good. Like, you could really see when that energy hit the water, and you could see you're seeing the energy get used up. I mean, when you see it flying out to the side and then these big billows happening, you're seeing the use of the energy, right? And it's really obvious that that water did suck. I'm using the wrong terminology here, but the water sucked the energy out of the rocket exhaust. That just looks really cool.
It's so different. It's so different. I'm looking at Booster 7 right now, and it's really different. It's completely engulfed by smoke. Like, Booster 7 is completely engulfed by smoke. This isn't. It's really interesting.
Yeah. Is this is going to be the wide shot, I guess, the replay of the wide close-in shot? You can see the Fire X already going.
Oh yeah. I'm excited for this wide shot.
I like the little grass that's in frame. Like, it sort of frames the shot well here.
The reference grass. Will this grass survive?
The reference grass.
I mean, there.
Look at that.
It's already losing so much energy at that point. There, it's not reaching the camera.
Wow.
The thing that I just saw, I didn't see chunks of anything on this wider shot, right? It's the same angle, it's the same cameras, but some of those chunks may have looked bigger because that camera was zoomed in on the base, right? In this wider shot, I didn't see anything falling close into the camera here. Am I the only one that sort of thinks that's a different thing?
It looks different. It feel like that was the initial impression, because my initial impression was, wow, this looked weak. But I now understand, like, it probably also comes down to the fact that this was actually suppressed a lot. And that's just the difference. It's really interesting to look at this right now. Huh. Also,
This is the same angle at half speed.
Nice.
You can tell because Old Glory waving in the background there at 50% speed.
I love, by the way, how even in, I mean, it's now 50%, but even on full speed, it always looks like the deluge is coming up in slow motion first.
Yeah.
Like, it's pushing out in slow motion, and then suddenly it's there.
I think it's a scale thing, right? The scale of it is just so big. Like the water's spraying out, and you don't understand how big that water spray is. The
Yeah.
OLM is the size of like an apartment building, right? What is it?
Yeah.
4 stories tall or so? One, two, I got to count stairs, but
Well, it's five stories up.
yeah, 5 stories up.
I mean, you can put a very decently sized house below that thing.
Watch here in slow motion for chunks close to the camera. I didn't see any the first time.
No. And they should have been faster, and like to get to that point, they probably need to be faster, and they should have already hit. I don't see any.
Yeah. Huh. Physics is amazing.
Yeah, wild stuff.
I love how we are just like observing right now. And, like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah, I know. I mean, sometimes you just got to have some dead air and just sit there and look at it. Like when it fires, we all were quiet, like
Yep.
sometimes you just look at it like, that's wild, man. The amount of energy that's getting dissipated there is pretty impressive.
It really is. It's just like having access to this sort of stuff, like being able to see this in real time and talk about what happened. It really is cool to be able to see it from even these sorts of angles and stuff like that. I cannot thank the team out there enough that got this stuff installed and troubleshot and fixed and wiring cleaned up and all the stuff that needed to be done. So we didn't get any cables that shook loose. We've had that problem in the past where the energy would shake cable and like this sort of stuff, and all of our camera views were so fantastic this time. What is this one? Oh,
this is Booster 7, I think.
Oh,
that's
wow.
Booster 7. Look
at
that.
the glow.
Look at how it goes up the whole tower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the flames down at the concrete.
And I think is that showing today's test on the right and then the other test on the left? Like the old test without the deluge on the test? Yeah, because there's deluge on the right. And we're scrolling through a video here. There you go. So no deluge on the left, deluge on the right.
I mean,
look at that. That's a pretty significant difference.
Yeah. I mean, look at all the fire that even after the engine shut off on the left frame, look at all the fire that's still getting thrown around down there.
Uh-huh. That's Booster 7 with no deluge system on the left and Booster 9 with a new deluge system that just happened. I mean, a little while ago on the right hand. I guess in the center there, right? Those are replays on the left and then the live view is still on the right.
Quite impressive.
Yeah. Kevin's juggling a lot. Kevin, thank you for juggling all this for us. Look at this.
Like you can see, and again, we don't know if this comes also down to the fact that there's less energy this time because the test might have different thrust levels.
Yep.
But it looks to be based on this that there is a difference in how the suppression works, which of course is expected. Like they build a proper suppression system here.
Yep. You know something, we could almost do this. I wonder if we could pull all of our cameras from that Booster 7 test, because we're just replaying one of our other videos right now. But we have the source footage of that Booster 7 test. It would be really interesting to see a video that's like Booster 7 versus Booster 9 and just play them all side by side. Here's what it looked like from across the channel. Here's what it looked like from here. To see the differences. Again, engine count, exact thrust levels, etc., but I do really think there's some interesting observations between has deluge and does not have deluge, right? All right. What else do we have to look at? I mean, it's like all these interesting things. Kevin, again, thank you so much for putting this together so we can talk about it.
Thanks for dealing with us, Kevin.
Yep.
Yeah, no, doing fantastic. The side-by-side is clutch.
Yep. And we do, G-Frog, that was low power settings, though. That was the disclaimer I just said. Like, the exact power levels and stuff like that might be different. Eddie525, if you're just joining us, you were sleeping apparently. How many engines was that? The information that we got from SpaceX, they were going for 33, and they had premature, I guess, shutdowns on 4 of them. And I don't know exactly if that was after they fired or before they fired, but it was 4. It didn't do quite what they thought of the 33. So you could say 33 minus 4 is 29, right? Which is 39, 4. Yeah, I think. The quick math on the stream. And also, the information was from SpaceX was that they were shooting for a 5-second test, and they made it to about 2.75, 2.73 or something like that, just short of 3 seconds in terms of engine count and duration. So yeah, quick math. Sorry.
I'm so like it's such a cool test to see. Like, yes, spin primes are nice and fuel and test are really cool, and I love them. But engines is it's just special. Like talking about these static fires never gets boring. I love it, and
Yeah.
it's such a cool test. I love it.
All right.
You can see the detanking progressing a lot now. The frost is going down. Boosters getting saved.
Yep. The road is still closed. Remember, we said that there may be some other things, processes that they run through, safing things that they run through, all that sort of stuff. But we're just still here. We just went through some more of our replays of what it is. We're still working on this rapid turnaround video. We're going to have that out shortly, and we'll get you all the link to that as well. Let me say thanks to some folks real quick here, because we have support that continues coming in. Jonathan put a store message in saying, thank you for covering the event. Jonathan, thank you so much for supporting us. We appreciate you. Was that an L2? I think that was an L2 that just popped out.
Yep.
Neat. Behind our picture-in-picture. Whoops. Showing the road closed up there. Now I know for future reference. Shadow Gunner, thank you so much for the support. Talking about a desalination plant versus trucking water in by convoys. I mean, I'm sure if they need more and more water, desalination has some things that you have to do to get a desalinator, right? Plus energy consumption there as well. So maybe one day are they launching rapidly enough that they need to make or I guess purify their own water on site? Possibly. I don't think they're going to be hitting that cadence anytime soon. So good ideas. Good ideas. We've got more store messages coming through as well. Patricia said, love this shirt. I wonder which shirt it was. It'll pop up there and show us in just a second. Perhaps. There we go. Oh, it's the new retro shirt. Nice.
Nice.
We've got Spirit Wolf and T.H. Barker becoming Pad Rat and Red Team members. We've got, oh, those are more. Jonathan apparently got a couple things from the shop. We've got Ricardo A. got something from the shop, leaving us a message. Great job on the live static fire, or live static flight, live static fire. What are the regulations to expand the launch area? They need another 100 feet to help control the dust and water collection. There are some things that they have to do and think about there, Ricardo, and part of it is they don't want to develop too far into the natural area, but they do have some boundaries where they can develop up against. I bet you that's going to be one of the things that they are looking at. Do they need to expand that? Let's call it like a hard surface, right? The concrete surface to control the dust and vegetation for a wider area around the launch pad. That is a possibility, but in terms of whether or not they think they need to do that, I think they're going to look at this data and they're going to make that decision. But they do have sort of boundaries where they can work within and they work outside, and they're not supposed to go over into this area. Then their property line ends there, and I imagine they're going to watch and see what they think they should do. While I'm talking, that's another replay there on the left-hand side. I imagine we're going to see the static fire there from, that's actually the hotel, Margaritaville Resort at South Padre Island. If you want to come down for a flight and you're looking for a place to stay, you should probably book there early if you want some of the best views that you can get from a hotel. Some of their hotel rooms literally just have south-facing views that look almost exactly like this, and you can stay in the comfort of your hotel room while you watch whatever it is that SpaceX is doing at Starbase.
It's always good to book early for a thing that is not even having a time yet. It's like,
yeah,
book early and guess good.
Like, as soon as you see us tweet that there is a date or a possible date or something like that, you better already have your browser window open because the rooms go fast. So look at that from the hotel there.
Yeah, that looks good. Like you can see still a booster from the hotel. That's cool.
Let me hit a couple more of these. Joseph Jimenez, I'm going to go with. Any concern about the Raptor engines failing? SpaceX is going to look at it, right, EJ? That's how the test process goes.
Yeah, it really depends on what parameters were shut the engines off. Did they go to commit to firing it and the computer said nope, no, we're not doing that, or did they say like, oh, that engine could potentially hard start, let's not fire that? It really depends. I mean, I'm not sure we'll ever get the answer to that unless Elon goes tweeting about it or Xing about it, so who knows?
Xing about it.
I don't know what to call it, dude.
Zeeting about it. I don't know what we're supposed to call that. Like tweet was
Twixing.
so easy. Twixing. Nice. Oh, geez. We'll see what sticks. Hopefully something sticks so that we know what we're supposed to say there. Don Rubottom did a super chat. Says, thanks, team. Share a couple rounds on me. We appreciate you, Don. Thank you so much for the support. Joe Dog McKeel. Joe Dog McKeel.
Nice.
And we've talked about the SpaceX information. In fact, when we got it from SpaceX, we were repeating that here as well. Thank you so much for the support. Space Ranger 6, Red Team member. You're awesome. We've got Isaac, got something from the shop saying beep, boop. Nice. Anonymous with a snore message there as well, also saying thanks for today's coverage. I like the thanks message, y'all. You say whatever. Go ahead, yeah.
That deluge system just did something apparently.
Wait, it did like a little bump or something?
Yeah, it did, probably draining some of the tanks. Like there was a quick bump of water at the bottom.
I wonder if it's like a pressure valve opening or closing that caused a little wave to go through the system or something. Huh. Good to know. Thanks for pointing that out. I was reading things over here. So watch it again. This is now the live view and see if there's any more burbles that come out of the deluge system down at the bottom of the pad.
I will watch it with eagle eyes.
Can we grab one of the, I don't know if we're inspecting anything else, but can we get one of the inspection cameras on it? The inspection camera. There you go. Yeah, here we go. There's the view to look for. There's some dripping happening in the background. Look at that. Melting ice, I bet.
Yeah, it seems to be coming from, it looks like it's raining, so I assume it's coming from the OLM, probably the scavenging line. Maybe.
Yeah. Look at that.
Can
it is
you,
definitely dripping water down there. Go ahead, Adrian.
Was that gas evaporating or was just like water disappearing because of the heat? I think there's still some gas also coming out of this.
No, I mean, yeah, you're right. Some of it looks like you've taken a little drop of dry ice, right, and dropped it into a cup or something. I wonder if there's not, I don't know that those could be drips maybe coming out of the OLM vent that then boil off, basically.
Is the is the concrete hot enough for Leidenfrost?
I don't know if the concrete is now hot enough to actually instantly boil water whenever it drips from above like that. I have a feeling that energy has been taken out of the concrete there. So, yeah, there's those chill down lines, the frosty chill down line there. I imagine that's either coming out of the OLM vent area or that is, remember, the booster still has ice all up the side of it, and it is still sort of that ice is melting as they detank it, I guess. So that would be a big source of drips that could be coming from above, right?
I mean, and also the fire exit system is also above there, so it could also drop down somewhere from the fire exit.
A couple people already said it in chat. They could be purging the deluge system with nitrogen to make sure that there's no standing water in it that could rust the pipes. I mean, that's possible too. They could be purging it out.
Yeah.
Yeah. EJ, I was wondering, like, you have a bunch of holes facing upwards. You really don't want FOD to fall into those holes, and then you fire off your deluge system, and you fire a bolt or a nut out of the deluge system at high velocity, right?
Yeah, especially up at the rocket engines. I don't
exactly.
think that ends well.
Yep, but that's probably one of the reasons that you see the deluge come out at an angle. It doesn't go straight up like a water fountain directly at the engines. It comes out at an angle, right?
Yeah, I mean it's trying to move the pressure sideways instead of down into the concrete.
Yeah. Oh, okay, time out. Are those some shadows of things? Do you see sort of on the surface of the plate? I don't want to read
Yeah.
too much into it, but it looks like the reflection in the shadow of something that is sitting on top of the plate. Am I looking like reading too much into what I see there, or does that look like it almost looks like
It's
a shoe sitting on the plate?
it's really
Yeah.
hard to say. That could be dirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to see really. It's
It's almost a lip. Like the concrete
Yeah.
past the plate. And again, I am looking at the image that everybody's looking. I don't have any other information on what it is, but I wonder if that is a little shadow of a lip from concrete or something. Is that maybe dangly bits that fell down, or FOD that's come from somewhere on the OLM after this all happened and is now sitting on the surface? Or is that the lip of concrete or something? It's probably not a flip-flop that somebody left there. Somebody in chat said. Y'all see what I'm saying? What do y'all think we're
Yeah.
looking at there?
if that is a flip flop, I want to see from what material that was made, because there was a raptor firing at that flip flop.
I mean, I'm pulling this out of my tail. It could be some of the insulation that was dangling around
Yeah.
inside of the OLM. I mean, it could be some of that. I mean, I don't know. It could be an engine-rich Raptor. Who knows?
Yeah, it really does look to me like something that is higher than the level of the steel plate. And whether that's sitting on the steel plate or that's behind the steel plate, right? And then we get a little reflection sort of the wet steel plate and then the reflection of whatever that object is, because you can see the darker it looks really to me like a darker shadow on the underside of whatever that is. But is it a piece of something that's on top of the steel plate? Is it in the background? It's just reflecting off the steel plate and it's optical illusioning us, or whatever the right, I guess, verb of optical illusion is. Not
Illusioning.
sure. Yeah, illusioning.
Yeah, there you go. I don't know, man.
Huh.
It's hard to say. That might not even be under the OLM.
Yep. It may be in the distance. It may be
Yeah.
like something on the concrete base of the tower behind it, or that's the drawworks, I think, that we're looking at there. And it may have nothing to do with it. Again, we're so interested in it. It's not to say like, oh, it's failed. Look at this big problem with it, right? I'm just curious as to what we're seeing there. So,
I mean, it
That's
looks
the
like
advantage
mud.
of having the advantage of having close-up cams, right? We can actually
Yeah.
look at this.
There you go.
yep.
Yeah, I mean, it could also be like sometimes reflections can be super weird, and we'll see.
At least it
Um,
moved the fence for us.
I
Previously,
mean,
the fence would have been in our way.
yeah, right.
Yeah. Thanks.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't know. You know, I'm armchair engineer over here. Like, I hesitate to say that that's the plate. Like,
Yeah.
it's something. It looks like something on top of the plate. Now, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Like, it could be an optical illusionizing or whatever. You know, like, I don't. I mean, but then again, like, it may have warped the plate. But we didn't see any weird impinge flows from after the static fire. Like on the replays, the water kept flowing, and if the plate did warp and it changed the quote unquote nozzle from the upside down shower head, DOS, right? Like,
Yep.
you would see you would have seen the water shoot out in different directions. It would have changed the way the water was going. I didn't see any of that from the static fire, but then again, I haven't looked at it enough.
Yeah. There's
It's
so many different things that could have happened here, and it could be anything from just a weird trick of the light and the reflections as we look through the turbulence. Maybe some water pressure got loose underneath the concrete somewhere and lifted it up a little bit. Who knows? Zero indication that that's actually what happened, but there's the entire range of things, and the important thing is that SpaceX is going to look at it. They're going to get Mark 1 eyeballs out there walking around on the pad after everything's been
Yep.
safe. Not right now. And they're going to look at it with their eyeballs and say, okay, here's what happened. Here's what we need to fix. Here's what we need to change. Or no, that makes sense. Somebody needs to pick up their flip-flop that they left out here. Or whatever it is SpaceX is going to learn from it. So,
I think basically based on how it looked like the first time when concrete started to break, and with just with the fact that how much power these Raptors have, if this would be the steel plate, this A, wouldn't probably be just laying there casually, and B, it would probably make much more damage. Like, once these things break, they tend to break significantly.
Yep.
And I think it's more something that got on the plate than the plate itself. Based on, because I don't see a way how something got loose from Raptor engine and just sit there. Like, it would be blown away.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows what it is? I believe that we have now talked for long enough that our full turnaround video is ready for folks to see. Is this thing actually published? Is it? Am I just logged into the administrative account, or is it actually published? I think it looks like it's actually published here. Wait, y'all help me out, chat. Here, we're gonna put this link. Okay, some of the mods are pasting the link. Is the link actually live? Like there, I think that link that I'm posting in, pretending to be NASA spaceflight. Yeah, that's the right link. All right, click that link. Tell me if it's live or not. And that is a bunch of different camera angles edited together so you can watch and review the footage at your own pace. Hey, here we go. Let's get this into EJ's chat as well. EJ,
All right.
I
There you
pasted
go.
it into your chat too.
Hey, stop spamming links, man. Jeez.
Stop spamming leaks.
No, it's fine.
Anyways, there. Okay, people clicked on it and said that it's live. It is published. Cool. That is we say rapid turnaround. We take a bunch of different angles that we didn't show live, and we put them into a video that you can play back in slow motion, and you can rewind, and you can look at before and afters and all that sort of stuff. So that first time fire is the rapid turnaround video, so that y'all can click on it. Seems like it's published now. I appreciate the help, and go through it at your own pace. Wait, time out. I did click the link to make sure my link was correct, right? Yeah, I'm pretty sure my link was right.
Let me double check. Yeah, it's working for me.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, did the deluge work? Is the title. I don't know, chat. What do y'all think? Do y'all think the deluge worked? Leave a comment below the video whether or not you think the deluge worked.
Wow.
Nice. Answer the question for us. Because this is not a commentary video. We do our Starbase updates. We do our This Week in Space. We do special commentary, like where we're going through and where explainers or whatever. We're explaining some topic or something. But this is just a raw footage turnaround that we've given to you here. We asked the question, did the deluge work? We're going to make another video about what we can talk about before and after the deluge system here. Is probably what we should do, where we have commentary. We'll have it in Starbase Update as a recap for folks that didn't miss that. We'll talk about what it is we were able to see. So, like and subscribe if you think the deluge system worked. Nice.
Somebody got it. Yeah, I mean, we like talking here. That's kind of evident by the fact that we have been live for 6.5 hours.
All right.
Hey, it's a short day here. Jeez, that's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Glad we got that short stream into this day. Like a quick one.
Yep. All right. Well, Adrian, what's our plan here? Are we going to stay going all the way until the road is open again? Did everybody just leave the stream to go click on that video? I mean, you should have, but did everybody go to watch that video now? Or what is our plan?
I think our plan is... go ahead.
Are we going to go all the way until the road opens again?
Basically, the plan is that we always stay live until we think, like, they're probably done for the day. I would say at this point it's pretty safe to assume they're done for today, at least in terms of major testing.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, but
I mean, am I looking at the roadblock right? I don't see the sheriff's truck there. It just seems to be all SpaceX security.
Yeah, I see some. They look like private vehicles. They're SpaceX. There's a helicopter flying in the background.
All right, Robinson, look at that.
Look at that.
All right.
We've seen that little helicopter go out there on a trailer to Starbase on occasion. They do have the TFR and stuff like that in play, but the helicopter can fly if it's SpaceX flying. So who knows? They may have some helicopter footage of the first static fire. I don't know if that was up beforehand or what. I just saw it fly by in the background.
Yeah.
Nice. Alright.
Somebody saying that they, instead of learning for an exam tomorrow, they just watched us 6 hours.
Oh no. Yeah.
Well, was your exam about current activities at Starbase in Texas? Because if your exam was on that, you're golden.
Alternatively, it can also be about how to suppress the energy of a rocket engine firing at a steel plate. If that's the topic, you're well prepared at this point.
Does it's like, does boiling water to steam consume energy? Like, wait, what?
And just like a giant page to write something, just write yes, and that's A. Perfect grade.
Put the video link in for us. Just as your answer, put nasaspaceflight.com/da-da-da-da. Search YouTube for NASA spaceflight deluge video or whatever.
It's perfect. Oh, I love
I would
this.
I would love for that to happen one day, right? Like somebody to have some physics homework where they're talking about that and it has something to do with what we're seeing on the screen, right? And they ask us on the stream the question and we say it out loud and then they turn in their homework as like a timestamp link to the answer where they asked their physics homework question on the stream and we answered it for however many people were watching.
I actually think, by the way, that's the coolest part of what we do here. When you hear people tell stories about how they used our material for educational purposes, and
Oh
like,
yeah.
I think
Yeah,
that's
that means a
by
lot.
far the coolest thing.
Yeah. It really is. We were working on a video for this. We have to have free time to work on videos, right? But I went to the ChemEd 2023 conference. That was a chemistry teachers conference in Canada with Dr. Holly. I don't know if you know our friend Dr. Holly, who you see on Twitter, who lets her class watch things like static fires and launches that happen on the channel. So it's like, the middle of class and they're studying physics or whatever, and then like, oh, NASA spaceflight, there's a launch that's happening. Let's bring up the launch for a couple minutes and watch this. She lets the kids in the class watch this on the big projector at the front of the room. In fact, our STEM page gives teachers resources on how they can do that if they want to share this sort of stuff with their students. But we did a presentation at the ChemEd conference about the thermodynamics of rocket fuels. And we were talking about methane versus hydrogen versus solid fuels. We did some practical experiments in her laboratory, like in her vent hood and that sort of stuff, burning some different fuels. It was really cool. We even got down to like, oh, here's a methane molecule, right? It's got a C and 4 H's, a carbon and 4 H's because it's CH4. And what happens during the combustion? Well, you got an oxygen over here, and you take the methanes off, and then you get oxygen that turns into water, then you get carbon dioxide that forms like this. Still working on that video. It's my video to do, and I have to finish the video before we can release it. But a little bite-sized STEM video is one of the things that we're trying to work on doing. Just not enough hours in the day to make everything happen on the scale I'd like it to. But it really is something that we love to do. Like, we have all this cool content. We'll explain things. The teacher can like look at the video and explain it to the kids or whatever. There were even worksheets. It was like a rocket lunch worksheet that you could hand out to your class and be like, hey, your homework is to watch the rocket launch tonight and answer these questions about the rocket launch. There's so many different ways that you can get involved. You can use this. We have an entire sort of program that we're working on for STEM outreach to help educators and homeschoolers, folks that are doing that, even just parents that like sharing it with their kids, activities and ways that you can use all the different things that we share for educational purposes. The rocket launch, yes. Thank you. Anyways, brief plug for the STEM stuff. Charlie Fox, thanks for the super chat.
Somebody pointed out in chat that it was more about Steam than STEM today.
Steam, thank you. It is. There was some art in what we saw today.
Yes.
Great.
But did we, EJ, were you able to find info on that Hilo?
It's a Robinson R44 and it's owned by Complete Demolition Services. I don't know what that means.
Really? It
Yeah,
probably just means they rented it, right?
Yeah, maybe. Hard to say.
Yeah.
But it's flying up by South Padre now.
All right.
Booster looks good. Like just getting here the flyby up and down. And looks good. I mean, we expected the booster to look good. To be fair, like, it would have been a pretty big shock if the booster got like any major damage.
Yeah.
That's what's expected. They got this figured out at this point. I mean, they already do this 33 engine static fire for the second time.
Nice. I like glance over at the support message queue, and I'm like, there's no way that I can I can catch up with all these. It's the tiniest little scroll bar, so there's just no way.
God, yeah, I just see. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I will just go on the Raptor side and just read this for like 2 hours.
Hey, can you hear me?
Oh, hey,
Yes.
Jack, what's up?
Hello.
Sorry for probably cruddy comms, but I did want to mention, I don't know if it's that same Robinson, but I have seen a red helicopter that is an R-44 basically approach the production site and keep a wide berth, but still, I've seen it flying around the production site, like in the vicinity of, not literally orbiting. I want to say 3 or 4 times in the last 2 months. So
Yeah.
I don't know what they're doing, but that's really interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
It just did a circle around South Padre Island. It kind of looked like it circled one of the hotels and then just kept going.
Yeah, there's always potential that it might be like a associated company to SpaceX or something. Like, it's never clear what's happening here.
Yeah, likely though they do have. I'm going to guess. I don't have any evidence, but if they're flying that close because of the standing TFRs and stuff like that, I imagine it is something to do with SpaceX or SpaceX permission or something along those lines, right? You gotta make sure you obey the TFRs. That's why you get the whole 10,000 plus feet. When we do the flyovers, you can't take a private plane and fly right over the top like folks used to do. They extended that out to keep people a little bit further away. Same thing with over at Massey's. Used to be you just fly a drone wherever you want at Massey's, and that got out of hand apparently. And they put another TFR around Massey's so that people wouldn't be flying over and right over the site and stuff like that. So. If they are flying that close in, there's probably a pretty high probability, especially if we've seen it happen more than once, that is somehow SpaceX related or SpaceX adjacent or something like that. So, anyways. I was going to say thanks to a couple more folks. Alex S., thanks for joining the member program. Timothy, just says Timothy. That's a store message again. Andrew Berg during some math. 1 cow, 728.5 years to fill B9. The math is in the channel. On the Discord, I imagine that you put the math in the Discord. Show your work. I like it. I like the showing your work there. I got Alex S. in there as well. Shadow Gunner, this one is just anonymous, who said, been watching y'all since 2019, Starhopper, and it's been watching Starship grow up. Anonymous, whoever you were, that's another option. If you get something from the store, you don't want to put your name or anything, you can get... That's a full stack plushie, and you can leave us a message even if you don't want your name on there. That is an option you can do when you check out Vinny's second channel. Nice. Was it the first full stack 2 years ago today? We'd have to go verify that. I'm always like wondering if I trust things that people randomly say. We go look that up on a calendar or anything. Either way, Vinny, thank you so much for the support. Marvin Hugh, I can answer this one for you real quick. Where do they get the water from the deluge system? We have seen the water tanker trucks filling up from a fire hydrant in Brownsville with a special water metering device on it. And this is something you can do if you're using water for purposes like that and you need to get it from the city. You can put a little flow meter device on there and you see how much water you actually take out of the fire hydrant and put into your truck. And then you have some sort of agreement where you get billed, you pay for that, whatever, right? I don't know the specifics of how SpaceX does that exactly, but we have seen a fire hydrant with a meter on it connected to a truck that subsequently drove to Starbase and unloaded back there. So, anyways, go ahead. Yep.
So there's this website or this YouTube channel called NASA Spaceflight, which streamed 2 years ago on August 6, 2021. Starship prototype Ship 20 stacked on Super Heavy.
There you go.
Wow. Wow,
Thank
look
you
at
for
that.
looking that up. No kidding.
There we go.
Couple more. I'm just trying to get some. They're a little bit less recent. James did a store message, says, "Cheers for this. I've always wanted to peek in here." Nice. Shadow Gunner got a red team membership on Thursday, but must have logged off before seeing it. Thanks to whoever gifted. It is something if you randomly show up and all of a sudden there is an icon next to your name, or you have access to things that you didn't know you had access to before, you might have got a gifted membership. And there's even a little thing where you can say thanks to whoever for gifting you the membership if you see it. So if you did get one of those gifted memberships, say thanks. It really is a cool way to give folks a taste of what you can get being a part of the membership program. Org FX Guy or Zorg FX Guy, I'm not sure which one that is. Appreciate the support. Bunch of members: Hunter, KCT, Dave, Kite, Yisha, Robert, Kennedy. Appreciate the support there. We had Julian, Followell, Nick Kane. There's Cynical Texan again. Money for the Damaged Ear Fund. NASA Spaceflight, not responsible. Like, you bought the speakers, right? Starship burped, we got that one. Mike Schiappini joining the program. Non-Square Pixels, congratulations on 800k subscribers. Love all the streams and videos. Can't go through it all. Not gonna make y'all sit through it, but thank y'all so much for the support. Just getting caught up on some stuff that came through a while ago. How else we looking, y'all? EJ? Nail it?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like they're ramping down here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm getting hungry.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't eat lunch either, I guess. It's 5 o'clock in the afternoon here on the East Coast for me.
It's 11
Yep.
p.m.
It's 11 p.m. Good grief. All right.
Is it bacon taco time?
Kevin says, got it, Das on screen and back.
Let's
Regarding
see here.
who pulled it.
Ah, another replay. Oh, this is the
weird deluge.
The deluge bump?
Yep.
This was a while ago, almost 30 minutes ago, about 25 minutes ago. Watch the deluge plate, the ground underneath the OLM, if that's what we're looking for here.
Also, it looks like almost like an engine, like purge or something. Like there's a lot of flowing through the engines.
Maybe that's the one we're looking at here. Maybe that was the test of the venting or purging of the engines, not the deluge plate. Sorry, I might have been mistaken which one I was looking at.
Yeah, I was also
that was
confused.
a lot of flow.
That was like looked like some flowing. Oh, there we go. Bottom.
Oh yeah.
Got to be a purge.
Yeah.
They're getting all the standing water out of the pipes. I mean, I don't know for sure, but what else could that be?
Yeah, maybe just releasing pressure. Like there's still parts of the system where some pressure is built up, and we get those big vents that happen right over back at the Deluge Tank Farm. Those big horizontal vents that are ridiculously loud. And then maybe there was some tank that still had some pressure, and they opened another valve, and it caused a little burp, or they're purging or clearing a line or something. Who knows what they're doing? But
is that piece still there after this purge?
Oh, we're not zoomed in on it, so I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a good question.
That's the question I have in mind right now. Is that thing what we saw still there after this purge? Because if it is, then it's probably not a loose part of concrete.
I'd buy it.
Mm-hmm. For $1.
For $1, at least $1.
Yep.
One full dollar?
I'd buy that for $1.
Not
okay, this
right
is
now.
still the replay going here.
Yeah. I don't see it actually. Even in the before it spools up, I don't see it.
Huh. Maybe it was just a trick of the light or something, right?
Yeah. I think more and more that I see it, I think it was just a reflection. Like something just looking a bit weird.
I don't know if that's a helicopter or what that is. There's something that's making like a noise that sounded like a helicopter nearby. I may just have helicopter on the brain now, right? Did y'all hear that, or am I crazy?
No, I heard it.
Okay, cool.
You're not crazy.
Well, kind of, a little bit sometimes, but you
Oh,
know.
we are like, oh, you're not alone here in the craziness. So that's I can assure you.
The L2 memberships keep popping up too.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. Roadblock is still in effect.
Take some time to save this booster.
Yeah. Same thing, y'all. We're just sort of hanging out now. We're reading some questions. I'm trying to see if I can grab things live from chat. Apparently reports that all the helicopters have now landed. So maybe I heard a pump or something like that. It happens. It's like, what do you hear when you play this backwards? Now that I told you what you're supposed to hear, now you hear it, right? Like the seeding.
That sounds like these video game trailers that get analyzed. Like, if you play it backwards, you hear the main character singing a song.
Oh,
Exactly.
jeez.
Yeah. But you can't really hear it until somebody tells you what you're supposed to hear. I
Yeah.
probably just had helicopter on the brain, and there was a bog standard pump or something that was going, and I'm like, helicopter? I'm about to log into a camera and start looking around with a camera without warning anybody. So.
But yeah, it looks
gonna
like the
have to-
booster is at this point mostly detanked.
Yeah, there's not a lot of frost on the side of it anymore.
Yep. And some line perching going on there. Again, before you clear this for personal again, you want to make sure that there's like no residue methane.
Whoa.
And there's the replay of the purge, right? Live.
No,
it's
that's
live.
live. Yeah, they that's got to be a gas closeout on the engines. They're getting, or the plumbing. They're probably getting all the locks out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, because at some point there's just like the bottom left, right? Like the bottom and the lines going to the engine. So at some point you have to leave that out. Huh. Cool. That's also done now.
I'm about to go tap the exposure compensation on this camera so we can see more details. Like, I'm not going to tap it. I'm not producing the stream right now, but if it's needed, let me know. I'll log in and try to get it to behave. I got the go-ahead to go fix that camera. I'll be right back, y'all.
Yeah, you can see now how the ice is basically almost at the bottom. It's
Yeah.
there's no nothing in there anymore, like no locks on the other side, otherwise it would still freeze. So, and also you can see here now the lines getting cleared. This is probably the lines completely purging, because you don't want to have like a little bit of methane in there somewhere that just sticks there and ignites at the wrong time.
Yep.
So, purging is good. Nice. Oh!
All right. I manually overrode the exposure on that camera so that we can see what's happening now. I'm going to actually pin it just a hair so it's in the middle. And then I'll manually override it again, and then we can actually see the detail on the OLM behind the camera.
I really like how clean these boosters look at this point. Like, there's a clear line going up, everything looks structured, organized. They don't look like especially if you compare Raptors, you can see, but also if you compare early boosters, you can see they're getting more and more sophisticated, more and more like a proper rocket. And
Yeah.
I like that.
Yep.
At least Raptor doesn't look like a Christmas tree anymore.
Right. The amount of plumbing that they reduced from Raptor 1 to Raptor 2 is pretty dang impressive.
Yeah. It's an impressive engine at this point. How clean it looks. It's
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Still some gas closeouts here.
We don't expect, folks. Again, the closure went all the way until 8 p.m. local time. It's just about almost 4 p.m. local time. 4 more hours remaining in the closure. No indication that there should be any more testing. Certainly, most likely not another stack fire. You never know exactly what's going to happen, but no indication that that's a thing. They are probably doing other tests or processes right now. So, purging things, moving fuel around or moving propellants around, all the different things that they need to do. They've got the area closed. They can run these test procedures. They recover from things, reset things, all this sort of stuff. right? Because like I've said over and over again, they need to get experience with the systems, not just the rocket, but all the systems that support the rocket. So when we see other things like, oh, that looked like a big engine purge or something like that, there's probably getting more experience with that stuff, right? No specific indication that there are any more like named exciting tests. Certainly not like the full static fire that we got a little bit ago. So the static fire has already happened. I saw somebody just ask that. The static fire did already happen. We already have a rapid turnaround video for that. So if you want to check out that video, we have the link that we can put in chat so you can hop over and see all of our different angles of the static fire for the first time with the deluge system. I'll put the link in the chat for you one more time. Pretty sure I got the right link there. Yeah, there you go. Thank Matt. Matt Z's got it. That link that Matt Z put in is fine.
But I wouldn't be surprised if we see a full depressed vent very soon, and with that then the road opening, because that's usually what happens. Like once they fully depress this, they open the road and everything is fine.
Yep. Hey, Yehuda Burger, thank you so much. Had a super chat come in and said, I just want to say thanks. You really enjoyed today's stream. Thank you so much for the kind words there. We enjoyed it as well. We have a lot of fun when we do these streams, and thank you for hanging out with us. Oleg Bukalo, I think. Thanks for becoming a Padrat member. We've got just a bunch of letters. I'm not sure how I should pronounce your name, but thank you for becoming a Padrat. That sounds like a deep press.
What?
We turned it down a bit, but
What?
that would have been.
It never gets old.
Is this a full-on depress? I'm trying to look at actually.
It's
Here we
top
go.
one.
Camera's going up. There you go.
Oh yeah, main vents,
Yeah.
for sure.
That's a depress. That's a depress. The test is over.
Yep.
This test is over, right?
Also,
Yes, with the-
just
With
go
this,
ahead.
it's over. Like
Yep.
they usually, when they do this, the vehicle is basically this is just the remaining bits of gas that is in this tanks. This will usually just fizzle out and then it's.
Something is getting higher pitched. Do y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that
It-
with the pressure decreasing?
The vents on the other tank open.
There you go. The upper vents. Look on the right-hand view. You can see the vents at the top of the Starship as well, and then these cowbell vents. Look at cowbells welded to the side of the thing, right?
Yeah. By the way, don't like if the vehicle suddenly gets a bit frosty again. That's normal here. That's usually happens with these rapid depresses. They suddenly increase in frost a bit, or in like condensation.
Also, just on a side note, one of those Robinsons, there's actually 2 Robinson R-44s flying around. One of them is flying towards the production site again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, it wasn't the one that we saw in the background before, but it's the same helicopter. It's registered to a different company though. Which is interesting. Yeah. I'm still trying to figure out what. That's why I've been quiet. I'm trying to figure out if they're like where the TFR is. I need to go find the notice.
Gotcha.
And see if they're going near it. They don't seem to be going near it, but I have to go look. I got to dig more.
But yeah, this booster is now saved. Which is nice, I guess. It's good, like, detanking gets so trivialized, but, like, being able to completely detank a vehicle and save it and make sure, like, everything goes well, is still a process. That's not trivial. It's not a thing that is just easy. Like, they don't just press the dump everything back into the tank fire button.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah, it's a complex mechanism. It's basically as complex as fueling it. Detanking it is also it's just fueling in the opposite direction, right?
It's fueling in the opposite direction. Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, they're fueling the tank farm again.
So those helicopters aren't in the TFR. They are skirting it.
They're outside.
not. Yeah, they're outside of the TFR, from what I can tell.
Ah, good deal. Okay, so it was just like in the background and compression, making it look like it was closer than it actually was.
Yeah, they never even got near. I mean, they did skirt the edge of the production site, but that's in the background. They're not flying directly
Gotcha.
over it.
Okay. Well, I hope it doesn't start happening a lot, and then all of a sudden they extend the TFR even further, because then people start to take advantage of it. We've seen it happen over and over again at Starbase.
I mean,
So-
those helos are low to the ground. They're flying 200 feet.
Interesting.
Yeah. The one that we saw in the background originally is south of South Padre. It's at the Brownsville inlet, and it's just kind of sitting there.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, so maybe private charters,
Yeah,
private charters
that-
to get some aerial
I
views and
guess.
stuff like that. The TFR really does make it a deal. So hopefully we've got some experienced folks out there making sure they stay well away from the TFRs.
Yep.
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 Mm-hmm.
Don't
Dun, 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 dun.
violate
Thank you.
TFRs. It's usually a bad idea to go into a TFR for a rocket.
Yeah.
They'll have a number for you to call real quick.
Yeah.
Or they'll be waiting for you when you land.
If you really want to talk to somebody that is a bit angry, then I think that's a way to do. But otherwise, if you don't look for that, not a good idea.
Yep.
Also, you probably pay a lot of money.
Even for, I mean, we do flyovers in helicopters, right? You know, the flyovers we do at the Cape, we had specific discussions with NASA in order to make sure we had a really clear understanding of what was cool and what wasn't cool. And working with the tower, working with Space Florida, working with NASA, it's one thing to just like, oh, I'm just going to go up and start flying, right? You got to do it right, because you don't want to make people uncomfortable. You don't want people to come over and say like, oh, this isn't a thing anymore, or this sort of thing. So that we can continue our flyovers at the Cape, we had very specific discussions with NASA. We talked with the tower. We talked with the helicopter company. There was a time when flyovers were shut down for everybody, and nobody could fly at the Cape anymore, because it was sort of a tragedy of the commons thing, right? Where, they started taking, then people were doing things they shouldn't do, and then it became a problem. So it was like, all of a sudden, no, nobody can do this. And we eventually got that sorted out so that flights could resume, and we could continue doing those flyovers for you, and everybody benefits from that, right? Not just our flyovers, the helicopter company that we work with then got to talk with NASA, got specific rules and regulations that folks that are supposed to be doing photography flights have to follow, where they can fly, where they can't fly, how they can do this stuff. That was us. We got that sorted out so that those photography flights could resume at the Cape again. And it's awesome that we're able to work that out, but we've just seen the tragedy of the commons happen more than once, when people go in there and start to take advantage of stuff, and then the restrictions get pulled in, and then all of a sudden something that everybody enjoyed gets sort of brought back. So hopefully we're not in that sort of situation here, but interesting to see. Alex S., watching from Jacksonville. Which one? Florida? Is there one in North Carolina? I don't know. There's a question that came through a little bit ago. Couldn't SpaceX pipe in fresh water from the Rio Grande? Brownsville gets its water from the Rio Grande. I mean, go ahead.
I think it's a very complicated setup for the water they need. Like, it's not that complicated to put some water into a few trucks and bring it to the launch site. And you don't need to build a lot of infrastructure, a lot of systems. You just have a truck that does it. And I don't think they're in the demand there where they need a full-on piping system yet.
Yeah. I was going to say, my initial reaction was calling the Rio Grande fresh, maybe very generous for the water in the Rio Grande. But right there near where the Rio Grande hits the ocean, it tends to be very, very variable, I guess would be the right way to say it. There's a lot of agriculture that uses it upstream, and then there's a lot of runoff from the agriculture that ends up back in the river, right? It comes down all the way from the Rocky Mountain, like way up there where the Rio Grande starts. But I think the biggest thing was how variable it is. There are times when you can walk across the Rio Grande River at the mouth and you're like knee deep in water. It's not difficult to walk right across the river there. And there's other times when the flow is much higher and there's actually a appreciable amount of water in there. But relying on that to pump the water out of, I don't know. I know that you can apply for permits and there's agricultural uses and there's irrigation that happens and all of this different stuff, right? I don't know if there's some restriction personally where you could use it for agriculture but not industrial. Technically, SpaceX's use of the water counts as an industrial purpose or an industrial purpose, industrial process. They're not using it to like, run through their acid tanks or anything like that, right? They're not using it to cool their nuclear reactors or anything. They're just sort of spraying the water and then it comes out the other end. But I know that there are restrictions on what that can and can't be used for. I don't know off the top of my head if they could even apply for that permit to pump water directly out of the river. So, anyways.
Also, if they wanted to have a pipeline from the Rio Grande to the launch site or something like to transport the water, that would then mean they would have to apply for a permit to lay a pipeline through like a wildlife protection area.
Yeah,
which
over to the river itself. Yep.
Yeah, it doesn't sound likely to me.
Yeah. And we do that all up and down the Gulf Coast. I grew up in Nueces County, which is the Nueces River flows through one of the borders of Nueces County, right? And in Nueces County, they have a huge pumping station at the little park. It's like a community area, and there's a massive set of pumps that pump water or venting up out of the Nueces River, and then it goes into a surface canal, and it flows through all the farm fields, and the farmers can actually get water out of that to water their crops, right? Like, that's the thing. I used to play around the canal when I was a kid. So it is a thing that can happen. But in terms of SpaceX here doing it specifically, I don't know that they're anywhere near that level yet, right? I think we caught that venting noise. That venting noise was not nearly as loud as the previous venting noise, right, y'all? That's not the same vents even.
No.
Yeah.
At least for me, it wasn't.
Yep. All right. Well, I'll get a couple more things here that come through. Ryan visited the shop, said, "Love NSF. Thank you all, Ryan. We appreciate the support." Here's a super chat from Ryan. Oh, that was an L2 membership from Ryan. Nice. The super chat from Ryan says, "Must feed the horses. Hope everyone enjoys the rest of the stream." Appreciate all the different ways you're supporting us there, Ryan. Thank you so much for that. And then there was the super chat I saw as it just scrolled by in real time. Alex S. watching from Jacksonville. I don't think I had any hope of catching the reply there. But Alex, either way, appreciate you for being a part of this. Horses! Yeah, all of a sudden, horses.
I think we have one more replay we want to show here.
Ah. Let's see
And
what
it's
comes
not
up on the
from
screen
us.
next. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a SpaceX replay.
SpaceX.
Yeah. Apparently there's this company called
wow.
SpaceX who's also providing views for this.
How
Look
they got
at
so
that.
close.
How they got so close.
Yeah. That's
No.
monstrous.
Look at how little is really like in steam and around the pad itself.
You know what I see?
Huh?
I see almost 6 different flame trenches going here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Between the edge of between the open part, between the OLM legs, there are clearly 6 discrete areas where the steam is, the deluge is going, but it stays there. You see that?
Yep.
It's not really like going to the booster or anything. It's just in these designated kind of trenches.
There are flight diverters at the very base of the OLM. There's a wedged diverter in front of each leg, and that's definitely, you could clearly see them pushing it into the openings of the OLM there.
Look, even the plumes out in the distance, like the energy is
Yeah.
sort of constrained. It looks like a flower. There are 6 distinct petals coming out from the bottom of that rocket, and it's almost like it's all captured in the deluge plumes, I guess, the arcs that were going out before the rocket engines turned on.
Also,
That looks so clean.
Yeah.
yes, I like this is really selling me on this deluge system.
I mean, when the engines are flaming out, you can see the point where the deluge system basically just puts the flames right out, and the hydraulic pressure is.
Yep.
I mean, I'm not sure the technical way to say this, but the water it gets to be back to being more powerful than the exhaust coming out of the rockets.
Yep.
This is impressive. Like this is a
Yeah.
very cool view that really demonstrates what is in focus here. And again, it's like 6 flame trenches. It's really cool.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I saw. Like as soon as we saw this, and then it was constrained into those 6 discrete plumes, and then it hits the berm to the north that protects the bottom of the orbital tank farm, and it gets a little disseminated. But look out over the southern angles, like out over those salt flat sort of areas, the flat area. It really is like discrete 1, 2, 3 plumes that have a big gap in between them.
And they don't even look that like super powerful. Like it's not looking like there's a lot of energy that just ejects out of every area. It looks relatively calm, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that we could still see the plumbing for the water deluge system is pretty impressive.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still see it. You can actually see the them drop the pneumatic pressure, and towards the end, they drop they have. I don't know if they're check valves or what, but they're clearly vented something over there.
Yep. I mean, again, folks, we temper this with a hefty spoonful of reality. This was not all the engines, SpaceX said. It wasn't the full duration of the test. They got under 3 seconds. They were going for 5. The rocket didn't take off, right? The thrust was lower. The rocket didn't start to move away from the pad where the energy sort of spreads out a little bit more, right? So there are still things to be proven here, and it's sort of like before. Remember what happened with the deluge system, the concrete. It wasn't a deluge system. It was just the concrete. And they're like, oh, we just think it's going to erode a little bit. And they did some tests and they saw it eroding a little bit and they thought everything was going to be fine. And it was fine until it wasn't. And then as soon as it wasn't fine anymore, it all broke loose and there's concrete flying hundreds of meters into the air and this sort of stuff. So this looks really good, but it still has a lot more energy that it's going to need to deal with and time that it needs to deal with before you can say, yes, it completely works. But what we're seeing here does look really good. I think.
Also, I love how you can see a bit of the shockwave at the beginning. Like it's barely visible, but as soon as the Raptors hit, you can see like in the air a bit of a shockwave.
It's the overpressure event. Yep,
Yeah.
that happens.
It looks so cool.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can.
You can see like the initial shockwave going from the Raptors, which just looks cool. Huh.
It looks good though.
Yes,
It really
cool
does
view.
look good. Yeah. No. Alex, you didn't have to do another super chat to tell us you were in Jacksonville, Florida. I'm in North Carolina. I'm in Charlotte, and I know there's just a Jacksonville, North Carolina, which is why I was like, which one? There's probably a Jacksonville, Utah, for all I know. But you didn't have to do another super chat. Appreciate you though. Okay, are those vehicles still at the roadblock?
Let's check with roadblock cam. There we go.
Like voice activated, I can just say it out loud and it fades into existence.
Nobody's
stacking up. Go ahead.
It's a new Kevin AI.
Yeah, the new Kevin, the voice activated camera system, which we call Kevin. It don't have any vehicles there stacking up right now. The road is still closed. We know that there are still things they could do. They go through making sure everything sort of returns to ambient. In safes and that sort of stuff, they have control of all the systems, communications with all of the things that are reading their pressures and that sort of stuff. All of the valves are in whatever state the valves need to be in at the end of the test. But I think what we're going to end up doing here is leave y'all over at Starbase Live. If you're new to us, we have 24/7 streams that most of the time don't have commentary on them. We call them Starbase Live. Space Coast Live, McGregor Live. You want to watch SpaceX test engines up in Central Texas? Watch McGregor Live. You want to watch what happens over at the Kennedy Space Center? Watch Space Coast Live. You want to watch what's happening at Starbase? Watch Starbase Live. You can actually just go to nsf.live and it routes you to all of those different places, right? But we are going to let y'all continue watching what happens here on Starbase Live. That stream is not going to stop. There's a link to it in chat right there. Nice. We really need to change those links so that they use the proper short URLs instead of the long URLs, because you can just do nsf.live/starbase and you'll go to Starbase Live, right? But anyways, here's what I want to know from y'all. We love our intro music. Do you want us to roll the intro music so you can hear it one more time after the test here, or do you want us to just dump you straight into the stream, like straight over to Starbase Live? Let me know. I don't even know if we're going to do a poll for that or not, but put it into chat which one you want. Some people just say yes.
I
see
think
lots.
the vote is clear.
The intros, outros. Everybody wants to listen to the music.
Yeah.
Yep.
We may. I don't see a single person that just says go to it.
Yeah.
Everybody
They
says
all
music.
would, bro.
While the votes are being tallied, by which we mean like looking over. Oh, look, there's a poll now. All right, vote in the poll. Let's say thanks to some people who made the stream happen today. I'm honestly going to start with the folks in the field. Jack Beyer was on comms, hosting, holding it down at the beginning, but also helping us get things deployed out there. Do we still have Jack around?
I'm here. I'm not on good comms, but thank you everybody for watching. I'll let you do the outro. You all rock.
Good deal. Jack, thank you so much for being out there, making sure the cameras got set and put in the positions they need to be in, all the different things. Thank you so much for making that happen. We had a couple other people in the field. A new photographer, you've seen his name on a lot of the shots that have been coming in, especially if you're in the membership program. Sean Doherty was out there too, taking some really awesome shots and helping us get things deployed early this morning and the last few days. Now I'm going to wonder if we have a card for Sean. I don't know if we do or not. And then I know we don't have a card for Andrew, but Andrew R. was out there as well. I want to say thanks to them, because the reason we had these close-in views was because they showed up. They built them in advance. They made sure they were going to last through the test, and they got them deployed and leveled and online and all that sort of stuff early this morning. So massive thanks to the team that was out there. Back in the studio, you heard quite frequently the voice of Adrian Bile. Adrian, what do you think?
Yeah,
Good times?
Thank you. That was a solid 7 hours of fun. So I love that. And I also want to thank in the back channel the other person that is really paying close attention to this, Alex. Because
Yes.
Alex was here like almost all stream, just helping us with back channel knowledge and just fact checking us. And it cannot be appreciated enough. Thank you, Alex, as well.
Yep. Absolutely. Again, for every one voice you hear, there are 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 people backing it up, making these things happen. It's not just the folks who you hear on the stream. Also, we don't get your dulcet tones on the stream very often, EJ, but we had Mr. EJ SA visiting us from Twitch. How you doing? What do you think, EJ?
This is fun. I really like doing these. This is a good time. I appreciate you having me. It's a privilege.
Nice. EJ is a Twitch streamer. There's his link in chat right there. That's actually EJ's Twitter link. If we could get EJ's Twitch link as well, you can find him over on twitch.tv/EJ_SA. And if you want to see some gameplay explained by somebody who likes explaining gameplay and physics and systems and aerospace and all that sort of stuff, make sure you head on over to Twitch and check out my buddy. I've known EJ for the longest time. Make sure you go and check.
Man.
Is it really 8 years now?
Yeah, that's weird.
Met playing games on the internet. Nice.
Yep.
Please make sure you hop on over to check out EJ. Toss him a follow over on Twitch or something like that. EJ, thank you so much for helping us fill in the commentary. And EJ Stream, thank y'all for watching. Thank you for sharing EJ with us today. How's that?
Thanks, chat. Appreciate it, guys.
In the background today, we had Mr. Kevin Michael Reed pulling all the levers and hitting the switches to show us the cameras after the feeds came in, our little side-by-sides and the replays and all that sort of stuff. I think we have yeah, there we go. We got a card for Kevin. Kevin doing a fantastic job producing the stream in the background today and making sure we always are upgrading our production value. How's that? We have a lot of fun with it, but Kevin is dragging us kicking and screaming into better camera views and better production and better videos too. So massive thanks to Kevin. You heard Chris Bergen earlier as well, founder of NASA Spaceflight. He was on here too. Did I miss anybody? I think I got everybody right.
Yourself.
Myself? That's last though. Hey, thanks to the mods too. We've got people in the back channels that are helping us moderate chat, posting up links when we say it out loud, putting things on Instagram, and they put things on Facebook, and they do tweets, and they do all the different things. Who knows how many social media networks there are these days. But massive thanks to the mods and the social team, the huge team of volunteers that help us get the word out. I don't know why we put Patrick's name up there, but we appreciate you too, Patrick. He did some stuff, I guess. He was helping out with cameras, like pointing cameras and getting them in manual focus and that sort of stuff. I really can't stress enough, for every one name, every one voice you hear on the stream, there are so many other voices making it happen behind the scenes. Lastly, folks, my name is John Galloway. If you hear me sometimes referred to as DOS, that was my made-up internet name when I was over on Twitch, hanging out with EJ playing Kerbal Space Program for thousands of hours before I ended up over here. But I do appreciate y'all sharing the event with us today. Thank you so much for being here. However it is that you support what we do, whether it's the member program or super chats or joining L2 or tips.nasaspaceflight.com, purchasing merch, or even just doing non-financial stuff, showing up and saying something in chat, saying thank you in chat, retweeting a tweet or a zeet or a squeet or whatever we're supposed to call those things these days. Thank y'all so much for making this community what it is. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for y'all. For now, we're going to send you over to Starbase Live. You can keep watching what's happening, but we will see you nerds later.
And here we go.
We have liftoff. Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up.
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! 145! Oh my god! Oh my god! Decollage! Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
If the methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?